Upon crossing into this unfamiliar realm, what should one do when faced with imminent peril? Under the radiant sun, Mizi stood at the precipice of a cliff, gazing out over the vast expanse of the ocean. Her expression was grim, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions, akin to one mourning a lost loved one, as she wore a face marked by despair. Just moments ago, she had been engrossed in a video game within the confines of her bedroom. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation from the glow of her computer screen to the boundless azure sky before her. Now, it had been a full afternoon since she had been transported to this new world. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she contemplated her dire situation. Through the intelligence she had gathered on the island during the afternoon, along with the memories embedded within her predecessor's mind, she had come to a disheartening conclusion. She had been thrust into the world of One Piece. Indeed, this was the very world where celestial beings wreak havoc from above and various pirate crews plunder the innocent below. Here, monumental events capable of annihilating thousands occurred with alarming regularity. Human rights were a mere illusion, and life was as disposable as straw. And she, an ordinary young woman of society, had become ensnared in a bizarre accident that had catapulted her soul into the body of a young girl in this perilous world. Not only does my age not match, but my gender is also incongruous, she thought. And to add insult to injury, I am the cousin of Robin, a member of the main cast. Why could I not simply be an ordinary person? Mizi clenched her teeth. It was not that she harbored any ill will towards Robin, but according to the narrative she was familiar with, Robin's cousin, Mizi Yilla Herselfwold, meet a tragic end along with her entire family just days before her 8th birthday. This event marked a pivotal turning point for Robin in the original story. In essence, the island on which her predecessor resided was home to a group of archaeologists who dared to delve into the ancient history prohibited by the world government. During one of their clandestine investigations, they were inadvertently discovered, leading to a swift and brutal reckoning from the government, sentencing all involved archaeologists to death. Initially, this calamity seemed unrelated to her predecessor, an ordinary islander with little education and no knowledge of archaeology. The island's populace largely survived through fishing, manual labor, and agriculture, with many unable even to read, let alone comprehend the intricacies of archaeology. From their perspective, it seemed unjust for innocent civilians to be implicated in the crimes of others. Yet, whether by design or the whims of fate, the ruthless Akainu suspected that remnants of the archaeologists might masquerade as islanders attempting to escape the impending chaos. Driven by a philosophy of better to kill the wrong than to let the guilty escape, he initiated a ruthless extermination plan, obliterating an entire evacuation ship with cannon fire. Consequently, all islanders aboard, including Mizi, perished in the flames, either incinerated or cast into the sea to become fodder for fish. In the end, only Robin remained alive on the island. If the narrative unfolded as anticipated, Mizi, too, would vanish amidst the cannon fire on her 8th birthday. Now, only 6 months remained until that fateful day. In half a year, Robin's mother, Alvia, would return to the island, followed closely by the warships of the world government and navy, and the infamous extermination order would be enacted. In other words, having just crossed over, I find myself with but half a year to live. As a mere 7.5-year-old girl, Mizi was at a loss regarding how to survive the impending disaster. Should she persuade her parents to relocate? Yet, how could she fabricate a reason for such a move? Their livelihood was tied to their shop and home on this island. If they were to leave, how would they sustain themselves? Even if they did manage to escape, would the Navy and world government not pursue the records of the islanders? One of the conspirators, Alvia, was her aunt. How could they possibly evade the grasp of the CP agents? Moreover, in this world governed by strength, fleeing was a mere temporary solution. Even if she succeeded in escaping, what would become of her future? With only the capabilities of an ordinary individual, did that not equate to living with a target on her back? If calamity were to strike again, would she not find herself powerless to resist? As for the notion of striving for strength, it was easier said than done. In a world where islands were isolated and travel was exorbitantly costly, achieving power required luck, resources, or talent, one of which must be present, or else one would merely remain at the level of a commonplace existence. Regrettably, Mizi possessed none of these advantages. Even if she devoted herself to rigorous training for years, it was unlikely she could rival those who experienced sudden enlightenment. Did one truly comprehend the value of accelerated training programs? Did they understand the rigor of 200-fold effort? In this world, hard work was merely the baseline. Without the assistance of fortuitous circumstances, one might not even qualify to exert effort. As a character who had only appeared briefly in the manga's recollections, Mizi found it difficult to envision a path forward. The future appears bleak. Her face pale, Mizi let out a quiet sigh, each thought deepening her despondency. In her previous world, she could indulge in snacks, sip cola, and immerse herself in the games she adored, relishing her leisurely holiday. How delightful that had been. Yet now, she was compelled to confront the grim reality of survival looming just 6 months away. With this thought, Mizi cursed her predicament inwardly and kicked a small crab scuttling by the roadside. The crab tumbled off the cliff, plummeting to the rocks below, where it fell silent. She truly wished she had not been transported to such a place. But there was no turning back. Staring out at the ocean's beauty, Mizi felt a surge of frustration. Yet after a moment's reflection, she quelled her tumultuous emotions. Perhaps I should return and contemplate my options further. I must at least survive the extermination order. As she turned to head home, a clear mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Hunt completed acquired partial attributes of the prey, huh? Mizi froze in place. After a few moments, her elevated foot finally returned to the ground. System? Chapter 2. Attribute Acquisition. Physique. 401. Soul. 10. Vitality. 5. Note. All data will be evaluated with the host as a reference. Normally, an average adult possesses all 3 values at 10. Indeed, it is a system. Gazing at the ethereal blue virtual screen before her, Mizi and Apos, as heart soared with joy. Her back pain vanished, her legs no longer ached, and all her worries dissipated. Now that everyone else was in the dark, she was determined to survive in this wretched world. Would you like to read the user manual? As if sensing her emotions, a message box suddenly appeared on the panel. Mizi raised her hand and unhesitatingly clicked on the Yes option. This system is known as the Infinite Hunting Attribute Acquisition System. As long as the host completes a complete act that can be termed hunting, they may acquire a portion of the attributes of the prey. The type of attribute obtained corresponds to the most prominent quality of the prey. After a cursory glance, it was clear it entailed killing to steal attributes. The stronger the victim, the greater the attributes gleaned, and the stealing could occur infinitely and permanently. Furthermore, judging by the crab she had just slain, it seemed that not only humans could be prey. Any living creature could serve as an excellent source for attribute acquisition. The 001 following her physique likely stemmed from the crab. Oh, would insects akin to ants qualify? Mizi suddenly recalled this point. If even ants could be targets, then locating an anthill and stepping on it would yield a bounty of attribute points, wouldn't it? Prey whose attributes significantly exceed the host and Apos, as will not be counted. Attacking those who are too weak is deemed slaughter, not hunting. Well, that makes sense. If that were the case, once she had a certain foundation of attributes, she could simply hunt ordinary people, couldn't she? At that point, relying on quantitative change to induce qualitative change would surely be far safer than daring to hunt stronger foes. Contemplating this, Mizi sighed and shook her head, abandoning those unrealistic plans for farming points. However, this meant that her current physique was only 4 points. The standard for adulthood was 10 points. While those monstrous navies must possess at least several hundred, if not thousands, of points. Even with the system, half a year seemed insufficient for her to reach a level capable of resisting the demon-slaying edict, right? Expecting her to counter dozens of warships at merely 8 years old? This was no overpowered protagonist novel. Such absurdity was simply impossible. Complete 5 hunts, and the system will grant a special reward. Ah, what special reward? Mizi stared at the screen. Unfortunately, the panel offered no further information, and her mind remained silent. It was evident that her system lacked artificial intelligence and could not respond to her inquiries. Realizing this, Mizi could only mutter to herself in resignation. Well, I might as well put this into practice. With that thought, she surveyed her surroundings and quickly spotted a second crab wandering near the cliff's edge. Smash! Smash! On the shallow beach below the cliff, the relentless barrage of stones resulted in an increasing number of mangled crab corpses. Mizi moved swiftly, and in no time, using a stone she had found, she met the criteria for receiving the special reward. Hunting successful. Acquired attributes. Physique, 0. 01. Current physique. 4. 05. Special reward points acquired. Current points. 1. Would you like to utilize the special reward points to extract prey characteristics? Lines of text appeared on the virtual screen. So this is the special reward? Mizzy discarded the stone and, cupping her smooth chin, furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the screen's contents repeatedly. Then, she tentatively raised her hand and gently clicked on the Yes option on the screen. Extraction begins. Acquired characteristic. Shell, 010. Note: each prey can only yield one characteristic. The host can enhance the characteristic using special reward points. Mizzy and Apos' finger froze momentarily on the screen, and almost simultaneously with the text and Apos' appearance, she sensed a peculiar change within her body. Although the sensation was not overwhelming, it was distinctly present in her mind. It felt as though her body had become more resilient. She lowered her small head in astonishment, gazing at her still fair and delicate palms, flexing her slender fingers. It was no illusion. She truly felt more robust, and perhaps even fairer and more tender. The girl blinked her large, dark eyes twice. Then, with a clap of her small hands, she abruptly slapped her rosy cheeks, interrupting her wandering thoughts. No. These are not the thoughts I should be having right now. With merely 6 months until the impending crisis, every moment is crucial in finding a solution. How can I waste time on trivialities? So, the so-called special reward allows me to extract an upgradable characteristic from my prey? Dismissing her distractions, Mizzy forced her attention back to the system panel, her mind diligently pondering while she subconsciously murmured to herself. Moreover, this characteristic would not result in her body acquiring the organs of the prey, but rather enhance her form in a conceptual manner, providing the same effects. The characteristic just granted to her was the perfect example. Though she had acquired the crab's shell, it had not manifested as an external exoskeletal structure on her body. In that case, Mizzy and Apos' thought sparked, and a plethora of wondrous ideas flooded her mind. If hunting crabs yield shells, could hunting fish yield gills? With the characteristic of gills, could she breathe underwater using her lungs? What if she hunted birds? With the characteristic of wings, could she soar into the skies? If all this is possible, then, what about the fruit users? Those possessing the powers of the Sea King and Princess Shirahoshi? Even Nika? Ding. Note: the difficulty of upgrading characteristics is inversely proportional to the host's compatibility with the characteristics. The higher the compatibility, the lower the difficulty of upgrading. The lower the compatibility, the higher the difficulty. The system and Apos' voice interrupted Mizzy and Apos' increasingly elaborate thoughts. Compatibility matters as well. Shikuden and Apos' helped but furrow her delicate brow slightly. However, upon second thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, this characteristic extraction functionality is essentially a variant of you are what you eat, or rather, you kill, you gain. It undoubtedly belongs to the realm of conceptual abilities. If it could be freely utilized without limits, the potential effects would indeed be extraordinary. But what constitutes the standard for determining compatibility? How can I assess my compatibility? As she posed these questions, the system fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, it finally responded. The level of compatibility depends on the energy consumed during the conceptualization of the characteristic. The host can inquire about compatibility through the system and freely choose to acquire or reject characteristics based on their compatibility level. Energy consumed during conceptualization. Unaware of the system and Apos' pause, Mizzy murmured the sentence from the panel, and her mind instantly connected the dots. Thus, the system and Apos' extraordinary abilities require energy expenditure. Hunting prey serves to replenish the system and Apos' energy. No wonder that weaker prey is excluded from consideration. It is because the energy required for enhancement must also be proportionate to mass. However, the system still fails to address the criteria for compatibility assessment. She furrowed her brow slightly but chose not to dwell on it. Regardless, compatibility could be checked. For now, she resolved to hunt some crabs, bolstering her fundamental attributes before proceeding. Once her base attributes were sufficiently elevated, she would venture to the southern river to see if any fish could be caught. Having gleaned a general understanding of the system and Apos' specific functionalities, her subsequent plans became less daunting. Following her previous line of thought, in this ocean-themed world, the ability to thrive in seawater was an essential trait to acquire. Possessing aquatic characteristics would provide her with a crucial trump card. Whether during the demon-slaying decree in 6 months or in any impending crisis, particularly when confronted by those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. The most despised adversaries were those capable of moving freely in the ocean. Thus, despite her uncertainty regarding the compatibility of these traits with her own, she had to prioritize hunting in that direction. Furthermore, the value obtained from each successful hunt was minimal, necessitating a substantial amount of hunting. She needed to continuously accumulate attribute points over the next 6 months to ensure her survival in forthcoming dangers. Before her journey, she had been quite adept at working tirelessly. Clap. Hunting successful. Attributes acquired. 001 clap. Hunting successful. Attributes acquired. 001 clap. Hunting successful. Special reward points acquired. Use. A series of notifications echoed in her mind. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, she finally paused, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. With a delicate motion of her fingers, she summoned the system panel into view. Current physique. 4. 23. Traits. Shell. For 10. Only 23? The figures displayed on the panel left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. After toiling all afternoon, she had anticipated a greater yield, only to find herself with a mere 0. 23 in attributes. It was still a matter of youth. Glancing at her small hands, she sighed in resignation. Had she possessed her former self's capabilities, her attributes would have surely been more substantial. Alas, her 7-year-old body was a significant limitation. Cracking crabs with stones appeared deceptively simple. Yet it required considerable effort, especially since the primary challenge lay not in killing the crabs, but in locating them. Nevertheless, she did not allow herself to become overly anxious. After all, if she calculated carefully, earning 0.23 per day would amount to 2.3 over 10 days, which was not insignificant. Once her base attributes increased, the efficiency of attribute acquisition would undoubtedly rise as well. At that point, she could shift her hunting targets. She firmly believed that everything would improve. For now, she needed only to proceed methodically, taking one step at a time. With this thought, she bent down to brush off the dirt and sand from her legs, tidying her attire slightly. Then, guided by her memory, she set off in the direction of her home. As she traversed the dense forest, her pace suddenly halted as she heard something. It seemed to be the laughter of children, interspersed with a few barks from dogs. Chapter 3. In the thicket, malicious laughter echoed through the woods, spreading ominously. As Mizi approached the source of the sound, she soon discovered several small figures in a clearing ahead. The most prominent among them was a boy in the center, holding a large yellow dog on a leash. The dog, baring its teeth, was incessantly barking at a small girl with long black hair. The girl and Amp, Apos, S face was pale, her expression rigid, clearly betraying her fear. Yet, she feigned bravery, standing her ground with clenched fists. In contrast, the other children around her wore smiles that were unmistakably gleeful. It was evident that they were the boy's companions. The situation was all too clear. Mizi only needed a brief glance to deduce what was unfolding. It was rather excessive. Bullying was one thing, but to bring along a dog as an instrument of intimidation was downright cruel. The dog was nearly half the size of a child. If it broke free, the consequences would be severe, even in a world of pirates. Such foolishness and malice. Mizi scornfully assessed the scene. Then, she caught sight of the black-haired girl and Apos, S face again, and noticed something. Wait, was and Apos, that Nico Robin? The very same who was a member of the protagonist's crew and had been living in the same household as her predecessor? Yet, compared to the calm and alluring woman from the story, she now appeared to be merely a lonely child yearning for affection. Upon reflection, Mizi recalled catching a glimpse of her earlier that afternoon, but at the time, she was too shocked to pay attention. Now, Robin resembled her animated counterpart closely, though her attire looked more tattered than remembered, resembling a little beggar. Mizi squinted, stealthily observing Robin from a distance. What brought her here? According to the storyline and the memories of her predecessor, Robin should have been studying with Dr. Clover or quietly reading in solitude, preparing for her upcoming doctoral examination in archaeology. Yet, she was not holding a book. Mizi pondered, and a possibility emerged. It was dinner time, and this path was the usual route from the beach back to town. Before departing, she had mentioned to her family that she would be at the seaside. Could it be that her mother had sent Robin to fetch her? Mizi found this scenario quite plausible. Her mother had never favored Robin, often delegating chores to her, which meant Robin was likely obstructed on her way to find her. Hesitating for a moment, Mizi ultimately decided to approach the clearing. All right, Duji, you and Amp. Amp, Apos, VE frightened her enough. Look, she and Amp, Apos, S trembling. The others laughed, mocking Robin. She wished to flee but felt rooted to the spot, knowing that no matter where she went, they would follow. Even if she returned home, Aunt Roji would surely blame her. Moreover, she had yet to complete what Aunt Roji had asked of her. Lowering her head, little Robin felt lost. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. The laughter ceased abruptly. Robin looked up to see the boy with the dog had fallen. Blood trickling from his forehead, his expression one of bewilderment, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. In the next moment, a rock, roughly the size of an adult's fist, had struck the yellow dog with a resounding thud. Yelping, the dog tucked its tail and fled in panic, while the boy, now oblivious to the leash in his hand, instinctively touched his throbbing forehead only to find it smeared with blood. Panic washed over his face, and he erupted into uncontrollable cries. The other children stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, until someone finally dashed off to seek help from the village. Before this could unfold, Mizi had already emerged from the thicket, seizing Robin and Amp, Apos, a small hand and hastily leading her away from the scene. As they entered the village, the golden-haired girl continued to hold Robin's hand, who trailed behind in a daze. Reflecting on the earlier events, Robin found it difficult to articulate her feelings, confusion mingled with uncertainty. Mizi, aware of her thoughts, understood that her predecessor had not maintained a good relationship with Robin due to her mother and Amp, Apos' influence, often ignoring her presence at home. Moreover, Mizi and Amp, Apos' current demeanor and speech were markedly different from those of her predecessor, as if she were an entirely different person. In such circumstances, anyone would feel strange. However, Mizi had no intention of explaining. A single lie required 100 more to sustain it. Sometimes, the more one spoke, the more mistakes one made. Given Robin and Apos as current character, she would never divulge these events to anyone. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Mizi stopped at the entrance of her home, released Robin and Apos' hand, turned around, and calmly instructed, "When we return, say nothing. Pretend you never saw them and that nothing occurred. Do you understand?" Her tone was cold and authoritative, resembling a command rather than a mere suggestion. Fortunately, as she had anticipated, little Robin did not protest, hesitating only briefly before nodding. "I understand." Seeing this, Mizi felt a sense of relief. Smoothing her clothes and composing herself, drawing on her memories, she displayed a smile akin to her usual demeanor. After completing this, she pushed open the door and bounded inside. "I'm home, Mother. What as for dinner tonight?" Her lively voice caused Robin, still lingering outside, to widen her eyes in surprise. Then she frowned, tilting her head slightly as she contemplated. Unfortunately, in the end, she could not unravel the mystery in her heart and chose to follow Mizi for the time being. Chapter 4. The transaction that evening, with Miko's prior admonition. Robin refrained from divulging the events of their journey, instead concocting a simple excuse to account for their late return. Moreover, with Miko and Apos' intentional yet subtle cover, their mother, Roji, remained oblivious to any irregularities, allowing the family to pass a tranquil night after dinner. The following day, Miko arose early, acutely aware of the limited time at her disposal. Each moment squandered diminished her hopes for survival. Thus, she was determined to seize every fleeting second. Robin, too, was awake at dawn, clutching a thick book as she exited her home, likely seeking a quiet spot to read. Miko paid her no mind. After exchanging greetings with her parents, she sprinted towards the seaside, continuing her quest for improvement. Drawing from her experience the previous day, her movements became fluid and practiced as she scoured the beach, prying into crevices and digging in the sand for the elusive crabs that wandered the shore. Upon discovery, she would lift stones and crush them into a pulp. The mechanical notifications echoed in her mind intermittently. The emotionless tone, to Miko and Apos' ears, was rather pleasing, uplifting her spirits and quickening her actions. Perhaps influenced by this newfound motivation, she reaped greater rewards than she had anticipated throughout the morning. Attributes acquired: Constitution 001, Current Constitution 439, Characteristic Shell 710, excluding yesterday and Apos' yield. She had amassed a total of 16 crabs. Miko stretched her body, keenly aware of the subtle changes within her. The increase in strength was minimal, barely hinting at progress. Yet, she felt an improvement from the delicate, fragile girl she had been yesterday. If she could continue at this pace, securing 16 crabs in a morning, an afternoon of good fortune could easily yield 30 crabs in a day. This accumulation would grant her a daily enhancement of 0.3 in Constitution, allowing her to reach an adult's physical prowess in less than 20 days. This pace seemed promising. Miko felt optimistic. Once she attained the physical capabilities of an adult, she could shift her hunting targets, gradually preparing for the impending crisis in 6 months. At present, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks harmonized with the scorching sun beating down upon the earth. Miko touched her stomach, which rumbled in protest after a morning of vigorous activity compounded by her still-growing body. Given the circumstances, her ability to endure hunger thus far was commendable. Fortunately, she had anticipated this need and brought along some bread and a bottle of water, as her home was not in close proximity to the beach, making the round trip rather time-consuming. Regardless, it was time to eat. Miko settled beneath the shade of a tree where she had stashed her belongings, finding a comfortable spot to sit as she began to nibble on her dry bread with the water. However, after only a couple of bites, she glanced back toward the nearby thicket. Is she not out yet? After waiting so long, she must be tired by now. A nearby cluster of trees rustled slightly. Moments later, a black-haired girl emerged from behind a tree, clutching a thick book. Upon seeing the familiar face, Miko, Kuden, and Apos, T helped but think, as expected. You left early this morning, didn't T you? Why did you follow me? Miko inquired. The girl who appeared from the woods was none other than little Robin, who had set out early that day. Miko had initially thought Robin was off to find a quiet place to read, so she was surprised to see her here. When faced with Miko's question, Robin's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Miko's eyes. I'm sorry. I saw you leave so early and just followed you, she explained, her voice growing softer, clearly aware that her actions were somewhat inappropriate. Never mind, Miko waved her hand dismissively, not angered by the situation. Don't be nervous. If you want to follow, feel free. Just don't tell anyone else. Her words seemed to ease Robin and Apos' tension. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Robin lowered her head and stepped forward. Thank you for yesterday, she murmured. Were it not for Miko and Apos' intervention, she wouldn't have known how to handle the predicament she faced. It's nothing. Miko continued to eat her bread, her words somewhat muffled. You were looking for me, which is why you encountered those people, right? Here, eat something first. With that, she broke off a small piece of bread and offered it to Robin. Thank you. Robin replied instinctively, placing her book aside to accept the bread. Why didn't you just use your ability yesterday? Miko asked, glancing at her. If you had, those people Shun and Apos, have been able to stop you. She referred, of course, to Robin and Apos' fruit ability. In the original story, Robin was one of the few children who had acquired and could adeptly wield such powers at a young age. With her flowery fruit ability, dispatching a few children should have been a trivial task. Yet, she had still found herself in trouble. Robin and Apos' expression darkened. She bowed her head in silence, not offering any explanation. Observing this, Miko could surmise Robin and Apos' thoughts based on her portrayal in the original narrative. She likely feared being labeled a monster and facing isolation and disdain. Yet, in truth, Robin would have encountered similar challenges even without her powers. Don't overthink it. Worrying about others' opinions will only weigh you down. Strength is meant to, Miko began, intending to impart her philosophy. However, halfway through, she realized that such grand ideas sounded unconvincing coming from a child like her. So, after a moment of contemplation, she redirected her approach. If you're truly scared, next time you find yourself in such a situation, just come find me. Find you? Robin looked up weakly. Yes, Miko declared, lifting her chin proudly and patting her flat chest. I won't care what others think. If I encounter trouble, I will seek revenge. Even if I go too far, it won't matter. I can always endure a scolding. Besides, given how indulgent my parents are, as long as I don't cause an outright disaster, there shouldn't and Apos' be any serious consequences. In exchange, Miko pondered for a moment, soon devising an excellent idea. I have many rather unique endeavors ahead. You must help me ensure that no one on the island discovers them, including my parents. So what do you say? Shall we strike a deal? With that, she extended her hand toward Robin. This was a spur-of-the-moment thought, but regardless, her leveling process was rather bloody for an ordinary person. The crabs currently hunted are still manageable. However, when the time comes to pursue a myriad of other creatures, such a scene must certainly remain concealed. In such circumstances, having a fruit user to provide cover would significantly diminish the likelihood of her being discovered. Yet, little Robin remained blissfully unaware of these thoughts swirling in her mind. Nevertheless, From the nuances conveyed in the conversation, Robin could discern the intentions of her companion. However, she timidly interjected, "That would certainly bring you a great deal of trouble." "What do you mean?" Mitzi shot her a bemused glance. Subsequently, she naturally responded, "Aren't we sisters? Isn't it perfectly normal for sisters to assist one another? What is there to fear about trouble?" Her retort left little Robin momentarily speechless. It was the first time she had heard such words in a long while. It felt as if a weight had been lifted from her heart, and the tension in her movements dissipated considerably. "Shall we call this a transaction?" Mitzi extended her hand forward. Only then did little Robin come to her senses and reciprocate, clasping Mitzi and Ampos' hand in her own. "Yes," she affirmed with a vigorous nod. Chapter 5. Previous troubles. However, this bond was soon overshadowed by clouds of concern. "What are you doing?" Robin gazed at Mitzi, who was darting across the beach, stone in hand, relentlessly pursuing crabs. A large question mark loomed over Robin's small head. She had been curious about this peculiar behavior since she had secretly observed from the shadows that morning. What could this strange and seemingly odd activity possibly be? Was she playing? Engaging in some game of smashing crabs with stones? Yet, it appeared distinctly different from any game she had witnessed among other children, perhaps more violent. But if it wasn't a game, was she assisting Aunt Rogie in capturing crabs? Surely, crabs that had been dead for too long would be inedible. "Wouldn't Ampos, they? Don and Ampos, ask." Just as her mind was swirling with questions, Mitzi called out loudly without turning around, her keen eyes surveying the surroundings. "If you and Ampos reboard, just do your own thing, as long as you ensure no one approaches." Robin stood in the shade, silently watching Mitzi bustling about in the sunlight from a distance. There was little she could do, since they had agreed upon this beforehand. She felt it inappropriate to pry further. She picked up the book she had brought and settled into a comfortable spot under the tree, quietly flipping through its pages. Thus, a rather strange and surreal scene unfolded at the beach. Two young girls, one reading in the shade while the other relentlessly hunted crabs across the sandy expanse. Time passed swiftly in their undisturbed company, and before long, the sun was nearing its descent. With a definitive thud, Mitzi brought her stone down upon her last target. The sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by the familiar sound of the system and Ampos' notification. Current physique, 454, trait, shell, 1010, beep, experience points have reached the limit, converted to trait, shell, 0100, Mitzi exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her brow. She flexed her arms and fingers, sensing the changes within her body. Her strength seemed unchanged, yet her skin, enhanced by the trait, had noticeably become more resilient. Perhaps this was a form of improved defense? She pinched her delicate arm. Although still pale and soft, there was no pain to be felt. Upon closer inspection, there were no signs of redness or bruising. Quite satisfactory, indeed. A smile of contentment graced Mitzi and Ampos' face. The effects of the second-level trait were evidently more beneficial than the first. However, advancing to the third level posed a challenge. 100 experience points meant she would need to defeat over 500 crabs. In this season, where would she find such a multitude of crabs to slay? She wondered if other crab-like creatures could provide her with shell experience points. Perhaps it would be best to verify this later. With those thoughts dismissed, Mitzi glanced at the crimson sunset before turning back to greet little Robin, who was still engrossed in her book not far away. Let and Ampos go home. It should be getting late. Although she still had plenty of energy to spare, lingering too long could provoke her mother's ire. If it interfered with her curfew, the consequences would be dire. With this in mind, Mitzi proceeded without unnecessary diversions, walking obediently alongside Robin toward home. The journey was uneventful, though Robin trailed behind, seemingly hesitant. Her curiosity about Mitzi and Ampos' earlier behavior evident. Yet, Mitzi chose to ignore her. Let her speculate. As long as it didn't and Ampos' disrupt her leveling process, it was of no concern. Suddenly, Mitzi halted in her tracks, furrowing her brow. Unbeknownst to the pensive Robin behind her, she collided with Mitzi and Ampos' back, causing her to bump her nose against the back of Mitzi's head. The sudden impact caused Robin to wince in pain, rubbing her nose while frowning. "Sorry. Shoo." Mitzi quickly gestured for silence, then grasped Robin's hand, pulling her aside. "Look." Peering from behind a stack of wooden crates, Mitzi pointed toward a distant scene. "What?" Robin stared blankly in the direction Mitzi indicated. There stood the entrance to their home. The stone two-story house was brightly lit as usual, with wisps of smoke curling from the chimney, suggesting that someone was busy cooking inside. However, unlike before, a woman stood outside the small courtyard, impatiently holding the hand of a boy who had bandages wrapped around his head, clearly indicating he had been injured. That is, Robin and Amp. Appo's face turned pale as realization dawned upon her. That was the very boy who had been walking his dog yesterday. He had come seeking retribution for the injury inflicted upon him. It was evident who they were looking for. Her. After all, it was in her presence that the boy had sustained his injury. Even if she hadn't and Appo's thrown the stone, she knew these individuals would lay the blame at her feet. In contrast, Mitzi remained remarkably composed. The woman and Appo's demeanor suggested she was there to demand an explanation regarding her child and Appo's injury, even if they were in the right. Such people often resorted to unreasonable tactics to salvage their pride. Mitzi had encountered many such unruly children and their equally troublesome parents prior to her journey here, giving her some measure of experience in dealing with them. Leaning closer to Robin, Mitzi whispered reassuringly, "It and Appo's all right, stay calm. They likely seek medical compensation. No matter what they ask, just say you don't know them and have never seen them before." Never seen them? Robin clutched her book tightly, her face a mask of anxiety. Is that really okay? If Aunt Roji finds out I lied? Trust me, just follow my lead, and everything will be fine. Mitzi patted her shoulder comfortingly before striding toward the entrance. Seeing this, Robin hastily reached out, eager to ask something more, but it was too late. Mitzi had already stepped outside. Left with no choice, Robin suppressed her unease and quickened her pace to catch up. Chapter 6. Differentiated treatment that and Appo's her. Before the two could approach, the boy fiercely raised his hand, pointing towards Robin behind him. It was her I encountered last night. At this, the rather impatient Roji immediately shouted, "Robin." The hefty figure and sullen expression made little Robin instinctively shrink her neck. "Come here." The shout rang out again. And with no choice, little Robin cautiously moved closer to the other party, Aunt Roji. However, Roji, as the aunt, paid little heed to her niece's feelings. She simply pulled her daughter Mitzi behind her, wearing a grim face, and asked in a low voice, "Did you see these two when you went out yesterday?" Robin hesitated. Under normal circumstances, she would have answered truthfully. Yet, doing so would inevitably lead to her aunt leaving her with a remark about solving her own troubles before turning away. But now, she couldn't help but steal a glance in Mitzi's direction. Noticing her gaze, Mitzi immediately made a gesture of encouragement, signaling her not to be afraid and to proceed as they had previously agreed. However, considering the potential consequences of being discovered lying, little Robin remained deeply conflicted. Mitzi, observing her distress, felt a twinge of concern for her. How could such an honest girl evolve into the cunning lady depicted in the story? Regardless, Mitzi urged her to respond quickly. Lingering for a few more seconds would surely raise suspicions. Yet, Mitzi could also surmise the reason for Robin's hesitation. Ultimately, it seemed she feared that her proposed solution might prove ineffective, even exacerbating the situation. After all, she had only known Robin for a day, making her skepticism entirely reasonable. Furthermore, the repercussions of lying would undoubtedly be far worse than simply confessing. Thus, rather than wait for the truth to emerge, it would be wiser to be forthright from the beginning, which would likely result in a lighter punishment. Upon reflection, this line of thought was sound. For any child who finds themselves in trouble, the best course of action is indeed to speak the truth to avoid further ramifications. However, this presumes that the adults handling the situation will do so with fairness and impartiality. Yet, it was evident that the primary cause of the issue lay with that little boy, and his parents brazenly came to demand an explanation. How could this be considered fair? Should Robin confess honestly, the consequences might not be any less severe than if she were to lie, making it preferable to advocate for her own position. Fortunately, just as Robin and Appo's hesitation was about to reach its limit, and her aunt was on the verge of exploding, she turned her head to the side. "I haven't seen them." Relief washed over Mitzi at Robin's choice. However, the boy was immediately displeased. Upon hearing Robin's declaration, he widened his eyes in protest. "No, it was her. She hit me on the head with a rock yesterday. She broke my head. I did not." This time, Robin's retort was much louder. "You didn't?" The boy and Appo's gaze shifted, soon landing on the other person beside her. "Then it must be you too." At this, Mitzi smirked internally while feigning fear. She crouched down beside her mother's legs. As for Roji, she could not remain silent when her daughter was involved. She immediately began to assert her fierce character. What nonsense! My Mitzi would never do such a thing. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Robin. Robin, tell me the truth. Was it you? If I find out you're lying, don't expect to return home today. I certainly won't be making you dinner. Robin's little face turned pale. Her lips pursed in silence. The blatant disparity in treatment was evident even to outsiders, and she could hardly be oblivious to it. I'm speaking to you. Can you hear me? Seeing Robin's silence, Roji felt her authority was being challenged. She stepped forward, ready to take action, just as she reached for Robin's hair. Mitzi's voice finally broke through from the side. He.S. lying. We didn't see him at all yesterday. Unlike the children from outside. Roji found her daughter and Apos' words to be quite persuasive. After casting Robin a warning glance for later, she turned to confront the boy and Apos' parent, the woman, or rather, the aunt. You all heard it. My child said she didn't see anyone. You've got the wrong person. Go ask someone else. What nonsense. The other kids, Taro and the others, all said it was your family's child who did it. Everyone saw their faces. How could there be a mistake? That's ridiculous. My Mitzi would never do such a thing. Roji retorted loudly. How do you know she is not lying? The aunt glared at Mitzi behind Roji. Mitzi hurriedly cowered behind her mother, fear etched on her face. This action only fueled Roji's emotions further. What are you doing? You're scaring her. If you want to argue, I'll go all the way with you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The argument escalated, drawing the attention of bystanders. With more and more familiar faces, neighbors, and relatives stepping in to mediate. This scene was precisely what Mitzi had hoped for. In her mind, this matter could not be tied to Robin. Otherwise, her mother would undoubtedly intervene. Even if Robin hadn't thrown the stone, it wouldn't matter. In the end, the most likely outcome would be that after being reprimanded by the boy and Apos' parents, Robin would also face Roji and Apos' wrath. Essentially, she would suffer for something she didn't and Apos' do. As it stood, the worst possible scenario was that the two families would sever ties, which wouldn't make much difference since they had little to no relationship to begin with. Besides, in 6 months, all of this would be forgotten, and the future would unfold as it may. What mattered was navigating the current predicament. Yet, in stark contrast to Mitzi, little Robin felt quite lost in the face of the unfolding situation. Initially, her aunt and Apos' words had cast a shadow over her mood. However, as the parents and Apos' argument intensified, her attention swiftly shifted from her earlier gloom. Don't worry, they're too preoccupied to bother with you now. This uproar has nothing to do with you anymore. Mitzi approached her side. Did you plan this from the start? Robin turned to Mitzi, bewildered. It was only now that she began to grasp the implications of Mitzi's earlier actions. Of course, otherwise why would I tell you not to say anything? Mitzi flexed her limbs. But is this really okay? Little Robin began to worry again. If this escalated into physical confrontation, resulting in someone getting hurt, she couldn't imagine how it would all end. What are you afraid of? Mitzi's words came from beside her. Hearing her voice, Robin turned back to face her. Yet, she regretted it immediately, as the sight before her was quite startling. At this moment, Mitzi, having confirmed that no adults were paying her any mind, gently called out to a little boy in the distance. Boy! The boy turned his head, bewildered. Mitzi, with a teasing expression, mimicked the action of throwing a stone at him. Ah! The boy and Apos' eyes widened in realization. Indeed, it was her. He quickly grasped his mother and Apos' arm, seeking her assistance. However, the woman was preoccupied with her own commotion, oblivious to his plight. Turning back, the boy glared at Mitzi, his teeth clenched in frustration. In the next instant, he made a regrettable decision. Without regard for the gazes of those around him, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it directly towards Mitzi and Apos' direction. Chapter 7. The limit. The matter unfolded swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Under Mitzi's deliberate enticement, the boy's actions rendered his rationale utterly void. And by that very evening, the episode reached its denouement. Following this, life resumed its tranquil course. Mitzi continued her routine of leveling up, rising with the dawn to scour the beach for crabs, laboring until the sun dipped low on the horizon before returning home. As time passed, the number of crabs that met their demise at her hands steadily increased. Her skills evolved from initial clumsiness to a commendable proficiency. What once required several heavy blows to obliterate now demanded but a single precise strike to eliminate. Some of the larger, intact specimens were even taken home by Mitzi to supplement the family's meals. She even ventured to bring along grilling tools to prepare fresh crab on the spot. Regrettably, absent any spices, the overpowering fishy taste rendered the crabs inedible. Several attempts yielded no more than a mouthful, consuming much of her time and hindering her leveling efforts. With reluctance, Mizzy decided to abandon this endeavor and redirect her focus towards more pressing matters. As for Robin, after their shared experiences over the past few days, the young girl exhibited a marked relaxation in Mizzy's presence. No longer constrained, she began to engage in conversation more willingly. This transformation was partly attributable to Mizzy and Apos' proactive approach. Each morning, she would invite Robin along, ensuring she sat quietly nearby with a book during attribute acquisition sessions. Aside from the fixed days devoted to studying with Dr. Kloba and borrowing books, Robin was almost constantly at Mizzy and Apos' side. The peculiarities of Mizzy's behavior, along with her occasional utterances that starkly contrasted with her youthful demeanor, had ceased to astonish Robin. Eventually, at Mizzy and Apos' behest, she even began to assist in acquiring attributes, utilizing her abilities to locate crabs, which Mizzy would then dispatch. While the efficiency of their efforts didn't experience a remarkable leap, it was nonetheless a slight improvement. This collaboration allowed Mizzy to advance her original plan of reaching adult physical standards within 20 days, a bit ahead of schedule. In merely 15 days, her physical prowess had risen to 9.4, and with just one more day of effort, she would achieve her initial goal. However, when she sought to push further, no attribute points left. Mizzy crouched by the beach, her gaze vacant as she stared at the crab writhing desperately in her grasp. Moments later, with a decisive strike, she brought it crashing down onto the rocks. Its legs ceased their movement, signaling its demise. Yet the familiar voice of the system remained conspicuously absent. The prey had been too feeble, no attribute points could be gained. Discarding the lifeless crab, Mizzy sighed heavily and slowly rose to her feet. For an adult, a mere crab was far too insignificant. Although Mizzy was still a child, her physical attributes had nearly reached that of an adult. In such circumstances, hunting crabs would elicit no response from the system. Ultimately, her golden finger ability operated on the principle of equivalent exchange. By vanquishing prey, she allowed the system to absorb a certain energy from it, which the system would then return to her. In simpler terms, the energy from crabs was no longer sufficient to bolster her strength. Reluctantly, Mizzy had to revise her goals for attribute acquisition. So, where could she find a new target? Contemplating this question, Mizzy fell into deep thought. The place she inhabited was an island, surrounded on all sides by the sea. The island boasted a moderate array of fauna. Birds were clearly not an option, as capturing them posed an immense challenge, and even if caught, they would yield scant attribute points. As for terrestrial creatures, the island was teeming with rabbits and mice, equally unsuitable as hunting targets. After much deliberation, she concluded that her only viable option lay within the waters. Well, she had intended to prepare for her next goal after achieving this one, and the timing seemed fortuitous. Gazing at the expansive azure sea before her, Mizzy sighed softly, her resolve solidifying. She would venture into the ocean. Today, she would take the plunge. The beach's periphery transitioned into a slightly deeper shallow area. While this depth paled in comparison to the harbor on the opposite side of the island, it still harbored a plethora of small fish. Given Mizzy's current physical strength, catching fish by hand might prove challenging, but with a long spear in hand, the likelihood of success would significantly increase. Fortunately, having grown up in a coastal city before her transmigration, her swimming skills were commendable. At the very least, she could maneuver freely beneath the water and Apos' surface. Having made her decision, Mizzy wasted no time. She turned to Robin, who was seated by the beach, and greeted her before sprinting homeward. Approximately half an hour later, she returned to the shoreline, hefting a long, somewhat rusted spear. "This is from my house." Robin and Apos' small face bore an expression of surprise. Indeed, Mizzy nodded in affirmation. The spear had been retrieved from Robin and Apos' family's storage. Although Robin and Apos' mother was out at sea, their home and its contents remained untouched, now belonging to the scholars beneath the all-knowing tree. "My family's storage is locked, so I couldn't get in. I had to climb through the window to borrow this from your home. I'll return it once I'm done." Such spears were common among the island's residents. Even if Robin's family lacked one, she could surely find another elsewhere. "That's fine, but are you really going into the sea?" Having spent these days together, Robin had discerned Mizzy's intentions and couldn't help but feel concerned. The ocean was fraught with dangers. The more one grew up by the sea, the more one understood this truth. Don and Amp, Oppos, worry, I know what I and Amp, Oppos, am doing. I'll only circle the shallow waters, not venture into the depths. Mizi waved her hand dismissively, reassuring Robin. She then knelt to remove her shoes and socks, setting them aside, before striding towards the water with spear in hand. Chapter 8. Spearfishing. The ceaseless cadence of the ocean surge echoed. As Miko advanced into the deeper waters, the frigid sea gradually enveloped her. Superficially, the ocean in this realm seemed indistinguishable from that of her previous world. I should have warmed up first, Miko muttered, a slight frown creasing her brow as the waves crept past her shoulders. Yet, having come this far, retreat was out of the question. Besides, the trek from the town to the shore should suffice as a warm-up. Shuden and Oppos, it? With a resolve steeled, Miko inhaled deeply and plunged beneath the surface. It was her maiden dive into the ocean depths of this world. Perhaps due to the refraction of light, the underwater vista was remarkably clear. Bizarre rock formations, flora rooted in the seabed, and a plethora of plankton drifted languidly in the current. By focusing her gaze into the distance, Miko could even discern vast schools of fish numbering in the thousands, swirling in perpetual motion. This pirate world certainly boasts an impressive underwater environment, she mused. Otherwise, it probably couldn't sustain those gargantuan sea kings, some stretching tens of meters in length. After a brief reverie, Miko gripped her spear firmly and propelled herself forward. Her breath-holding capacity was rather ordinary, lasting merely 2 to 3 minutes. Time was of the essence, and she had to make every second count. With this in mind, Miko scanned her surroundings intently. Within moments, she had selected a common, unidentifiable fish as her quarry. Robin, standing ashore, remained oblivious to the underwater activities. Having grown up on an island, she was well versed in the perils of the sea. Generally, children were dissuaded from venturing into the ocean without adult supervision. Consequently, upon witnessing Miko and Amp, Oppos, intent to enter the water, she felt a compulsion to dissuade her. However, recalling Miko and Amp, Oppos, past assistance in the character she had displayed over the preceding days, the words of caution faltered on her tongue. Miko was no ordinary child. She could utter blatant falsehoods without batting an eye, dared to hurl stones at heads, and even had the audacity to make faces at that child in public. Most importantly, she invariably managed to resolve the situations she found herself in. Robin, in similar circumstances, would likely be paralyzed by indecision. Faced with such a disparity, how could she possibly dissuade her? Splash! A ripple disturbed the water and Oppos' surface. Robin's attention was instantly captivated. Huff! Miko's head emerged from the water, gasping for air. Like her lung capacity, her stamina was finite, leaving her no time to attend to Robin on the shore. After regaining her breath, she once again submerged, vanishing beneath the waves. Seeing this, Robin gradually quelled her apprehension. At least superficially, Miko appeared to be safe from harm in the sea. Thus, she felt no need to maintain a constant vigil over the water, and she returned to the shade of the tree, resuming her reading. In contrast to Robin's growing tranquility, Miko's underwater endeavors became increasingly arduous with each passing moment. Spearfishing proved to be far more challenging than she had anticipated. While underwater visibility was indeed excellent, the water and Oppos' resistance diminished her strength, allowing her to exert only 60 to 70% of her full power. Moreover, the lack of leverage points on the seabed meant that her spear strikes were considerably slower than the fish's aquatic agility. Despite her efforts, success eluded her. Undeterred, Miko persevered, repeatedly attempting to improve her technique. She adjusted her striking method, studied the fish's behavior, and carefully controlled her movements in the water. She explored every conceivable avenue to enhance her chances of success. Alas, at the end of the day, Miko returned to the island with a crestfallen expression. Not a single catch. She had anticipated the difficulty of spearfishing, but its true magnitude had surpassed her expectations. This realization implied a potentially significant increase in the time investment required, which, in turn, heightened the risk of encountering unforeseen dangers in the sea. Should I resort to angling? Miko pondered as she trudged toward the shore. Fishing would undoubtedly be simpler and less hazardous than spearfishing. However, recalling her past fishing experiences and the meager results she had achieved with her newly acquired fishing rod. Never mind, Miko decided, shaking her head resolutely. I'll try spearfishing again. If that proves futile, I'll explore alternative strategies later. Having tentatively settled on a plan, she ceased further contemplation. Yet, this decision led to 3 consecutive days without any gains. By the fourth day, Miko could no longer endure the frustration. After dinner, she feigned an early bedtime. She locked the door, stealthily climbed out the window, slipped through the back door into the living room, and quietly ascended the stairs to the second floor. "Let's go on an outing," Miko said, taking Robin's hand. "Where to?" Robin asked, setting down her book, curious about Miko's intentions. "To the fish market," Miko declared. Realizing that her statement might be too concise, she elaborated, "You know, the place where the fishermen sell their catch at the docks." It wasn't Apos, truly a market, but rather a place where fishermen, returning from their day at sea, sold their catches to the island and Apos' residents. "What for?" Robin asked, bewildered. She was familiar with the location, but it seemed devoid of anything besides fishmongers. What could they possibly be seeking there? "Well," Miko stammered, unable to provide a comprehensive explanation. She decided to forego further elaboration and simply pulled Robin from the bed. "You'll see when we get there." Chapter 9. The adventure. The reasons for sneaking out to the fish market in the dead of night are self-evident. The primary aim was, of course, to acquire attributes. Previously, Mitzi had contemplated this idea but ultimately decided against it after careful consideration. The rationale was straightforward. Her pocket money was insufficient for purchasing fish. At just over 7 years of age, her physical stature also precluded her from seeking employment in the fishing trade. With these two options eliminated, her choices were limited to theft or clandestinely infiltrating the fish storage area to procure her own catch. Yet, given her capabilities at the time, the likelihood of being discovered was alarmingly high. If not a certainty, then certainly an 80% chance. While Mitzi, as a child, might escape severe punishment, her family would undoubtedly face significant financial repercussions due to her actions, leading to a difficult existence thereafter. In essence, the risks outweighed the potential rewards. It was far more prudent to search for small crabs along the beach. However, circumstances had changed. Compared to before, Mitzi's attributes had seen considerable improvement, and the previous crabs could no longer reliably provide her with attribute points. Coupled with recent defeats in the sea, Mitzi found herself compelled to make some high-risk decisions. She was not greedy. She merely wished to utilize the fish caught by the fishermen to develop a trait that would help her adapt to the underwater environment. If she could secure even one suitable trait, she would no longer be stuck at her current stage, unable to catch a single fish. To achieve this goal, Mitzi would require assistance from her cousin's fruit abilities. The harbor bustled with activity. Various vessels of all sizes were docked, and Mitzi concealed herself behind a stack of wooden crates, peeking out to observe the scene ahead. Even at this hour, numerous buyers lingered by the fishing boats. This was hardly surprising, for the fishing vessels typically set out during the day and returned at night, meaning that the fish bought at this time would be the freshest available. "Let us go." Mitzi waved her small hand, initiating their plan. Her target was the largest boat among the fleet. A larger vessel could deploy a broader net, thereby capturing a greater quantity and variety of fish. Logically, fish caught by such sizable boats would not all be sold at the dock. A significant portion would be supplied in bulk to local restaurants and taverns. Until the recipients arrived, many fish would remain stored in the boat's tanks. Thus, if she could stealthily board the vessel and locate the fish storage, Mitzi could freely begin to amass her attributes. Navigating through the shadows and avoiding pedestrians, Mitzi stealthily approached the chosen fishing boat. She gestured towards the stern, indicating to Robin, who followed closely behind, that it would be best to board from that point. Having come this far, Robin, despite her uncertainty about Mitzi and Apos' intentions, complied and proceeded as directed. As she raised her hand, several arms swiftly materialized from thin air, showcasing the significance of their abilities. At a height of roughly 3 meters, they ascended the boat effortlessly without the need for a rope ladder. Had Mitzi attempted this alone, she would have had to risk climbing a ladder at the bow, where passers-by could easily spot her, significantly lowering her chances of success. Now, however, without expending much effort, the two of them smoothly made their way onto the boat. "The cabin is over there." Mitzi quickly discerned the direction and tiptoed towards the ship's hold. Along the way, she could overhear snippets of conversation emanating from the bow. "Ugh, I'm so tired. How much longer do we have to wait?" "Just a little longer. The delivery person is on their way. Once we finish this last bit, we can go home and sleep. Those guys are so slow. They always arrive so late, making me stay here for extra hours. I wonder how much belly I'll actually get." "Hey, no matter how much you get, it'll just end up wasted at the gambling table. What do you know? That's called investing. If you can just hang in there, one day fortune will smile upon you." While Mitzi found the chatter uninteresting, One piece of information caught her attention. The delivery person would be arriving soon. This meant time was of the essence. If luck were to turn against her, and she were to encounter the delivery person, everything would be over. Focusing intently, Mitzi proceeded according to her original plan, swiftly entering the cabin and locating the storage area at the bottom. The environment was dimly lit, but thankfully, the oil lamps on the walls still flickered. Illuminated by the light, she could see numerous wooden crates and barrels stacked haphazardly, alongside a variety of tools, including water tanks embedded in the hull, from which she could hear the sounds of life stirring within. If anyone comes, alert me immediately, Mitzi instructed without turning her head. Then pulled out the small knife she had prepared and crouched beside the water tank. Meanwhile, Robin, remaining behind, felt a twinge of fear. Is this really okay? Are we doing the right thing? She still did not fully comprehend Mitzi's intentions. Sneaking out without notifying their families, slipping onto someone else's boat, and now clandestinely entering a storage area felt akin to thievery. Suddenly, a splash erupted, startling Robin. Turning to look, she saw Mitzi plunge into the tank, knife in hand, piercing the gills of a large fish. What are you doing? The water inside the tank quickly turned crimson, leaving Robin in shock. Yet, Mitzi remained unfazed, gritting her teeth as she withdrew the blade and struck at the fish and Apos' eyes with vigor. Although she did not pierce through, the fish's struggle noticeably diminished, eventually fading to nothingness. Hunting successful. Attributes acquired. 006. At last, upon hearing the long-awaited notification, Mitzi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, accompanied by a sigh of relief. After 3 days, she had finally gained new attributes once more, and in a single instance. She had acquired 6 times the amount she had received from crabs. Given the fish's considerable size, nearly half her own length, had she not possessed the physical prowess of an adult and the shallow tank preventing any escape, her petite arms would have been utterly insufficient to subdue it. Now, she calculated that only 2 more hunts remained before she could obtain a special reward point from the system. Thus, she merely needed to dispatch 2 more fish to unlock the coveted reward. Mitzi and Apos' eyes twinkled as she swiftly identified her next target. Chapter 10. Breaking free. Mitzi was laboriously engaged in the water tank, yet her actions appeared utterly incomprehensible to another individual present. Robin initially suspected that Mitzi had infiltrated with the intent to steal something. Thus, she hesitated, contemplating whether to dissuade her, as thievery is inherently wrong. However, Mitzi and Apos' current behavior rendered her completely dumbfounded. In the dead of night, sneaking onto someone else and Apos' boat, slipping unnoticed into the cabin, and then commencing to slaughter the owner and Apos' fish. Moreover, she was selectively targeting the largest ones. Surely, this was more reprehensible than mere theft? Was this an act of vengeance? Did she harbor resentment towards the boat's owner due to some unfortunate incident? A conjecture arose in Robin's mind. Yet, upon further reflection, Mitzi had been in her company for several days. If anything had transpired, how could she remain oblivious? Furthermore, during their time by the seaside, had Mitzi not often engaged in inexplicable antics with the little crabs? Rather than deliberate retaliation, it seemed more akin to indulging her own whims. Hunt successful. Attribute gained. 0.04. Hunt successful. Attribute gained. 0.05. Special reward points acquired. Current points. 1. Would you like to use the special reward points to extract a prey characteristic? In contrast to the tumultuous thought swirling within Robin, Mitzi and Apos' mindset was considerably more straightforward. She wiped the water from her face and promptly declared a simple affirmation in her heart. Extraction begins. Characteristic acquired. Scales, 0.10. Huh? Mitzi was taken aback. What on earth had she just extracted? Scales, as in fish scales? What purpose do fish scales serve? Increase defense? Would that not render my 2 characteristics redundant? How could this be of any use? Mitzi felt a surge of frustration. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. The tank still held a multitude of fish, clearly of various species. If she seized the moment and utilized these different types of fish to generate another characteristic point, she would still have an opportunity. Voices approached suddenly, extinguishing the fervor within her. Turning to look, she noticed Robin, eyes shut tight, displaying an anxious expression. Clearly, she had sensed something with her abilities. Simultaneously, Mitzi discerned the faint murmur of conversation from outside the door. I told you, you're overthinking it. How could there be no sound of splashing by the sea? Despite her reassurances, it was prudent to verify, lest an unforeseen calamity transpire. The voices grew nearer, Evidently, the two individuals had come to investigate the commotion within the boat. Mitzi cursed under her breath. Although she had endeavored to maintain discretion, the noise generated during the fish slaughter had been excessively loud. And to make matters worse, the characteristic she had acquired was far from ideal. What to do? Robin retracted her abilities and spoke softly. There is no choice, Mitzi sighed internally. Having made her decision, we must leave. At this juncture, even if her objective remained unfulfilled, they had no choice but to make a hasty exit. Leave? Robin was puzzled. How could they possibly escape? They were currently situated in the cabin and Apos' storage area, while the two individuals outside had likely entered the cabin. This meant that any attempt to exit would inevitably lead to an encounter in the narrow corridor outside. In such a scenario, how could they possibly make their escape? Would they simply charge out? Given their youthful stature, even if they managed to bypass the first person, the second would surely obstruct them. If either of them were captured, the other would undoubtedly be exposed as well, rendering their efforts futile. But was there any alternative to charging out? Come over here, Mitzi and Amp. Apos' voice interrupted Robin and Amp. Apos' thoughts. Looking up, Robin was astonished to see Mitzi, seemingly unfazed, standing at the doorway and beckoning her. If we charge out, my abilities will be difficult to utilize. Robin approached, her face etched with concern as she first cautioned her. It's fine. Mitzi remained nonchalant. Once Robin stood beside her, she rose on her toes and extinguished the oil lamp hanging on the wall. Instantly, darkness enveloped the storage room. The silent atmosphere swiftly spread, the only sound being the approaching footsteps outside. Perhaps influenced by Mitzi's calm demeanor, or perhaps due to her innate adaptability, Robin's mind began to clear in this critical moment. Extinguishing the lamp. That must mean she intends to take advantage of the darkness within the storage area to dash out when the individuals outside open the door. In that case, the first person entering would surely be caught off guard. The key would lie with the second individual. Realizing this, Robin couldn't help but clench her fists. She understood that while her companion was significantly stronger in character, she ultimately lacked the unique abilities that Robin possessed. To successfully escape, they would have to rely on her abilities to create a diversion. Logically, this might prove challenging, but at this point, she had no choice but to make an earnest attempt. Resolutely, she focused her mind in the darkness, fixating on the wooden door before her. As she waited, the footsteps outside drew ever closer. Finally, they halted at the storage room's entrance. Creak. The wooden door slowly creaked open. Light flooded in through the widening gap. And the person entering carried an oil lamp. Huh? Why is the lamp out? A voice filled with confusion quickly emerged. In the next moment, Mitzi took the initiative, charging forth. Observing her commence action, Robin immediately followed suit. However, the reality diverged sharply from her expectations. Mitzi did not attempt to slip past the stunned individual. Instead, she barreled directly toward the person at the door. Then, thud. A muffled sound echoed as Mitzi collided with the figure at the entrance. Logically, given her slight and nimble frame, even with a running start, her impact would hardly cause significant harm. At most, it would simply knock the person to the ground. Yet at this moment, Mitzi sent the individual sprawling, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud before collapsing heavily to the floor, clutching their abdomen in agony. The person was rendered incapable of further action. Simultaneously, the oil lamp they held fell to the ground. Flames spread swiftly with the oil, but fortunately, the corridor contained few flammable materials, and the wood of the boat had been treated for fire resistance, alleviating immediate concerns of a larger blaze. Who? The other person nearby widened their eyes in shock. Yet before they could react, Mitzi had already leaped over the flames, delivering a swift kick to the individual shin. Her slender foot, surprisingly imbued with tremendous force, knocked the person down in a single strike. After accomplishing this, Mitzi turned back to gaze at the astonished Robin. What are you waiting for? Hurry and go. Chapter 11. Strange circumstances. Upon hearing the voice of her companion, Robin finally came to her senses and hurriedly followed suit. She had initially intended to lend her abilities to assist, only to discover that her companion required no aid, having already dealt with the two individuals. Hurry up. If we get caught, it's all over, Miko urged, glancing back before swiftly leaping out of the cabin. However, the situation outside was far worse than she had anticipated. What is happening? What is going on? Several figures stood on the dock beside the vessel, perhaps alerted by the commotion inside, now shouting to confirm the situation with the two inside. Fortunately, the height of the boat was significantly greater than that of the dock, rendering Miko momentarily unseen from below. With the dock crowded with people, how could she possibly disembark? Miko gazed at the scene on the dock, then turned her attention back to the two crew members who were struggling to rise within the cabin. In a moment of desperation, she clenched her teeth, resolved, and seized Robin's hand, racing toward the opposite side of the ship. As she moved forward, a troubling suspicion arose in Robin's mind. Wait, you're not. Breathe in. Before she could finish her thought, Miko leapt, taking Robin with her into the sea below. Splash. The sound of water erupted. The nighttime waters were frigid, and visibility under the surface was far inferior to that of daylight. Miko would never have chosen to enter the water at night unless utterly necessary. There was no possibility of escaping from the dock. The only route to freedom lay in the depths of the sea. Once she acclimatized to the chilly water, Miko quickly surveyed her surroundings, searching for Robin's silhouette. As a fruit user, Robin was unable to maneuver in the water, and the depths of the dock could pose a grave risk if she sank too low, complicating any potential rescue. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Fortunately, Miko soon spotted a figure bubbling beneath the surface. Without hesitation, she kicked her legs and swam towards her. However, after swimming a short distance, Miko sensed something peculiar. Her body felt unusually light. This sensation was entirely new. No, it wasn't her body that had become lighter, rather, the resistance of the water had diminished. Could it be? The trait she had just acquired flashed through her mind. Trait, scales 010, fish scales, it seemed. Indeed, significantly reduced the resistance faced by fish as they swam. As a result, what would ordinarily take her time to traverse, Miko now crossed in mere moments. She was swimming at least 50 to 60% faster than before and exerting herself far less. Regrettably, this was not the time for testing her new trait. Grasping Robin's form from behind, she determined their direction and quickly steered towards a different area of the dock. A few minutes later, on a deserted stretch of beach, Miko, drenched from head to toe, dragged Robin's limp body ashore. Finding a spot safe from the waves, she collapsed onto the sand. Swimming underwater was far more arduous than running, especially while carrying an incapacitated individual. Hey, are you all right? Miko gasped, sitting on the ground with her legs spread, gently nudging Robin's shoulder. However, she received no response, so she had indeed inhaled water. Miko sighed, kneeling beside her, checking her breathing and pulse before commencing CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Fortunately, Robin's condition was not severe. After a few attempts, she suddenly sat up, expelling seawater from her lungs and beginning to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Miko patted her back, assisting her in expelling the water lodged in her airways. After several minutes, Robin finally managed to catch her breath, curling into herself against the chilly sea breeze. Are you all right? Miko inquired. Robin did not answer. She merely shrank her neck and shook her head, appearing somewhat cold. Observing her pitiful state, Miko felt a twinge of guilt. She had accomplished her goal, acquiring a rather remarkable trait, yet Robin had unwittingly been led into danger, almost drowning in the icy waters. Why? After a moment of silence, Robin's voice gently broke through. Under the moonlight, Miko could see that Robin displayed no signs of anger. Her expression remained unchanged, although there was a hint of confusion in her gaze. Why did you do those things? Clearly, this was a question Robin had long wished to ask, regarding both the peculiar actions prior and everything that transpired that night. In truth, she had previously attempted to inquire but had been met with Miko's evasive responses. Now, Miko hesitated for a moment before shaking her head, letting out a soft sigh as she crouched down, extending her hands toward her companion. Huh? Without warning, she lifted Robin under her arms, hoisting her damp form into the air. The unexpected action caused Robin to widen her eyes in confusion, instinctively struggling for a moment. Yet soon, her attempts to resist ceased. Though Miko was shorter, her grip remained steadfast as she held Robin aloft. A vague recollection of the earlier incident on the ship flickered in Robin's mind, and she began to understand. You see? Noticing Robin's expression shift, Miko gently set her down. On this island, you are not the only one with unique abilities. With that, she displayed her delicate fist before Robin. I too possess a power that ordinary people do not. You have, Robin murmured, the idea forming in her mind solidified by Miko's admission. Indeed, Miko affirmed with a nod, observing Robin's lack of skepticism, and continued weaving her fabricated tale. I am uncertain of the origin of this ability, but I know that by utilizing those creatures, I can enhance its potency. So that SYU. Gradually, Robin pieced together the clues. Recalling Miko smashing crabs on the beach, she had initially assumed it was merely a strange interest, but now everything Miko had done began to make sense. Chapter 12. The Passage of Time and Truth. Mi had little desire to discuss such matters. After all, the power of the system was her trump card. She could not possibly unveil her secrets to another. To resort to deception would mean that, with the passage of time, one lie would necessitate 10 more to cover it. Yet, Mi found herself in a predicament. To seek assistance, she had to articulate her intentions clearly. Otherwise, when the time came to enlist the other as help for more complex tasks, how could she expect cooperation if her own motives remained vague? Thus, she devised a narrative to temporarily placate the other party. Although this account was fraught with inconsistencies, given little Robin and Apos' current level of trust in her, it would likely hold for a considerable time. Having clarified everything, the two did not linger by the seaside. The commotion they stirred at the dock that evening was far more significant than anticipated. By the next day, Mi even overheard snippets of conversation from passers-by regarding the events. However, these were of no concern to them. The two sailors had not seen their faces. Even if they could deduce from their physique that it was the work of children, they could not ascertain their identities. As long as Mi did not step forward to claim responsibility, no one would trace it back to her. Thus, on the following dawn, armed with a harpoon, she set out as usual with Robin to the familiar shoreline. After a brief warm-up, they waded into the sea, facing the rolling waves. Half an hour later, splash! A figure burst forth from the water, brandishing a harpoon that impaled a rectangular fish of indeterminate species, thrashing in the sunlight, exhaling the salty seawater. Mi gazed at her hard-won prize, unable to suppress a smile amid her labored breaths. The new enhancement had surpassed her expectations. The resistance of the seawater had significantly diminished, greatly enhancing her agility and speed in the water. While this velocity was still inadequate for most sea creatures, at least she could expend some effort to achieve results, unlike before when she had failed after several days of attempts. As for efficiency, upon returning to shore, Mi sliced off several pieces of meat from the freshly caught fish, then crushed the meat with a stone, blending it with the flour she had brought along, adding corn kernels and breadcrumbs to create a simple bait. Luring fish with bait, and then launching a surprise attack would undoubtedly yield a higher success rate than merely spearing fish. She had tried this method a few days prior, but due to her physical limitations, she had been unsuccessful. Now, however, with her newfound abilities, she was eager to give it another go. With everything prepared, Mi lifted the bait bowl, seized her harpoon, and re-entered the sea. As night fell, current physique, 11. 35, special reward points, 5, use. Looking at the increased numbers on the panel and feeling the changes within her body, Mi couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. With the enhancements, she could now catch 3 to 4 fish in just an hour. It was unfortunate that as the bait ran out, her efficiency dwindled significantly. Otherwise, her attributes could have increased by several more points. Nevertheless, even as it stood, she had made remarkable progress. Calculating her gains, her attributes had risen by at least 8 to 1. 9 today alone. This figure was exponentially greater than what she had achieved previously with crabs. At this rate, if she persevered for a decade or so, most dangers in this world would fade before her, including the imminent demon-slaying order. At this moment, she could truly envision a glimmer of hope for overcoming the crisis. Mi sighed softly, but those were matters for the future. For now, she needed to solidify the new path she had discovered. Embracing this determination, the ensuing days melded into a monotonous routine, leveling up, eating, sleeping, leveling up. Each day, upon awakening, she found herself either engaged in training or on her way to train. Mi's parents noticed the change, yet, thanks to her portrayal of the dutiful daughter, coupled with Robin's cover, they managed to brush it aside with a few excuses. Fortunately, this island lacked schools, and the inhabitants seldom pursued education. Aside from occasionally attending voluntary educational sessions held by local intellectuals to learn basic literacy, there were no other academic obligations. In contrast, Robin's pursuit of knowledge was considerably more demanding. Initially, she accompanied Mi at the beach to read, but gradually, her time became consumed by the library in O'Hara, to the extent that Mi would often go days without seeing her. Mi was unperturbed, according to her understanding of the narrative. Robin's goal at this stage was to become an archaeologist, gain recognition, and persuade her mother to take her along on the next voyage. In essence, she simply yearned to be with her mother. However, from an observer's perspective, Mi could only conclude that all of Robin's efforts were in vain. Even if the demon-slaying order did not come to pass in 6 months, and Robin were to reunite with her mother as an archaeologist, her mother, Alvia, would still not take her along. What parent would risk their child and Apos' life in a venture that could cost them their head? If that were the case, Alvia would never have left Robin on the island in the first place. Moreover, given her capabilities, she would be unable to protect her child in a crisis. Thus, the desire to set sail alongside her mother was an impossibility, no matter how one considered it. Yet, despite these thoughts, Mizi would never voice them to Robin. After all, she was merely an outsider, and she understood that in moments of emotional turmoil, reason often fell on deaf ears. Speaking too much could prove futile and might even incite resentment. Therefore, Mizi chose to maintain a stance of awareness without interference, wholeheartedly focusing on her own journey of growth. For her, the most critical asset in this world was strength. With strength came authority. Without it, everything else was meaningless. Carrying this conviction, as the sun rose and set, days turned into weeks, and her power steadily increased. Until, a few months later, with less than half a month remaining until the demon-slaying order. Chapter 13. Half a year beneath the blazing sun. The ocean shimmered like a sea of diamonds. With a resounding splash, a petite figure erupted from the depths, landing gracefully upon the shore. After taking a moment to catch her breath, Mitzi shook her head, reminiscent of a feline, flinging droplets of water from her golden shoulder-length hair. She then grasped her harpoon and strode towards the dense woods. At first glance, she appeared little changed from 6 months prior, aside from her newly trimmed hair. Yet, her strength had transformed remarkably. Physical strength, 58, 7, soul, 10, vitality, 16. Over the past few months, Mitzi had spent nearly every day by the seaside, save for inclement weather or pressing engagements. In comparison to her initial days after crossing over, her current stats had multiplied by a factor of 15 or 16. The harpoon that once felt cumbersome now seemed as trivial as a mere plastic toy in her grip. Moreover, her leaping ability, reaction time, and explosive speed had surpassed the realm of ordinary beings. Yet sighing at the data displayed before her, Mitzi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated that as her attributes increased, the rate at which she acquired them would accelerate. Initially, this was indeed the case. Bolstered by the unique characteristics she had cultivated and the various methods she employed, resulting in daily gains of attributes. However, as her attributes rose, the marine creatures that had once provided ample gains quickly became insufficiently robust. Consequently, Mitzi had transitioned from indiscriminately slaying any fish she encountered to targeting only the larger specimens. And eventually, she found herself seeking out the colossal ones. Her hunting grounds had shifted from the shallow waters near the shore to the deeper seas, sometimes requiring her to delve into the ocean and Apos' depths. Essentially, the method of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation that had once served her well was no longer effective. She desperately sought more formidable prey, those whose demise would yield a substantial influx of attributes. Unfortunately, O'Hara was far too safe. On this island, the fiercest creatures were likely only foxes or dogs. Even beneath the waves, there were scarcely any sizable fish, let alone formidable sea monsters. In such circumstances, where could she possibly find the savage beasts capable of providing her with abundant attributes? With a resigned shake of her head, Mitzi lamented that the limits of her training on this island were evident, unless she relocated or embarked on a journey to the open seas. Her rate of attribute acquisition would soon dwindle to nothing, rendering any efforts to enhance her capabilities futile. Nevertheless, she opened her attributes panel once more. Traits: Shell 256, 1000, Scales 101. 1000, Gills, 85 1000, Cold Resistance, 21 100, Regeneration, 5 100, System Notification. The acquisition rate of special reward points will increase in accordance with the total mass of the hostess traits. The neatly arranged text revealed her progress. Apart from the shell and scales she initially acquired, Mitzi had invested considerable time and effort to obtain the gill trait from various marine species, using her accumulated reward points to elevate it to the 3rd level. Although she had not developed actual gills, their functionality had manifested. By swimming continuously, she could now extract oxygen from the water. With the trait at its 3rd level, its efficacy had significantly increased. Armed with this trait, she could remain submerged for as long as she desired. Not only did it provide hope for surviving the impending demon-slaying order, but it also granted her the possibility of escape. Perhaps it was time to return and make some preparations. Continuing to dive would yield little in terms of attributes, so Mitzi decided to conclude her day and head home. With her birthday fast approaching, less than 2 weeks away, she needed to utilize this time wisely. Based on the narrative she had observed, the demon-slaying order wielded formidable firepower, with an explosive coverage that enveloped the entire island. Following the bombardment, the Navy would undoubtedly land to eliminate any survivors, not halting their actions until every last trace of life had been extinguished. This entire ordeal could last a week or even longer. Mitzi's options for survival during this time were limited. The simplest method would be to take refuge at the base of the all-knowing tree, where a secret space existed, an emergency repository established by Dr. Kloba for the preservation of texts, research records, and various scholarly works. In the story, neither the Navy nor the world government was aware of this space and Apos' existence, allowing these forbidden texts to eventually fall into the hands of Vegapunk. If Mitzi could conceal herself within this sanctuary, her safety would be assured. As long as she could endure until the Navy departed, a realm of newfound freedom awaited her. However, this seemingly straightforward plan posed significant challenges. The foremost difficulty lay in how she had come to know of this hidden space beneath the all-knowing tree. How could she be aware that the Navy would fire upon the evacuation boats, slaughtering innocent islanders? Even the involvement of the world government in dispatching the demon-slaying order and their subsequent breach of relations with O'Hara were matters that transcended mere intelligence. How could an ordinary girl, born and raised on this island, possess such insights? This source of information was eternally Mitzi and Apos' most perplexing dilemma. Without a clear explanation or solid evidence for her knowledge, even the truth might not be believed, even if she attempted to leverage her connection to Robin. The outcome would likely be negligible or worse, counterproductive. Moreover, if she were to hide in that location, she would need to do so before the world government issued evacuation orders. This presented yet another complication concerning her parents. If they could not locate her prior to the evacuation, they would undoubtedly seek assistance from the world government. Ultimately, if the government were left with a record of her being missing rather than dead, any unforeseen consequences could render all her efforts futile. Thus, from every conceivable angle, this simplest option was rendered unfeasible for Mitzi. Other potential means of navigating the impending crisis were fraught with complications. However, while these alternatives posed challenges, they did not carry the risk of future repercussions. To enhance her chances of success, Mitzi now began to make preparations for this approach. As she returned home to put away her tools, she stepped outside once again, only to come across a downcast Robin, her head bowed, trudging along the path. Chapter 14. A foolish idea. So, you ventured out here all alone? Sitting on a protruding stone at the edge of the cliff, Miko swung her little feet, gazing at the boundless ocean in the distance, her voice barely above a whisper. Beside her, Robin also sat on the ground, hugging her slender legs, her small face resting against her knees, moodily toying with the pebbles scattered at her feet. So, does that mean you can no longer go to the research institute? Miko casually tossed a stone into the sea, causing a splash that sent ripples across the water. Perhaps influenced by the sound of the waves, Robin's response was delayed, finally emerging as a muffled utterance. I don't know. Upon hearing this, Miko fell silent, just as she had suspected. The dreams that had lingered in Robin and Apos' mind had ultimately crumbled. She had intended to follow in her mother and Apos' footsteps through archaeology. Yet on the very first day of achieving her scholarly status, she was prohibited from engaging with the historical texts. However, within the narrative, this incident was supposed to unfold on the day of her predecessor and Apos' birthday. Perhaps due to the influence of her own time travel, it had been hastened to the present. Miko found this situation quite disheartening. Her original plan was to let everything progress as scripted, using her foresight to navigate the crisis, and then find a suitable place to bide her time and grow. Yet now, just as she was preparing, an unexpected event had occurred. What will you do next? Miko pondered for a moment before speaking up. Who knows if this change will alter the narrative's trajectory? If it were in the future, she wouldn't mind how the storyline shifted. After all, in the end, there would always be Luffy, the Nika, to resolve everything. However, she was still in her formative phase. And if the plot were to deviate, her current abilities might not suffice to face unknown dangers. Thus, it was imperative for her that everything return to its rightful course. Unfortunately, Robin at present was not adept at handling interpersonal relationships. In the wake of this turmoil, it was evident she was at a loss for what to do next. Observing this, Miko felt compelled to engage in some mental persuasion to prevent the narrative from straying too far off course. Recalling all that had transpired at the Research Institute, she felt a twinge of anger. Despite her diligent efforts to attain scholarly status, not only were they reluctant to let her participate in the research, but they also demanded she swear never to secretly engage with the historical texts in the basement. Without that research qualification, even if her mother were to return one day, she would still be left on the island as she had been at the age of 2. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Robin suddenly felt a gentle touch on her head. Looking up, she found Miko, who had been seated at the Cliff and Amp, Apos' edge, now squatting in front of her. Is this really necessary to be so upset over such trivial matters? Noting that Robin had lifted her head, Miko withdrew her hand with a hint of exasperation and stood up. Given Robin's current emotional state, it was crucial to engage in some mental work. Otherwise, the narrative would truly spiral out of control. Trivial matters? Robin and Amp, Apos' delicate brows knit together in growing agitation. The tone and words only served to heighten her simmering frustration. She turned her face away and muttered, "You have no idea." In her heart, Miko's parents were on the island, living together with her, and they loved each other dearly. Therefore, Miko could not possibly empathize with her plight. The misfortunes she had endured might seem trivial to Miko, but nothing was more significant to her than that research qualification. Nonetheless, in the face of this indifferent sentiment, Miko remained unfazed and simply began to analyze the situation. I may not be well versed in the historical texts, but I can venture a guess about Dr. Crobat and Apos' intentions. Think carefully. The reason he forbids you from participating in the research is precisely because he fears that once you come into contact with those historical texts, you and Apos, follow the same path as them and be captured by the Navy and the world government, right? However, what if? With a flick of her golden strands behind her ear, Miko allowed a smile to grace her lips, lowering her voice to share her thoughts. What if you are already on that path and cannot turn back? Then no matter what they do, they won't be able to stop you, will they? You see, the core issue here revolves around the dangers of participating in the research. Miko's idea was to create a scenario where, even without participating, one would still face that danger. Consequently, Dr. Crobat's rationale for preventing Robin from engaging in the research would become moot. It was a rather sinister and foolish idea. Yet, in the short term, it would serve well to pacify a child and stabilize the narrative. What do you mean? Little Robin clearly did not comprehend. It means you should continue using your abilities to clandestinely study the historical texts, making it known that they cannot prevent you from doing so. Furthermore, you must tell everyone, including the world government and the Navy, that you are the child of your mother, Miko Alvia, and also a qualified archaeologist. By doing this, the scholars of O'Hara will no longer hinder your research participation. Perhaps they might even proactively find ways to protect you in the future. Miko spoke with a devilish whisper, her expression unchanged. If this were to reach the ears of the scholars on the island, they would likely become furious and come after her with sticks in hand. After all, this was akin to threatening one and Apos' life. A self-destructive and foolish idea that could only be deemed as courting disaster. Should things escalate, it could potentially obliterate the entire research institute. Nevertheless, employing this method could indeed achieve Robin and Apos' aspirations through an alternative avenue. You mean to reveal my identity to everyone? Though initially bewildered, Robin, who had earned her scholarly status at the tender age of 8, began to grasp Miko's intentions after some contemplation. It could work this way. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? The doctor had warned her not to disclose her surname indiscriminately, if doing so caused trouble for everyone. Do you have a better solution? Miko gently coaxed. If you don't do this, you will never be able to research alongside everyone. Nor will you be able to sail with your mother, right? Robin hesitated. Her intuition told her that this course of action was unwise. Upon reflection, if it were to come to pass, the doctor and others would undoubtedly be very upset. Yet, it must be said that she was somewhat swayed by Miko's persuasion. Time is running out. Miko added fuel to the fire. What will you do if your mother returns tomorrow and you cannot participate in the research? I understand. In the end, Robin gritted her teeth and resolved herself. That and Apos, more like it. Miko patted her shoulder. Thus, starting tomorrow, she would return to the Research Institute just as she did in the narrative. Everything would return to its rightful course. However, while you can proceed to study secretly, regarding the second step, your identity, let us keep that under wraps for now. Why? Robin asked, puzzled. How could anyone believe you solely based on your words? Mizi continued to persuade, saying, therefore, you must first devote some time to research. Once you achieve some results, only then will the subsequent steps be more effective. All right, Robin nodded thoughtfully, observing her completely convinced by her own logic. Mizi gently caressed her smooth chin, adopting a contemplative expression. Finally, she added, as for the duration of the research, let us provisionally set it at 30 days. A month should yield some results, don't you think? At that point, you can proceed as I just mentioned. After all, her intention was merely to steer the narrative back on track to enhance her chances of survival, rather than to genuinely sabotage the other party with such a flawed scheme. The arrival of the demon-slaying order would occur in approximately 20 days. By then, even if Robin remained silent, everyone would surely discern her true identity. Chapter 15. The final preparations. Having resolved matters concerning Robin, Mitzi resumed her preparations. First, she returned home with a cloth bag slung over her shoulder. Then made her way to Robin and Apos, mother and Apos' house. With practiced ease, she climbed through a window and entered the warehouse. Inside, the space was still a chaotic jumble, filled with boxes of various sizes, tools, and sundry items, all occupying a significant amount of space. Upon closer inspection, a thick layer of dust coated the ground and the surfaces of the items, indicating that no one attended to it for quite some time. Mitzi paid little heed to the disarray. She stepped onto a pile of clutter and climbed to a corner where a wooden box rested atop the heap. Upon opening the lid, she discovered it brimming with an assortment of cured meats, dried fruits, and long loaves of preserved bread. These provisions had been stored here by Mitzi herself. Over the past 6 months, she had managed to catch a substantial number of fish, discarding the less valuable small ones and attempting to trade the more lucrative larger catches at the market. Naturally, dead fish fetched a meager price, particularly on an island where the docks overflowed with live fish every day, leaving little incentive for anyone to purchase her deceased catch. Consequently, she often resorted to bartering, exchanging a fish for a loaf of bread or a half bag of dried fruit. Gradually, her efforts accumulated to nearly half a box of supplies. With careful rationing, she could easily sustain herself for 20 to 30 days. Without further contemplation, Mitzi promptly set down the cloth bag she had brought and began to fill it with the food from the box. Given the bag's considerably smaller capacity, it was impossible to fit everything in one go. Once it was sufficiently packed, she hoisted the bag onto her back and exited the warehouse. After brushing off the dust from her clothes and tidying her hair, she headed towards the seaside. These provisions were, of course, essential for surviving the impending demon-slaying decree. It was well known that the forthcoming bombardment would obliterate everything on the island, and even the fortunate remnants would be reduced to ashes by the ensuing inferno. By that time, no edible food would remain on the island, making it crucial to stockpile supplies in advance. After all, it was impractical to venture into the sea for fish daily, especially if she encountered the military clearing the battlefield. With these provisions, Mitzi could at least hide away for several days on the island. As she approached the cliffside where she had spent the afternoon with Robin, Mitzi cast a few glances at the continually eroded cliff face below. Once she had confirmed her location, she stretched her body, relaxed her joints, and rolled her neck. Then, with a decisive leap, she plunged into the sea, creating a splash as she and her supplies submerged into the depths. The waters here were turbulent, with treacherous reefs below, yet they posed no threat to Mitzi. She navigated through the water like a nimble fish, swiftly locating a narrow crevice in the cliffside. Though it was a tight fit, she slipped into the fissure and swam upward, soon emerging into a small chamber, roughly the size of a restroom. This hidden space was a serendipitous discovery during her exhaustive explorations of the island over the past 6 months. While brushing up on her skills, she had inadvertently swum nearby and stumbled upon this underwater cave. Many similar locations existed beneath the cliffs, but only this one offered sufficient space. Mitzi was uncertain how these cavities formed, perhaps through the erosion of seawater or geological shifts. Regardless, she alone was privy to the existence of these underwater sanctuaries on the island. The cave's concealment was impeccable. From the outside, no one would suspect the presence of such a hidden space. Moreover, its safety appeared assured, being distanced from the town center, where the bombardment would likely be most intense. Should the need arise, she could simply leap into the sea to escape, with a clear path for retreat. And even if discovered, she could still put up a fight. This notion was central to Mitzi's thoughts as she prepared to endure the demon-slaying decree. For the time being, she wouldn't amp, Apos, pull up and amp, Apos, in such a place. With a sigh, she emptied her bag of supplies. Having anticipated the need to dive, she had chosen a waterproof cloth bag. Unfortunately, the cave was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. She relied solely on her sense of touch to ascertain whether her belongings had become damp. Fortunately, the bag proved effective against water, allowing her to confidently transfer her supplies to this refuge. The process of relocating her provisions was not arduous. By sunset, Mitzi had completed her task. With her food situation resolved, her next concern was securing fresh water. For Mitzi, This was also manageable. The island boasted an abundance of fresh water, and though she could not bring a barrel into the cave, she filled water bags to transport it. Within a single night, she successfully gathered an ample supply of fresh water, making multiple trips to bring it into the cave. Finally, she needed to reinforce the cave. The island would soon endure bombardments that would shake the very ground, and if the cave collapsed, Mitzi would experience the grim reality of being buried alive. Over the following days, she borrowed a pickaxe, a hammer, and some wood, fortifying the cave and Apos' interior while also testing the hardness of the surrounding rock walls. Creating additional space as needed. As Mitzi diligently prepared, days passed. The island remained calm, and the town bustled with activity, appearing no different from usual. However, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. In these final moments, going on a trip? Mitzi, dear, you must understand that your mother has many tasks to attend to each day. Be good and wait until your birthday. We can all go to the restaurant for a meal together. You love the strawberry pie there, Don and Apos. To you? You can indulge to your heart and Apos' content then. Despite her earnest attempts to make one last effort, Mitzi was met with her parents' dismissive attitudes. With that, she felt powerless regarding the fate of her beloved family. Sighing deeply, she cast a lingering glance at their figures before turning toward her own room. Chapter 16. Birthday. As the sun descended in the west, Robin, as usual, clutched a book and silently opened the door to her home. The house was desolate, devoid of any presence. Casting her gaze around, she could only spot a few pieces of bread on the table, their age unknown, and a note left behind in advance. Setting the book down temporarily, she picked up the note and glanced at it briefly. Birthday, gathering, going out. After perusing the contents, Robin quietly folded the paper back and placed it in its original spot. She did not touch the bread. Instead, she picked up her book and slowly ascended to the second floor. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the interior. She moved a chair and settled by the window, allowing the light from outside to guide her as she lowered her head and continued reading the book borrowed from the Research Institute. The tranquil atmosphere persisted for a while. For some inexplicable reason, despite her prolonged reading, she could not retain a single piece of information. Instead, her heart grew increasingly tumultuous. With a sudden clap, Robin closed the book, leaned back against the chair, and gazed wearily out the window. Watching the wisps of smoke curling towards the horizon, she recalled the note's contents. An image of her aunt's family, blissfully dining out together, unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Meanwhile, she felt reprimanded even for indulging in an extra piece of bread. Lost in thought, Robin suddenly jolted, raising her hand to touch her cheek, and, relieved to find no trace of tears, exhaled softly. She understood that she should not harbor excessive desires, nor should she cause trouble for others. After all, she did not truly belong to this family. She was merely a ward here, entrusted by her mother. Having received help from others, how could she resent them? In that moment, her sister's visage flickered in her mind. Upon reflection, she realized she had scarcely seen her sister in recent days. Every morning, by the time she awoke, her sister had already departed, seemingly engaged in honing her own abilities. Yet when Robin ventured to the beach, her sister's presence was nowhere to be found. Was she avoiding her? This was Robin's first instinct. However, she dared not inquire, fearing the answer she did not wish to hear. Now, with her sister out with their parents, perhaps she had indeed forgotten about her. Lost in these thoughts, seated in the sunlight and feeling the gentle breeze wafting through the window, Robin succumbed to drowsiness and gradually closed her eyes. In her slumber, Robin suddenly felt a gentle nudge. Groggily opening her eyes, she was met with a familiar little face. The bed was right beside her. Why was she sleeping in the chair? Upon noticing Robin and Apos' awakening, Mitzi withdrew her hand, her expression somewhat peculiar. Does your neck not ache? Hearing the voice, Robin rubbed her eyes and stood up, appearing like a kitten just roused from sleep. Did you fall asleep while reading? Why are you back? She turned to glance out the window. The sun had yet to fully set. Logically, Mitzi should still be outside. Just for a meal. Of course I would return afterward. Mitzi waved her hand dismissively, as if discussing something trivial. Seeing her demeanor, a wave of melancholy washed over Robin. Yet, she refrained from saying much. Hesitating before turning back to feign tidying her bedding, casually asking, Haven't you been going to the beach lately? The beach? Not anymore. Mitzi's voice was calm and detached. There is nothing left there to enhance my abilities. Going now would be futile. I have more important matters to attend to these days. This response eased Robin's mind somewhat. Initially, she had been worried about maintaining their relationship. But it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Forget about those things. Come here first. Mitzi adeptly took Robin's hand and led her toward the door. Initially, Robin might have felt a bit uneasy about such gestures, but now she had grown accustomed to them. She did not resist, merely querying softly, "Where are we going?" "You'll find out once we arrive." Mitzi pulled her out of the room, but instead of exiting, they went downstairs and entered Mitzi's room. "What is this?" Upon stepping inside, Robin's eyes immediately fell upon a small cake adorned with a candle on the desk. "Shoo!" Mitzi quickly gestured for silence and softly closed the door behind them. This was bought with the private funds hidden by Orang in the picture frame. Make sure they don't discover it. Orang was Mitzi's father's name. Over the past 6 months, Mitzi had become quite familiar with her two relatives, including Robin. Despite their limited recent interactions, Mitzi could not overlook Robin's reticent demeanor. The emotions of a child are not difficult to decipher, as they are often written plainly on their faces. "Today is your birthday, isn't it? I originally intended for us all to celebrate together, but they refused to listen. So I had to bring the cake back like this." As she spoke, Mitzi retrieved a match intended for lighting and swiftly ignited the candle atop the cake. "Just so you know, their rooms are right next door, so singing is out of the question. Let us move directly to the wishing part." To be honest, the celebratory process felt rather hasty. However, Mitzi had no choice. Even with inadequate conditions, she still made an effort. The bias exhibited by her mother towards Mitzi's family had indeed made her feel somewhat awkward. Although this was fundamentally a matter between their mothers, it was undeniable that Robin and Mitzi shared a good relationship, and it felt unjust to simply accept benefits for herself alone. Having previously agreed to support one another, how could she enjoy herself while Robin was left behind? Thus, during this time, Mitzi had been intentionally caring for and compensating Robin. It was precisely for this reason that she risked returning home early to take her father's private funds to buy the cake. "What are you waiting for?" Seeing Robin remain silent, Mitzi fetched a chair and gestured for her to sit. Faced with the invitation, Robin silently gazed at the candleless flame. And after a few moments, she gradually approached. However, instead of sitting down directly, she opened her slender arms and enveloped Mitzi in a hug. Mitzi, taken aback by this sudden action, quickly grasped its meaning and chuckled softly. "You didn't think I had forgotten about you, did you?" This embrace did not last long. Robin soon released her hold without responding. Witnessing this, Mitzi understood she had hit the mark. Raising her small hand, she affectionately ruffled Robin's hair, offering comfort. "Stop overthinking. No matter what, I could never abandon you. Now, time is short. We have other matters to attend to tomorrow. Come, sit down quickly." Once the day passes. According to the unfolding narrative, tomorrow will mark the arrival of that giant general on the island. After that, these delightful treats will no longer be within reach. Thus, today can be deemed the final feast in every sense. Chapter 17. The arrival of the Demon Slayer Order preparations had been thoroughly made. Yet the days following the birthday remained eerily calm, leaving Mitzi perplexed. The warships had not appeared, nor had the silver-haired woman returned to the island. Everything remained as it was, unchanged. Had she misremembered the timeline? Or had the narrative truly shifted? Just as Mitzi was engulfed in confusion, little Robin approached her. "You said a giant appeared by the sea?" "Yes," Robin nodded. Mitzi fell silent for a moment, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. "Is that for real?" "Indeed." After a moment of recollection, Robin added, "It was a rather peculiar robot with an odd laugh. I believe his name was Saul." "Saul?" Mitzi silently repeated the name, feeling a sense of exasperation. She was well aware of this giant. In fact, during her recent wanderings along the shore, she had been searching for his presence. The giant, Vice Admiral Saul, was supposed to drift to this island shortly after Robin's birthday. Originally part of the Navy, he had been swayed by Robin and Apos' mother, Alvia, and other archaeologists, discovering the dark truths of the world government, and subsequently defected from the Navy. In the original storyline, after escaping the Navy, his intention was to reach O'Hara Island and warn Crocodile and the other archaeologists to seek refuge. However, he fell into the sea while being pursued by the Navy. Although he eventually washed ashore at O'Hara, he was utterly oblivious to having reached his intended destination. By the time he realized, it was far too late. The Navy, executing the Demon Slayer Order, along with the transponders capable of activating it, had already arrived on the island. Ultimately, the only archaeologist he managed to save was Robin. Was this the world and Apos' corrective force? Despite her relentless search by the sea, she had failed to find him, while Robin happened to cross paths with the giant just once. "Should we go take a look?" Seeing Mitzi deep in thought, Robin assumed she was still skeptical and furrowed her brows, softly suggesting. However, Mitzi shook her head. No need. I believe you. While she had indeed been searching for the giant, it was merely to confirm the timeline. Alvia's arrival was supposed to coincide with the early morning of the third day after Saul's arrival, and Alvia's appearance met. Just then, a loud creak echoed from the door, followed by a call. Mitzi Isla. It was her mother, Ram. Why had she returned? Mitzi cast a puzzled glance at Robin, who mirrored her confusion, clearly unaware of the situation. At this hour, her mother should have been attending to customers at the shop. Why had she suddenly come home? Knock. Knock. Before she could ponder this question, the door was knocked upon again. Mitzi Isla, are you inside? Yes, Mitzi replied, though uncertain of the situation. She gestured for Robin to hide behind the wardrobe before rising to open the door. Standing outside was indeed the plump figure of Ram. A Navy warship has appeared on the island today. You mustn't wander about anymore, understand? At that moment, her expression was grave, indicating she had specifically returned for her. A Navy warship? Today? Mitzi was taken aback. Yes, Ram nodded. I don and Apos. Know what they and Apos, re here for, but it and Apos, is certainly not good news. The shop is busy today. So you should come and help out. Oh, all right. Mitzi replied, still dazed. What was happening? The Navy and Apos' warship had arrived on the island, which meant Alvia had returned. But wasn't today supposed to be the first day Saul arrived on the island? Why had it happened so soon? Was it yet another butterfly effect caused by her actions? Mitzi reflected deeply on her recent conduct. Suddenly, she grasped something and swiftly closed the door, rushing to the corner where Robin was hiding. Robin, when you saw that giant, was he lying on the beach? No. Robin, noticing Mitzi and Apos' suddenly serious demeanor, responded with confusion. He said he had urgent matters to attend to, so he was making a raft in the woods. A sudden realization struck Mitzi. It wasn't Apos, that Alvia and Apos' return had come early. Rather, Robin had discovered Saul later than intended. Thus, today was not the first day of Saul and Apos' arrival at O'Hara, but the third. In other words, today was the day the Demon Slayer order had arrived. With this thought, Mitzi and Apos' heart rapidly settled. There was no time for further contemplation. She immediately opened the wardrobe and changed out of her usual floral dress into something more practical for movement. Seeing this, Robin, encountering such a situation for the first time, felt her cheeks flush and turned her head away. Noticing her reaction, Mitzi didn't mind. After all, they were both girls, and a glance wouldn't matter. Her focus was solely on what lay ahead. According to her original plan, following the enactment of the Demon Slayer order, her first step was to board a refuge ship with her parents and other islanders. Thus, she needed to hurry to her mother Ram's shop. As she contemplated this, her gaze shifted back to the still blushing Robin. What should be done about this child? So far, the overall narrative had not shifted significantly. The archaeologists were still being captured, and the Navy and world government had indeed arrived. However, the plot concerning Robin had changed considerably due to her own actions. If she did nothing and left Robin here, could she survive the ensuing chaos as she did in the original story? Even if luck favored her and she survived, without the encouragement from Alvia and Saul as in the original tale, could she endure the trials that lay ahead with her current mindset? Mitzi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Robin. After a few moments, she sighed internally and made her decision. Robin, would you like to visit the Research Institute? What? At this, Robin turned her head back, slightly puzzled as the suggestion seemed rather abrupt compared to their prior conversation. The Research Institute? At this time? Yes, you heard, right? A Navy warship has appeared at the port. Mitzi did not directly reveal her intentions, but gently guided the conversation step by step. Think about it. The Navy rarely comes here. Their arrival signifies something significant. And speaking of significance, isn't your research on the Void Century the most pressing matter? Why not head to the Research Institute now? It might be related to the scholars who went out to sea. You could inquire about them. Perhaps you could even learn something about your mother. Chapter 18. Escape with a few well-chosen words. Mitzi successfully facilitated Robin's departure. Thus, even though there were minor discrepancies in the details, the actions of the other parties still aligned with the narrative, as both were headed to the Research Institute on the very day the Demon Slayer order was issued, in search of their mother's presence. After Robin left, Mitzi also stepped out of her home, heading towards her family's shop as she had initially planned. However, upon exiting, she quickly realized that the situation was far worse than she had anticipated. The streets, once imbued with a sense of calm, had been overtaken by chaos and clamor. A multitude of panicked pedestrians were hurriedly clutching their belongings, racing towards the port. Additionally, Mizi spotted several figures stationed along the streets, clad in uniforms and armed with firearms, clearly agents of the world government. As it reached this point, Mizi and Apos' heart sank as she surveyed the scene. It was evident that not only had Robin and Amp, Apos' mother, arrived, but the Navy and the forces of the world government had also landed on the island, issuing evacuation orders to the townsfolk. One could easily surmise that the research institute had already been breached. In mere minutes, the island would succumb to an onslaught of cannon fire, reduced to ruins. Fortunately, despite the sudden turn of events, Mizi managed to regain her composure and continued her pursuit of the original goal. All she needed to do was follow the predetermined plan and board the evacuation ship with her parents. Mizi, just as she was making her way, a hand suddenly grasped hers. Turning around, she found her father, Olong, visibly pale and drenched in sweat. It was apparent that he had rushed back after receiving news of the unfolding crisis. "Have you seen Robin?" "Robin?" Mizi pondered briefly before uncertainly replying. "I think she went to the research institute." Upon hearing this, Olong and Amp, Apos' face turned ashen, frozen in place as troubling thoughts evidently flooded his mind. Mizi was not surprised. After all, being Olivia's brother, he must have been aware of the underlying circumstances. "Mizi, the government has issued an evacuation warning. We must leave O'Hara immediately. You should head to the dock. Your mother should be waiting for you there." After a moment of internal struggle, Olong, despite his reluctance, whispered his instructions. "And you?" Mizi inquired, gazing at him. I have something to retrieve. I need to return home." With that, Olong attempted to depart. Yet, before he could turn away, a resounding slap echoed against the back of his head. "Where do you think you're going at a time like this?" Rom, his corpulent form having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, glared at him, clutching a bundle of belongings. "If Robin isn't here, we can't just abandon her." Olong rubbed his head, hastily attempting to explain. But Rom was unyielding. "What does that matter to us? Once she hears the evacuation announcement, she will surely board the ship herself. We are out of time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. But move." Under Rom's stern admonitions, Olong quickly relented. Ultimately, he could only acquiesce to Rom's demands, gathering his belongings and dismissing his original intentions. The sight of his somewhat pitiful demeanor left Mizi speechless. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, everything unfolded just as she had anticipated, since her parents had come for her. It spared her the trouble of heading to the shop. Thus, Mizi followed her parents to the dock. A long line had already formed for boarding the ship. The government troops maintained order at various points along the dock. Mizi discreetly scanned the distant sea, her keen eyesight easily detecting the warships sailing in the waters. Regrettably, the great distance prevented her from discerning the faces of those aboard, nor could she spot the familiar figures that had become iconic throughout the world of pirates. "Quickly! Don't block the way." The wait to board was not lengthy, thanks to the government forces ensuring order. And Mizi soon found herself aboard the vessel alongside her parents. Shortly thereafter, as all the islanders managed to board, the ship gradually lifted its anchor and began to sail away from the port. At last, they were safe. What on earth is the world government up to? It makes no sense that they would suddenly blockade O'Hara and take action against the scholars on the island. Surely, this is a misunderstanding. After all, those scholars are the pride of O'Hara. How could they possibly engage in illicit activities? "I hope this ends soon." Voices of conversation filled the air, creating a cacophony aboard the vessel. With so many people from the small island, the majority were crammed onto the deck, speculating about the nature of the incident, completely unaware of the events that would soon unfold. Among them, Mizi stood apart, perched by the railing, gazing out at the distant port, fully aware of the truth. She was waiting for the progression of the narrative. If her memory served her correctly, the Robin from the story had witnessed the evacuation ship being sunk. This meant that when Robin appeared at the port, it coincided with the moment before Akainu ordered the attack. Mizi was uncertain if she could withstand the bombardment. She had no desire to take that risk or to test her luck. Therefore, she knew she must leap over the railing and plunge into the sea before the cannon fire began. Timing the launch of the cannonballs was crucial. If she acted too early, the Navy would detect her. If too late, she would bear the brunt of the impact. Thus, Mizi could only focus intently on the port. Before long, she indeed witnessed the scene she had anticipated. "Here she comes." Robin appeared, running from the direction of the town, gradually coming to a stop at the port, panting heavily as she gazed at the ship that had already departed. The evacuation vessel had set sail much earlier than in the original story, and now she could no longer board. Quick, capture her. That child has already admitted to being an archaeologist. She is a target. The broadcast echoed from other ships in the distance. Upon hearing the announcement, Robin had no choice but to flee in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, Maisie noticed a colossal figure racing toward Robin from the coastline. Despite the deviations in the narrative, the essence remained unchanged. This meant that boom, boom, the sounds of cannon fire erupted. Violent explosions swiftly ignited flames across the island. The deafening roars sent waves crashing, leaving the islanders aboard the evacuation ship in stunned disbelief. Wait, what is the Navy doing? Why have they suddenly opened fire? What is happening? Maisie, what are you doing? Among the myriad of bewildered expressions aboard the ship, Maisie hesitated for a moment upon hearing the voice. Yet she gritted her teeth and broke free from her mother-esque grasp, agilely vaulting over the railing. And in the very next second that she plunged into the sea boom. Amidst the searing flames, in an instant, the entire vessel was reduced to splinters. Chapter 19. Evading the cannon fire for Maisie, the escape from O'Hara, followed by the frantic flight from the bombardment, felt remarkably fleeting. Her task was simple, to do nothing but follow the unfolding narrative, ensuring her actions mirrored those of the original tale, ultimately slipping away from the depths of the sea unnoticed. However, for Robin, the experience stretched on interminably. According to Maisie's words, she indeed encountered her mother once more, albeit regrettably for the final time. Now, gazing at the remnants of the refuge vessel, engulfed in billowing black smoke and gradually sinking into the abyss, young Robin felt her legs give way, and she sank to her knees in a daze. For Maisie, Robin served primarily to facilitate her escape from the demon-slaying edict. Yet for Robin, Maisie had become the sole individual on O'Hara willing to accept her. With her mother gone, she was now bereft of even this singular connection. An overwhelming emptiness consumed Robin, tears welling in her eyes. In the next moment, two massive fingers grasped the nape of her neck, lifting her into the air. "Run, Robin, that man is coming for us," Salo declared as he cradled the girl, swiftly making his way along the shoreline. It was only then that Robin regained a semblance of focus, turning to him with urgency. "My sister Maisie Ira. She remains on the refuge vessel." Upon hearing this, Salo felt a pang of compassion but did not halt. "I'm sorry, but we can no longer afford to concern ourselves with that." The scholars of O'Hara had been annihilated, and the girl in his grasp represented the last flicker of hope. Moreover, she was the daughter of Alvia. If even she were to be left behind on the island, the scholar's sacrifices would be rendered utterly meaningless. Thus, he could not spare energy for others. Judging by the state of the refuge vessel, it was likely that Robin's sister had perished the instant the cannon fire struck. The ship had been reduced to splinters. It was inconceivable that anyone could survive such an assault. Resolutely dismissing these secondary thoughts, Salo navigated the beach with Robin in tow, racing toward the location where he had previously washed ashore amidst the waves. There lay a raft, long prepared. Utilizing this makeshift vessel, though the hope of escape remained dim, at least a glimmer of opportunity persisted. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the sea, a petite figure swiftly traversed the shallow seabed, following the currents along the coast. She adeptly located her prearranged hiding spot within the cliffs. Successfully, she climbed into the refuge she had prepared in advance, feeling the tremors of the stone walls. It was evident that the Navy's bombardment continued unabated. Fortunately, she had reinforced her sanctuary beforehand. Otherwise, it would surely have collapsed under such relentless assault. Maisie sighed, pondering Robin's fate. Had she been pursued by Aokiji as per the narrative? Regardless, as a member of Nika's crew, it was unlikely that she would succumb so easily, even amidst unforeseen circumstances. In the enveloping darkness, Maisie contemplated her situation while methodically wringing out her damp garments. Ultimately, she decided to shake her head, retrieving a piece of bread from a nearby crate. No matter how much she pondered, she was unable to assist Robin, and rather than remain in a state of agitation, she resolved to nourish herself and regain her strength. Should any unforeseen event arise, she would be better prepared to respond. Fortunately, in the ensuing hours, no unexpected occurrences transpired. The existence of the cave remained undiscovered, and the vibrations from the bombardment did not undermine its structure. Regrettably, concealed in this inky abyss, the passage of time felt imperceptible. Coupled with the confined space and deteriorating air quality, Maisie found herself compelled to submerge periodically, seeking refuge in the water. This method of concealment tested her resolve. Sleep could not be prolonged. Sunlight was a rare luxury, and she had to surface for air. She was uncertain how she continued to endure this monotony. Days passed in monotonous repetition. Perhaps due to the changing seasons, the temperature of the seawater gradually lowered. Mizi had developed a resistance to the cold. Thus the cooling waters did not affect her. However, as she consumed her provisions daily, while food remained relatively plentiful, her supply of fresh water dwindled to mere days. It was time to venture out. Although Mizi had intended to remain hidden longer, the prospect of exhausting her freshwater supply compelled her to act. Should she wait until her last drop was gone, she would leave herself with no retreat. If she ventured out now and the Navy remained, she could utilize her remaining resources to devise an alternative plan. Resolute in her decision, Mizi plunged into the water, navigating rapidly beneath the surface before cautiously surfacing. The once lush forest had been reduced to ashes, with charred remnants littering the shore, swept into the sea by the wind. Mizi refrained from recklessly approaching the island, instead opting to swim along the coast towards the original harbor of O'Hara. If the Navy had not yet departed, their ships would undoubtedly be moored there. Thus, a glance at the harbor would provide her with insight into the island and Apos' condition. However, as she swam further, she soon beheld a colossal figure drifting upon the waves. It was not a warship. Rather, it was a giant, a singular, immense being. Chapter 20. The remaining situation. After some time, the sea breeze brushed gently across the shore. Mizi piled up the wood and set up a makeshift rack. She ignited a fire and skewered the freshly caught and cleaned fish, placing them over the flames to roast. She had thoroughly assessed the conditions on the island. There were no Navy personnel, no government officials, and not a single soul in sight. The once thriving town had long since vanished, swallowed by immense craters. And even the surrounding forest had been reduced to ashes by the fires ignited from the bombardment. It was conservatively estimated that at least a month had passed since then. Given such a duration, it was unlikely that the Navy would return. This implied that after 6 months of effort, she had finally resolved this matter completely. Mizi let out a soft sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing her youthful face as she sat before the fire, gently turning the fish on the rack. Just as she had previously contemplated, with the threat of the demon-slaying order lifted, she could now claim to be utterly free, unburdened by any worries. Moreover, with the capabilities of her system, it was only a matter of time before she could enhance her abilities to rival a general, surpass the 4 emperors. At that point, she would truly be able to act according to her desires. As she gazed at the dancing flames, a smile crept onto Mizi's lips, and she couldn't help but daydream about her bright future. However, she quickly shook her head, pulling her focus back to reality. The future was a matter for another day. At present, she was far from being able to contend even with a rear admiral, let alone a general. She needed to prioritize leveling up. Mizi murmured to herself. Due to various reasons, her abilities had not improved for quite some time. Now that the significant threat of the demon-slaying order had passed, it was time for her to seek out a suitable location to continue enhancing her attributes. To accomplish this, she turned her gaze to the enormous humanoid figure beside her, resembling a small mountain. It was the giant Salo, whom she had exerted considerable effort to retrieve from the depths of the ocean. Even now, he lay unconscious, his body marred by extensive frostbite and burns. Some wounds swollen from prolonged exposure to seawater, the most severe being his completely twisted right foot. Had he been an ordinary human, such injuries would have surely resulted in death. Yet, the giant and Apos' exaggerated physique allowed him to survive, exhibiting faint signs of life with a weak heartbeat. Such vitality was, to be frank, quite enviable even to Mizi. If she could defeat him, she would undoubtedly gain a significant number of physical enhancement points and perhaps acquire some exceptionally rare traits from him. However, despite the enticing thought, Mizi could not bring herself to harm him. Although his appearances in the original narrative were scarce and mostly existed within the memories of other characters, his status was far from low, both within the Navy and on Giant Island, Elbaf. To kill him outright would bring trouble far exceeding any potential gain. Moreover, if she wished to venture out to sea in the future, she would undoubtedly require his strength. If she were to slay him here, her hopes of sailing would have to wait until months later when she could pay homage to Dr. Clover. Mizi was not keen on wasting those precious months. Therefore, she needed not only to refrain from killing him, but also to devise a means to procure some medicines to expedite his recovery. Fortunately, she had a stockpile of some prepared medications in her underwater cave. However, she harbored doubts about whether the dosage meant for ordinary humans would be effective on a giant. Yet, even if they proved ineffective, there was little choice. Those medicines had been prepared as a precaution, and given the high cost of pharmaceuticals, Having anything was already a considerable advantage. With this thought in mind, she swiftly finished the roasted fish and returned to the cave to repack all the usable items before emerging once more. Without pausing for rest, she worked through the night, tending to the unconscious giant's wounds. The following day, perhaps the medicine was beginning to take effect, or perhaps it was the giant's formidable vitality at play. Shortly after the sun had risen, Salo slowly opened his eyes, still in a daze. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, ignited by the pain coursing through his body. He gradually sat up, memories from before his unconsciousness flooding back into his mind. I am still alive. Kazan, did you, in the end, hold back? Reflecting on the events that had transpired, a bittersweet smile graced Salo's lips. Everything in O'Hara, from the scholars to the innocent civilians, had been consumed by the flames of war. All his efforts over the past days had been rendered futile. He couldn't help but wonder if that young girl, Alvia's daughter, had managed to escape the island unscathed. With that thought, Salo lifted his gaze to the distant horizon before sighing softly and redirecting his attention to his own condition. His wounds had been bandaged. It appeared someone had come to his aid. His right leg throbbed with pain, immobilized. It must be completely fractured, and he needed to find a way to stabilize it with a splint. He felt incredibly hungry. He must have been unconscious for at least 2 weeks. Salo turned his head, scanning the surroundings. A fire pit, a rudimentary roasting rack made of wooden sticks, a small iron pot, and remnants of fish bones littered the area. Clearly, someone had lingered here not long ago. However, as he glanced around, he saw no signs of life, only the craters and debris surrounding him, leaving him momentarily stunned. This can end Oppos. Be real. These signs of bombardment. Could this be O'Hara? He had assumed he would be rescued somewhere far away, especially since O'Hara had already fallen to the Navy by the time he collapsed. If the Navy discovered he was still alive, they would surely imprison him, even if they did not kill him. Could this also be the doing of Kazan? That was the only possibility that came to mind. If that were the case, then everything would still make a semblance of sense. However, after doing all this, Kazan must not be faring well within the Navy either. With this thought, Salo Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but sigh once more. At that moment, you're awake? A melodious voice suddenly rang out. Salo's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he instinctively turned to the source of the voice. There stood Mizi, holding a lively sea fish, gazing at the giant who had finally sat up in astonishment. It was evident that she had just returned from the ocean. Chapter 21. Talent? A child? Staring at the little figure before him, Saul and Oppos' massive face fell into a stupor. He found himself in O'Hara, a place that had endured the aftermath of the Buster Call. How could a child possibly appear in such a location? The shock was nearly palpable on his visage. Observing his expression, Mitzi quickly recovered from her momentary daze. The awakening had come far sooner than expected. She had initially thought it would take much longer, yet here he was, awake merely on the second day. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. Don't move. She tossed aside the fish in her hand and gripped the makeshift spear she had fashioned, directing it at him in a defensive posture. Although she was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative, she felt compelled to respond appropriately. After all, her current appearance was that of a child. If she were to engage him in conversation like an adult, he might very well question her allegiance. Who are you? Why are you in O'Hara? O'Hara? So this truly is O'Hara. His words confirmed Saul's previous thoughts. However, gazing at the alert girl before him, a multitude of questions flooded his mind. If this was indeed O'Hara, why was there a child here? Were there survivors beneath the Navy and Oppos, as Buster called? Was it Kazan or Dr. Clover who had saved her? Who had rescued him, if not Kazan? The questions weighed heavily on his heart, and he yearned to uncover the truth immediately. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within and striving to maintain his composure. He controlled his expression, employing a tone that would not frighten her, and softly spoke to the girl before him. Do not be afraid. I am a close friend of Dr. Clover from O'Hara. Though I am a giant, I am also a scholar and would never partake in barbaric acts. You are also a scholar? Really? Mitzi blinked, her expression visibly relaxing. Indeed, the residents of O'Hara took great pride in the scholars of their island. Witnessing how a single utterance from her had alleviated his tension, Saul found himself reflecting inwardly before continuing in a gentle tone. Indeed, otherwise, it would be unlikely for me to arrive in O'Hara at such a time. As he surveyed the surrounding craters, his countenance gradually darkened. Regrettably, had I discovered sooner that this was O'Hara, perhaps matters would not have transpired as they have. In retrospect, He realized he had arrived here at least 3 or 4 days prior to the world government and Apos' actions. Had he reacted promptly, he might have facilitated the scholars and Apos' early departure. In such a case, not only could the scholars have evacuated safely, but the world government might have refrained from initiating the buster call. And the island would not have descended into its current state. Saul and Apos' heart grew heavy. If given a chance to start anew, he believed he could alter this outcome. But, sigh. He let out a deep sigh, his gaze returning to the petite figure before him. What is your name? Her demeanor was fully absorbed in his words. He could surmise her thoughts, yet Mitzi hesitated briefly before responding. I am Mitzi Isla. Everyone calls me Mitzi. Mitzi, is it? I see. Saul repeated the name twice, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he did not dwell on it, nodding in acknowledgement before inquiring further. Are there any other survivors on the island? What of your parents? Parents? Mitzi lowered her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. They've probably sunk to the depths of the sea by now. Saul took a moment to process her words. I am sorry. He had witnessed the civilian evacuation boats being obliterated by Navy cannon fire, and her parents were likely aboard at that time. Yet suddenly, Saul recalled something. Wait, did you not board the evacuation vessel with your parents? I did, Mitzi nodded. Then how did you? I jumped off the ship ahead of time. Mitzi replied succinctly, bending down to pick up a charred stone from the ground, gripping it in her hand. Because I am different, I possess a special power. With a crack, the stone shattered effortlessly between her slender fingers. This was evidently not a strength typical of a child. This is a devil fruit? Saul's mind immediately leaped to this conclusion. However, so when the cannonballs were fired, I leaped into the sea. Luckily, I am quite adept in the water. Otherwise, I would not have been able to swim back to shore from that position, nor would I have been able to hide along the coast for so long. As she spoke, a flicker of relief shimmered in her eyes. Yet her words left Saul utterly astonished. What? You can move in the water. Is this not the power of a devil fruit? Does that mean this is entirely your innate talent? His gaze shifted, now perceiving her differently. At such a tender age, she had evaded the Navy's main cannon fire and returned to shore alone from the depths of the sea without being detected. What remarkable willpower! Moreover, to traverse such a distance underwater, her lung capacity must surely surpass that of an adult. Most importantly, she had managed to survive amidst the buster call without being discovered. Saul and Apos' eyes regarded her as if she were an extraordinary anomaly. In these vast seas, individuals with such exceptional talents were not unheard of, even within the Navy. There existed those who emerged from the multitude like rare gems. At that moment, standing before him was a girl who might very well harbor the potential to become a formidable force. As this realization struck him, Saul's heart stirred. And he suddenly noticed something. Mitzi Isla. This name. Memories cascaded through his mind, the sense of familiarity growing ever stronger. Saul's eyes widened in sudden recognition. Do you have an older sister? A girl with black hair, possessing unique abilities, about your height. Are you referring to Sister Robin? Mitzi was equally astonished that Robin had mentioned her in front of him. Then this is even better news. Yes, that is her. Saul and Apos' excitement surged, his face breaking into a wide grin as he burst into an unusual laughter, nearly brought to tears by the joy of finally receiving uplifting news. This is indeed a delightful revelation. Chapter 22, The Books for the Scholars of O'Hara. The recent actions of the world government and the Navy have completely obliterated their foundation, annihilating the fruits of their long-standing research. The same holds true for Alvia. Years of effort and dedication have been reduced to ashes, and in the end, even her companions involved in the research, as well as her hometown, vanish forever in the flames of war. In such dire circumstances, for a person facing inevitable demise, is it not a cause for celebration that her 2 children managed to survive this catastrophe? Regrettably, Alvia herself can no longer witness any of it at this very moment. However, Saul feels a genuine joy for her. Though he is unaware of Robin's current state. The mere fact that someone from the Nico family can live on safely is ample reason for a grand celebration. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that your face bears a striking resemblance to your mother. The boisterous and peculiar laughter resonates in the sea breeze. As Mia observes the tears of joy streaming down Saul and Apos' face and listens to his words, she tilts her head slightly, sensing something amiss. I resemble my mother? Is that a polite remark? Recalling her mother, Mia's expression darkens. However, considering Saul's current reaction and the implication of his words, could it be that he mistook me for Alvia's child? When he speaks of resemblance to a mother, is he actually referring to Alvia? Observing Saul's demeanor, Mia begins to believe that this assumption is rapidly approaching certainty. Yet, didn't Alvia mention her daughter in the narrative? If she had two daughters, surely both would have been referenced together? How did he come to this misunderstanding? Mia finds it perplexing. Nevertheless, she refrains from correcting him. In a world dominated by the lineage of pirates, being a nameless individual accepted into the Nico family can hardly be a misfortune. Looking at the broader picture, the esteemed reputation of the Nico family, renowned for generations of scholars, could easily win the favor of influential figures like Vegapunk and the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. Closer to home, the jovial Saul before her serves as a prime example. As for the world government and the Navy, as long as Mia does not act recklessly, she firmly believes the Navy will not come after her for no reason. Once she surpasses her developmental phase, even if the Navy were to pursue her, she would be more than capable of handling it. But that is a matter for another time. At present, you should really refrain from moving around too much. There is nothing on this island, and if your wound opens up, Mia lifts her head, intending to stop Saul and Appo's actions. However, before her words can fully escape her lips, hiss. Saul inhales sharply, his massive frame crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Mia's eyelids flutter, her mind filled with exasperation. Yet, she has no choice but to approach and check on him. My apologies, I got a bit carried away, Saul chuckles, still breathing heavily as he wipes away the tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Is laughter like this common among giants? Mia inquires as she circles around him, observing closely. No, perhaps I am the only one, Saul replies, lying on the ground, gazing at the expansive blue sky above, his tone laced with self-deprecation. Strange, isn't it? Many have commented on this. My laughter, my actions, my personality, and countless things I have done throughout my life. Yet, even so, I continue to laugh. After all, in life, one can find happiness simply by smiling. Tee-hee-hee. Whether such laughter leads to happiness is uncertain, but if you keep laughing like that, you might very well become a corpse, Mia silently critiques as she observes the bandages beginning to stain red. By the way, have you visited the O'Hara Research Facility? Saul suddenly remembers, turning his head. Mia nods slightly, responding, it was engulfed in flames for a long time. Now it's all ash. And there is nothing useful to be found. She indeed took a glance, hoping to find something salvageable. Unfortunately, that area was one of the most heavily bombarded spots on the island, compounded by the destruction of the Great Tree of Knowledge, leaving almost everything reduced to charred remnants. Is there truly nothing left? Saul's gaze intensifies. Clearly this question bears great significance to him. Seeing this, Mia hesitates for a moment before choosing to speak. There is. Saul's eyes widen with newfound energy as he slowly rises from the ground. What is it? Under the roots, there is a puddle containing many books. Perhaps they were discarded by the researchers in their final moments. That puddle was quite difficult to locate. It was unnoticeable from the outside, and even a thorough search over several days might not yield results. Fortunately, Mia knew of its existence from the narrative, or else she would never have discovered it. Since Saul has brought it up, she naturally shares this information. After all, her aim in doing so is to leverage his strength to secure a new place for her own advancement. In other words, she wishes to set sail as soon as possible. If she informs Saul about the books sooner, he will likely seek out people to collect them. Just as in the story. What? Just as she anticipated, upon hearing about the books, Saul's eyes widen again, and he hastily rises to his feet. Quick. Take me there. Mia is taken aback, quickly raising her hands to stop him. Wait, you can't move around carelessly right now. And your legs probably can't carry you that far. It's fine. Even though I'm in pain, I must confirm this matter above all else. Saul grits his teeth, gradually straightening his posture. Very well. Seeing his determination, Mia concedes with a worried nod. Thus, the two individuals, one vastly larger than the other, proceed toward the center of O'Hara. The devastation is truly heart-wrenching. Saul limps along behind her, surveying the surroundings. The sight before him fills him with dread. Earlier, while searching for Robin, he had hurriedly passed through this town and witnessed its former state. Now, however, nothing remains. Neither houses, streets, nor the people who once inhabited this place. Reflecting on this, Saul glances at the small figure walking ahead. Despite having endured such calamity, she maintains her composure. This child is as resilient as her mother. Inwardly marveling, Saul's regard for Mia elevates another notch. As he absorbs the complex sights around him, the roots of the Great Tree of Knowledge gradually come into view. We've arrived. Mia takes swift strides, nimbly navigating through piles of debris, and rushes to a small opening ahead, pointing below. It's right here. Chapter 23. The means of departure as time gradually passed. The small pit transformed into a large hole, layer by layer, as mud, slate, and bricks were excavated. The scene at the bottom of the hole slowly unveiled itself to the sunlight. Just as Mizi had mentioned, numerous books lay submerged at the bottom of the puddle, thereby avoiding the ravages of fire. Wiping her forehead with hands slightly smeared with dirt, Mizi let out a sigh of relief. Is this sufficient? It seems nearly adequate. I truly appreciate your efforts. Observing the large hole excavated by the girl after much toil, Saro nodded vigorously, secretly astonished by her monstrous physical prowess. To dig such a substantial hole in such a brief span of time using only her hands, she was merely 8 years old. I can scarcely imagine how formidable she will become as she grows. Splash. Water splattered as Mizi leapt into the puddle, diving beneath the surface to retrieve several books from the pile submerged in water, eventually surfacing triumphantly. Here. Thank you ever so much. As Saro accepted the drenched books, he gingerly pinched the pages with his fingertips, cautiously flipping through a few. After studying them intently, his expression grew serious. What is inscribed within? What do these texts contain? In the original work, there were no illustrations, so Mizi was indeed quite curious. Saro remained silent, his gaze fixed on the written content until he completed reading it all. He then turned his eyes toward the water. Many of the documents stored beneath were likely invaluable manuscripts collected from around the world. And what of what you hold? Mizi inquired, eyeing him. The contents have become somewhat obscured by the water, but judging by certain entries, I believe they pertain to research findings on the Andapos, blank century, and Apos. Saro reflected deeply on the scene beneath the water, murmuring in contemplation. Even in such a dire moment, they chose to relocate all their documents and materials to the depths of this puddle. Those scholars must have been prepared for sacrifice from the outset. Moreover, hidden so deeply, it is remarkable that one could even find this place. Are you, too, a scholar from O'Hara? Saro gazed at Mizi, who simply shook her head. I am not like Sister Robin. I have never studied archaeology and have no interest in such matters. No interest? Saro cast a thoughtful glance at the large pit beside him, as well as the research materials in his hands. If one were truly disinterested, why would they venture to such a place and precisely excavate a tunnel leading to this underground puddle? After the bombardment of the demon-slaying order, it was improbable that the Navy would not have come to clear the battlefield. Even the Navy failed to discover this location. Yet she evidently knew the approximate whereabouts of these historical documents in advance. Furthermore, the books she retrieved from the water were precisely the research materials of scholars. Whether intentional or not, it is highly likely she is an insider associated with the Research Institute. Even if not, she must have visited the space beneath the Tree of Knowledge. How could scholars permit a stranger access to such a secluded area? It seems she has diverged entirely from Robin's path. One aspires to follow her mother's footsteps, while the other chooses to tread in an opposite direction. Yet, despite this divergence, it is evident that she remains influenced by her mother. What did you say? Mizi did not quite catch his murmured words. Nothing. It is of no consequence. Saro chose not to elaborate further, steering the conversation away. These historical documents are of utmost importance. They cannot remain here indefinitely and must be relocated to a safer place. Upon hearing this, Mizi instantly perked up. Wasn't that precisely her intention? Since he had broached the subject, she need not voice her thoughts. You intend to move all these books? Indeed, otherwise. If the Navy and the world government return to O'Hara Island, it could spell trouble. Speaking thus, Saro offered a wry smile. Moreover, in my current state, should I linger here, it is conceivable that I may never leave. In you, it may be somewhat impolite to say this, but following the demon-slaying order, this island is no longer suitable for habitation. You, too, must seek a new environment. It is high time to witness the beauty of the sea. Although Mizi felt excitement at his words, she feigned a frown, remaining silent for a few moments before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well. After all, this is her homeland. Even if it is in ruins, as a child who has never ventured far, it is natural to feel such emotions upon hearing this proposal. But how shall we proceed? Mizi surveyed her surroundings, articulating the current predicament. All ships at the port have been sunk, and there is insufficient wood on the island to construct a raft. Without a vessel, we cannot set sail. That is indeed a dilemma. While Saro was pleased that she accepted his suggestion, his expression darkened at the reality she presented. After some contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. It seems leaving the island voluntarily is improbable. We can only await discovery by others. Await others? A sense of despair washed over me, Z. That is not a viable solution. How long must we wait for someone to find us? Rest assured. Sensing her skepticism, Sorrow gently reassured her. The events in O'Hara will undoubtedly circulate across the seas. Though I may appear thus, I actually have many companions in Elbaf. Once they catch wind of news related to me, they will surely come to O'Hara to check on my condition. Oh, by the way, I may not have mentioned that Elbaf is the homeland of our giant race. It is a splendid place, and once you arrive, I am certain you will come to love it. Tee-hee, as he laughed, Mizi found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the notion of waiting for comrades to rescue them and facilitate their departure indeed bore considerable feasibility. This fellow possesses some standing among the giants. The original text alluded to 2 giants who came to collect books under his directive when Vegapunk arrived. Does this mean we must wait a while longer? Mizi sighed inwardly. If it were up to her, she would wish to wait not a single day longer. However, there is no alternative, having waited this long. She must continue to exercise patience for the time that remains. Chapter 24. The arrival of the giants. After that, 7 or 8 days passed. Saul remained near the waterhole, diligently studying the books salvaged from the depths. Meanwhile, Mitzi took on the responsibility of securing food and water. Caring for the ailing was no easy task, as a giant. His appetite was prodigious. Typically, an ox, weighing twice as much as a human, would barely suffice as a snack in his presence. Fortunately, despite his enormous appetite, he had a remarkable capacity for enduring hunger. To simplify matters, he often ate just one modest meal a day. Primarily a thin soup made from a small quantity of fish and a copious amount of water, which greatly alleviated Mitzi and Appo's burdens. A week later, on the tranquil surface of the sea, a ship indeed appeared, a colossal vessel. What? Have they finally arrived? Upon hearing Mitzi and Appo's report, Saul set aside his book, rising with joy as he hurried towards the shore. Mitzi followed closely. Before the ship could dock, they already spotted several enormous figures on board waving excitedly. They truly have come, Mitzi murmured softly to herself. So, in the original narrative, they escaped O'Hara in this manner? No, it seems that without my intervention. They had drifted to another island before awakening and crafting a vessel to reach Appo's Hara. Never mind. Regardless, after such a long wait, they could finally depart. And as long as they could leave, the second step of my plan could commence. The ship soon docked. You lot have taken your sweet time. If you delayed any longer, I might have turned to bones. Saul greeted his companions warmly. Apologies. We only connected the dots regarding your disappearance when we received news from the Navy about O'Hara, one of them replied. Curse the world government. No matter how we pressed, they refused to utter a single truth. Otherwise, we would have found this place much sooner. By the way, this place indeed looks like a disaster zone. The giants stepped onto the ruined harbor, surveying the desolate scene of the island. What explanation did the Navy offer for the attack on O'Hara? Such a monumental event cannot possibly be dismissed with a mere accusation against scholars, can it? Saul inquired of his companions. The annihilation of an entire island, coupled with the slaughter of civilians, meant that the justifications provided by the world government were utterly insufficient. If scholars were guilty, then why were ordinary people also killed? Thus, the Navy could not possibly maintain their original narrative regarding O'Hara. This, you might want to see for yourself. The leading giant hesitated before producing a stack of newspapers. Upon receiving the papers and comprehending their contents, Saul and Appo's eyes widened in shock. What are these? Observing his reaction, Mitzi, positioned behind him, already had her suspicions about the revelations within. The Navy's handling of the situation was likely identical to that in the original narrative, entirely omitting any mention of the scholars and placing the blame for O'Hara's destruction squarely on Robin's shoulders. Such an absurd claim could only be recognized as deeply flawed by anyone with even a modicum of intelligence. This was nothing short of slander. Even Saul, typically of a mild temperament, felt his teeth clench after reading the details. However, he quickly exhaled a sigh of relief. The dissemination of such news indicated that the child, Robin, was still alive. Though he was furious, it was undeniable that this information, which provided a glimmer of hope regarding Robin's fate, could not be entirely deemed negative. Mitzi. Saul turned, slowly extending the newspaper to the girl behind him. I believe you are eager to learn about Robin and Appo's circumstances as well. You must remember to remain calm before you read. On second thought, just go ahead and look. He initially intended to counsel her to maintain a composed mindset. Yet upon witnessing Mitzi's serene demeanor and the maturity she had displayed in recent days, along with her remarkable talents, he realized she was not the type of child to resort to tears as a solution to her problems. Mitzi and Appos' reaction mirrored Saul and Appos' thoughts. As she examined the content of the newspaper, her expression remained unchanged, though her fingers tightened around the edges of the paper. Who was this child? The other giants nearby were puzzled about her identity, only then noticing the presence of someone behind Saul. She was the sister of Robin, one of the two survivors of O'Hara. Saul sighed softly and added with a bittersweet smile, she survived the Navy's bombardment, witnessing the tragedy of O'Hara firsthand. It was she who rescued me from the sea. Otherwise, I would have been swept away by the tides. From the Navy's cannon fire. What? The weight of this revelation left the giants momentarily stunned. Once Saul provided a brief explanation, they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. How could such a thing happen? The world government scoundrels had long been known for their malevolence. The mere thought that anyone could survive under such circumstances was nearly unfathomable. The murmurs continued for a while, but Mitzi remained unfazed. After confirming that the events detailed in the newspaper aligned closely with the original narrative, she silently returned the paper to Saul. What do you plan to do? Saul gently inquired, seeking her input while sharing his own thoughts. The handling of the research materials is of utmost importance. The legacy of the scholars must not be buried beneath this rubble. Therefore, I will likely need to take a portion of the materials back to Elbaf. As for little Robin, regrettably, although I wish to seek her out immediately, proceeding without concrete information would only endanger us both. He was genuinely concerned that Mitzi might impulsively venture out in search of her sister after reading the newspaper. Although she appeared composed on the surface, he suspected she might entertain such thoughts. I understand. However, Mitzi had never contemplated seeking out her sister. Nor would she act impulsively in such a reckless manner. Her purpose had always remained unchanged. I'm afraid I won't be accompanying you to Elbaf. Could you assist me with a small favor? Chapter 25. Leveling location. Sauron had departed. Due to his injuries and various other reasons, he took an early leave aboard a giant ship, departing from O'Hara. Meanwhile, Mitzi borrowed another vessel and set off with two companions from the giant tribe to a different destination. The sea breeze caressed her, and the rhythmic sound of waves echoed around her. Mitzi stood on the deck, leaning against the railing as she gazed out at the vast expanse of the ocean before her. Reflecting on her time in this world, she realized this was her first experience sailing across the sea. Even in her previous life, she had only ever ridden in a small boat at the park. How should she describe this feeling? After enduring the initial novelty, the subsequent days began to seem somewhat monotonous. The ship was not spacious, and there were few activities to engage in. The journey required considerable time, and without something to occupy her, merely watching the scenery could induce nausea. Ah! An island is in sight. A shout rang out from the lookout atop the mast. A slightly shorter giant waved his hand while using binoculars to observe the distant horizon. Upon hearing this, Mitzi immediately dashed to the bow of the ship, peering in the direction he was watching. With keen eyesight, she could barely make out the outline of an island. At last, Mitzi felt a surge of energy and anticipation. After such a long wait, her future in this world would depend on the achievements she could attain on that island. She had already devised a plan for acquiring Haki, and without sufficient values, all her aspirations would be mere fantasies. Mitzi, are you truly not reconsidering? As the destination drew near, another giant spoke up in persuasion. We recognize your potential, but at your age, it's somewhat worrisome for you to be living alone in such a place. They had come here primarily to fulfill Mitzi's earlier request, to survive independently in a sufficiently perilous location. Initially, Sauron had vehemently opposed this request. However, Mitzi's resolute attitude, almost as if she would sneak away if he disagreed, left him with no choice. Instead of allowing her to slip away unnoticed, he preferred to escort her to a place familiar to the giants, where they could at least check on her safety periodically. The island ahead was precisely the one recommended by the giants. Rest assured, I will not perish, Mitzi replied without turning, her gaze firmly fixed ahead, seeing her unwavering determination. The giant beside her sighed and shook his head. Perhaps this little one, who had survived even the Demon Slayer order, would not be easily undone by the dangers of the island. He could only hope she wouldn't fall during her stay. Otherwise, in such a remote location, a serious illness could be dire. As the ship advanced, the island and Appos' full visage gradually came into view. Towering trees, several times larger than the ordinary trees of O'Hara, stood majestically, their trunks entwined with thick vines and moss, creating a lush canopy. From the sea, one could also see the rolling hills beyond the forest. Clearly, this was an immense island, and its ecosystem appeared to be extraordinarily complex. Mitzi anticipated spending a considerable amount of time here. Once the ship docked, the two giants unloaded some luggage from the vessel, placing it beneath a giant tree in a treehouse on the shore. The interior contained nothing but a bed fashioned from wood. Other than that, it was bare. Perhaps due to its long period of disuse, cobwebs adorned the ceiling, dust blanketed the floor and bed, and even some damp corners had sprouted mushrooms. This treehouse had been established by a previous giant visitor. While the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, it sufficed for resting. That's all right. This is quite good, Mitzi thought. Not at all bothered by the simplicity. In fact, having a wooden shelter exceeded her expectations. After all, she wasn't an Oppos, on a leisurely excursion. She had mentally prepared herself to build a thatched hut for lodging, so such details hardly mattered. Here are your fresh water, clothing, and some tools. As previously agreed, we will return every 3 years to check on you and bring supplies. 3 years was no short span. Staying in such a place for that long could be challenging. Mitzi, if you wish to reconsider, this is your last opportunity. Otherwise, our next meeting will be 3 years from now. Indeed, I believe we of Elyabaf have many similarities. You truly need not take such risks. The two giants endeavored one last time to persuade her. Yet, Mitzi shook her head once more. Not only had she made up her mind, but she also harbored some trepidation regarding the giant homeland of Elyabaf, with its treacherous divisions, the Atom Tree, and various peculiar individuals and powers. Before her crossing, the storyline had just progressed to the protagonist and Oppos' initial entry into Elyabaf, in a place where information was scarce and depths were unfathomable. She preferred to remain alone on this island. Otherwise, without adequate values developed, should she be detected by ill-intentioned individuals, her situation could easily mirror that of O'Hara. Is that so? If that is your choice, then take care of yourself. We must take our leave now. Having completed their duties and spoken their farewells, the two giants, seeing Mitzi and Oppos' steadfastness, reluctantly returned to the ship. As the sails were hoisted, the vessel gradually drifted away from the shore. Until we meet again. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, make sure to flee. Do not perish here. I understand. Mitzi stood at the water's edge, waving her hand and loudly responding to the giants as they receded into the distance. It was only when the ship faded from view that she slowly lowered her hand. Turning her gaze back to the unfathomable forest before her, she flexed her slender arms and slightly moved her body. Completing these gestures, she then set her feet in motion, stepping forward. At last, after such a prolonged wait, it was time to commence. She would immerse herself in the rigorous pursuit of enhancing her attributes. Chapter 26. 7 years later, on the tranquil sea surface, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag sailed. Captain, what use do we have for these goods? They aren't edible, nor practical, and they are incredibly heavy. Indeed, these rags can be found on any island. Why not just steal some meat instead? With these grievances, a group of ragged pirate henchmen lamented on the deck. In response to their complaints, their captain, a robust man seated at the bow, abruptly smashed his bottle of liquor onto the deck with a resounding crash. You fools, what do you understand? All day long, you only think of feasting. You bring shame upon me. Open your eyes. These goods are unlike those tattered rags. They are high-quality fabrics, highly sought after. If we can transport them to Chambord, we could exchange them for a fortune. Then we can indulge in whatever we desire without needing to waste energy on theft. His thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and the henchman began to grasp the situation. Ah, so that's how it is. In that case, these goods might indeed be more valuable than meat. Truly, the captain is brilliant. As the henchmen erupted into excited chatter, discussing how they would enjoy their newfound wealth, the captain shook his head in exasperation. His eyes filled with disdain. Such fools. Instead of acquiring superior weaponry to bolster our strength, they only think of indulgence. They are utterly useless. With a huff, a flicker of fury ignited in the captain's eyes. He was Steel Anchor Scarrow, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 89 million, destined to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. If his crew remained this navii, how could he contend with the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords as reported in the newspapers? Sooner or later, they would all meet their demise. Muttering under his breath, Scarrow raised his robust arm, brushing aside the bangs that hung over his forehead, then lifted his chin, commanding with authority. Aren't you going to bring more liquor? Do you intend for your captain to die of thirst? Yes, captain. The deluded henchman rushed towards the cabin to fetch more drinks. Just then, A lookout stationed above called out urgently, "Captain, something's happening." "What?" Scaro's expression shifted to one of impatience as he rose slowly, shouting towards the lookout, "Can I enjoy a drink in peace? What is it?" "Out at sea. It seems something is swimming towards us, right over there." At the mention of the sea, Scaro furrowed his brow and turned. What appeared in his line of sight was a shadow swiftly approaching the ship from beneath the water. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly, allowing for a clear view. "What is that? A fish? A sea king?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Scaro's expression hardened as he swiftly approached the railing. The henchmen, who had been on their way to fetch liquor, were now transfixed by the unfolding scene. "Captain, it seems to be coming for us. It's going to collide with the ship. Get the guns." Scaro immediately raised his hand. A nearby crew member obediently handed him a loaded flintlock pistol. Such a small creature. It can't be a sea king. There are no ships around, so it can't be a person. Could it be some kind of predatory fish? With a cold smirk, Scaro declared, "No matter what you are, you've stirred my ire today. You have chosen the wrong target. Mind your manners in your next life." As he spoke, he aimed the gun at the shadow, expertly calculating the lead. Bang! The gunpowder exploded. However, to everyone's astonishment, at the instant of firing, the shadow beneath the water twisted slightly, narrowly evading the bullet's trajectory, and continued its swift approach toward the ship, nearly reaching the bow. "What?" Scaro gasped in shock. Before he could react, a splash erupted as the shadow burst forth from the sea, soaring above the ship's height and gliding over their heads. With a final thud, it landed perfectly on the ship and Oppos, S bow. In the bright sunlight, the figure revealed was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin that gleamed in the light. Beneath her fitted hot pants were two long, shapely legs. Her slender waist twisted slightly as her ample bosom moved gently, and her dark brown eyes scanned the deck. The golden-haired maiden flashed a grin, revealing a slightly serrated smile. "After swimming for so long, I finally encountered a living person. It seems I was right to swim towards the sun." "What?" The melodious voice reached the crew's ears, awakening them from their stupor. A woman? Why did she suddenly emerge from the sea? So beautiful. The henchmen behind her were already drooling, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. Only Scaro remained grave and serious, the smoking barrel of his gun trained on the bow. "You, who are you? What do you intend to do on my ship?" While the foolish henchman may not have pondered deeply, Scaro was filled with wariness. After all, they were in the vast ocean, and with no ships in sight. It was highly suspicious for someone to emerge from the depths. A normal person would not find themselves here. If one were to encapsulate the situation in a phrase, it would be, the newcomer bore ill intent. Unfortunately, the maiden did not answer his question immediately. Instead, she lifted her gaze to the fluttering skull flag above. A pirate ship? Then, her gaze swept over the crew, settling on Scaro, the tallest and most muscular among them. Never seen before, not a plot character, this simplifies matters. She nodded, smiling as she waved her hand. "Apologies, brother, but I'm taking the ship. Would you kindly leave?" This method of identifying individuals was unmistakably indicative of the golden-haired maiden being Mizira, who had departed from Giant Island. At this moment, more than 7 years had passed since she last boarded a ship. The once slender child had blossomed into a vibrant and beautiful young woman, much like the sister in her tale. Chapter 27. Journey to Sabaody. What did you say? Upon hearing the other party's impudent words, Scaro's eyes widened, veins throbbing on his forehead as he erupted in anger. "Don't look down on me. Who do you think you are?" Bang, 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 as his voice trailed off. The trigger was pulled. The gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Mizi with remarkable precision, hitting her in the head and abdomen, causing her to stagger back a step. Had he succeeded? Scaro was momentarily taken aback, even his wrath slightly abated. Was it truly that simple? How could it be? This individual, shrouded in mystery and exhibiting such bravado, he had anticipated a struggle to overcome. Yet the outcome, had he truly struck her in the head? Truly. Their leader possessed impeccable marksmanship. How dare she speak to the leader in such a manner? What a pity, such a beautiful woman. But alas, as long as he stayed close to the leader, there would be no shortage of women in the future. Mocking and flattering voices began to rise and fall, restoring a raucous atmosphere aboard the ship. However, something was amiss. The woman did not fall. In fact, she had not even bled. Scaro suddenly noticed this detail, his body tensing as if compelled by an unseen force to slightly turn his head. Just that slight movement was enough to evade a swiftly approaching shadow. A splash of blood erupted behind him. "Ah, my leg!" A shriek echoed across the deck. Scaro turned in a daze to see one of his subordinates, now missing a leg, and raised a hand to touch his own slightly aching cheek. He then realized that a line of blood had been carved onto his face. Unbeknownst to him. So that was the bullet from a flintlock? Could it be? It had missed? As if to validate his suspicions. Mizi's voice drifted back, her posture slowly retracting from the throw. Seems I need to practice more. I can't believe I missed at this distance. Indeed. Alarm bells rang in Skaru's mind. Even though the opponent appeared to be less than half his size, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from her. She could withstand bullets, and not a scratch on her. Moreover, what she casually tossed could shatter a man's thigh. What manner of creature was this? Damn it. Faced with such a daunting reality, Skaru gritted his teeth and decisively discarded the utterly ineffective flintlock, swiftly dashing towards the base of the mainmast. There lay an enormous, rusting anchor. He swiftly wrapped the iron chain around his arm, and with a surge of muscle, hoisted the entire anchor onto his shoulder. With a grave expression, he turned back. Oh, not fleeing, but rather approaching me? Mizi displayed an intrigued expression. I care not who you are, daring to stand before me, Skaru. The and Apos, steel anchor and Apos, with a bounty of 89 million berries. Your path ends here. At this moment, Skaru and Apos' perception of Mizi had shifted, recognizing her extraordinary nature. Yet even so, he did not believe he would be defeated so easily. After all, he had traversed the Grand Line for so long, encountering foes with speed and strength aplenty. Furthermore, it was possible she had not truly withstood the bullet. Perhaps he had merely misfired, or she had some special ability to deflect it. In any case, as long as he could summon his utmost potential, he was not without a fighting chance. Just as he thought this, before he could launch his attack, the young woman at the ship and Apos' bow had vanished. Before he could register her movement, a delicate fist struck his face. Skaru and Apos' eyes widened, and he promptly lost consciousness. His head shattered as if struck by a speeding baseball bat, bursting apart in an instant. Red, white, and yellow splattered across the air. And with his decapitated form and the massive anchor on his shoulder, they both collapsed onto the deck. The abruptness of the event left the ship in stunned silence. After several seconds, a voice broke the stillness. The boss has been defeated. How is that possible? The boss is a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 80 million berries. How could he be so easily vanquished? Fool. Did you not see that she couldn't even pierce through his skin? To defeat the boss means, this individual, not merely defeated, but his head had been obliterated. Instantly, the pirate ship was engulfed in chaos. Damn it, I will avenge the boss. Crack. The fervent subordinate seeking revenge was met with another elbow strike from Mizi, collapsing motionless to the ground. Is there anyone else wishing to avenge him? The tumultuous scene fell silent once more. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, observing everyone drenched in cold sweat, shaking their heads in fear of becoming the next casualty. Excellent. Mizi nodded in satisfaction. Where is this ship headed? To Sabaody Archipelago, someone hesitantly replied, shrinking back. Sabaody Archipelago? Mizi and Apos' eyes lit up. If it were indeed Sabaody, it would save her quite a bit of effort. Continue sailing, refrain from unnecessary actions, understood? Why yes. The respondent nodded vigorously. With that, Mizi said no more, turning to leap lightly onto the rigging, swiftly climbing to the crow's nest atop the mast. Finally, she settled herself on the edge of the railing, having dispatched the ship's captain and instilled fear in the underlings. There was no telling if some hot-headed fool would dare to act recklessly, so she opted to remain vigilant in this vantage point, ever watchful for any potential treachery. After all, maintaining a modicum of caution at sea was always prudent. As this thought crossed her mind, a shimmering blue panel materialized before her eyes. Physique, 932, soul, 10, vitality, 425, traits, shell, 110,000, scales, 110,000, gills, 110,000, regeneration, 110,000, cold resistance, 11000, heat resistance, 11000, toxin resistance, 11000, predatory feet, 11000, toxin sac, 100, cartilage, 110. Remaining trait points, 53. Lines of text rapidly appeared on the panel. Particularly noteworthy was the traits section. After over 7 years, Mizi had amassed more than 20 traits. Excluding those that were useless or ineffective, a considerable portion had required significant effort to develop. For instance, the first 4 traits had already reached the 4th level. It was important to note that stronger prey were inherently rarer, and thus, to prevent her metrics from escalating too rapidly, thereby diminishing her hunting success, she had ingeniously exploited a game mechanic bug for over 2 years to finally attain these 4 fourth-level traits. Now, with nearly 1,000 in physique, over 400 in vitality, and dozens of traits, aside from her soul, nothing else could elevate her abilities, as she had nearly reached a bottleneck in all other aspects. Currently, there were no sufficiently powerful beings on that island to provide her with any enhancements. The pirate, whose name she could hardly recall, had just been pulverized by her fist, empowered by the sprinting trait, and was just as incapable of offering her any advancement as the other creatures on the island. It was precisely due to this situation that Mitzi chose to leave the island and unexpectedly appear in this place. Her next plan, she must learn hockey. Mitzi gazed at her fair palm and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. After all, the hockey system is the cornerstone of the power framework in this world. Without hockey, no matter how high her physical attributes were, she would still find herself powerless against those adept in the natural elements of devil fruit abilities. Moreover, she needed to acquire more traits. It is crucial to note that thus far, her 2 greatest advantages are her formidable stats and the remarkable mobility she possesses in water, derived from her traits. The former speaks for itself, while the latter, with 2 level 4 traits and several level 3 traits enhancing her, even the fishman race, which is inherently adapted to underwater life, might not match her proficiency in aquatic maneuvers. In terms of underwater combat, she could confidently assert that she was nearly invincible. Thus, it is essential to further augment her underwater capabilities and maximize her strengths. As the saying goes, one need not fear someone proficient in 10,000 styles of combat, but rather, one should fear the individual who has mastered one style through relentless practice. To achieve these 2 goals, she whispered the name Sabaody Archipelago softly to herself. Although many years had passed, the information she had gathered from her previous life swiftly resurfaced in her mind. Almost every transmigrator to the world of pirates seeks out Rayleigh on the Sabaody Archipelago to learn hockey. Naturally, Mitzi could not deviate from this norm and decided to visit and assess the situation. However, she felt that her chances of success might not be very high. After all, prior to her transmigration, many analysts of the One Piece world had produced videos or articles stating that the Dark King Rayleigh was not the benevolent type. This individual, who was privy to the mysteries and knew the direction of this world's development, might not inexplicably assist someone whose fate bore no connection to his own. Furthermore, if one were to reveal too much information before him, they might even attract the wrath of Roger's faction. The title of Pirate King is not something one can simply request. Without a modicum of cunning, who would believe in you? Nevertheless, despite these concerns, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, it must be attempted. Rayleigh may not be a kind-hearted soul, but at the very least, he is not malevolent. As long as she remains cautious and avoids triggering any traps, ensuring her own safety should be manageable. Even if she fails, she has a plan B. Additionally, to fulfill her other objective, passing through the Sabaody Archipelago is essential. In her reasoning, to obtain more and stronger underwater traits, hunting fishmen would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice. Naturally, the waters a mere 10,000 meters beneath the Sabaody Archipelago are teeming with fishmen. There, be it the fishmen on the island or the sea kings in the water, they represent the best hunting targets. From these prey, she could certainly acquire new traits that would prove immensely beneficial. She only hoped that the fishmen would not be too weak. Otherwise, if the system fails to register, her efforts would have been in vain. Mitzi swung her legs, silently murmuring to herself. After pondering for a while, she couldn't help but speak aloud, wondering what Robin was doing at that moment. On the other side, what do you mean? She's disappeared. Elrabath, in a certain library, observing the panicked expression on the phone bug, Saul's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Then, as realization dawned upon him, he questioned, how could she suddenly vanish? Have you searched thoroughly? We have. We've searched everywhere and can confirm that the child is absolutely not on the island, came the assured response from the other end. That little rascal must have taken advantage of her swimming skills and sneaked away from the island on her own. Though the stipulated time for visits was 3 years, in practice, they would often go every half year or so, or whenever someone from the tribe happened to pass by. The last visit had been over 7 months ago. Upon arriving this time, they found no trace of her. Listening to them, Saul sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on, and then spoke solemnly, I understand. If she is gone, then she is gone. Did she leave anything behind on the island? I recall that you sent her supplies that included paper and pens. Yes, there are those, but it seems nothing was found. The voice on the phone paused for a moment. Wait, it seems there is indeed one sheet. What is written on it? Nothing at all. Just a drawing of a little person waving. Saul fell silent. Should we go out and search for her? Forget it. Saul shook his head and sighed again. Since it's her decision, there is no need to stop her. Besides, the sea is vast. How could the two of you possibly find her? If there is nothing else, return quickly. Things are about to get lively here in Elrabath. With that, he was about to hang up the phone. At that moment, oh, I almost forgot to mention. What? Saul paused. It's about this island. While we were searching for her, we noticed that something seems off about this island. What do you mean, off? The island is strange? Saul was perplexed by the nonsensical statement. Indeed. At this moment, on the other end of the phone, two giants stood atop the highest peak of the island, gazing down upon the scene within the forest. Since our last visit, I had a faint feeling, and now after circling around a few times, that feeling has become more pronounced, hasn't it, Amp? Oppos. Tiet? One giant turned to his companion. Indeed. The other giant similarly observed the forest before them, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. A strained smile on his face. This island was once one of the few that has remained since the ancient times. Moreover, it is among the largest of the known ancient islands. Logically, this place should be home to a multitude of beasts that have lived for ages. Yet now, in their gaze, the forest below appeared eerily tranquil, as if all life had been extinguished. Upon closer inspection, they could discern some enormous skeletons hidden among the trees. Chapter 28. The state of the island beneath the glaring sunlight. 3 full days had elapsed since boarding the vessel. At this moment, Mizi reclined on a deck chair. Sporting a pair of sunglasses discovered in the cabin, her petite feet crossed as she leisurely perused the newspaper in her hands. It was the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. 13 years remained until the protagonist Luffy would set sail, and 15 years until the final confrontation with the world government. Mizi slowly moved her eyes, scanning the content of the text. Breaking news. 5 years prior, the newly appointed Admiral Akaina once again apprehended a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The Whitebeard pirates had gained 2 additional captains, their ranks swelling, and they were suspected of becoming the undeniable foremost power upon the seas. Astonishing. The fall of kingdoms was once again reported, with commoners proclaiming that their weapons sprouted from the very ground. As she continued to peruse the newspaper, Mizi swiftly absorbed all the notable information. Apart from the increasing activity of the self-defense forces led by Dragon, it seemed that no significant events had transpired during this period. Not only did the newspaper lack substantial accounts, but her memories of the original narrative also reflected this. If one were to trace back, the most noteworthy event would occur 2 years hence, in 1509, when red-haired Shank seized the gum-gum fruit from the hands of the world government. Beyond that, there was little of consequence to note, including any information regarding her sister. If there were sufficient relevant reports, perhaps she could utilize the intelligence to locate her. Regrettably, the entire newspaper yielded not a single mention of Robin, let alone news from the West Sea. One could only wonder whether the concealment was masterful or if the Navy and Oppos' tracking capabilities were lacking. A flicker of regret passed through her mind as Mizi and Oppos' gaze suddenly shifted to her side. What are you doing? At this moment, a junior officer on the ship approached cautiously, clutching a navigational compass. Miss, as per your previous instructions, I was to hand over the compass to you when we were half a day away from the Sabaody archipelago. Oh, indeed, that is the case. Mizi recalled, sitting up slowly, placing the newspaper down, and accepting the compass. Is this waterproof? Huh? The junior officer paused, instinctively responding, of course. Do you need to? Then it's fine. Mizi nodded, silently rising and fastening the compass to her wrist before striding towards the edge of the ship. In the next moment, to the bewilderment of the junior officer, she stepped onto the railing and leapt into the sea with a splash. Observing her actions, the junior officer was left utterly perplexed. It was not until a few moments later, when shouts echoed from the cabin, that he grasped the situation. This is bad. The ship is taking on water. How did such a large hole appear? The floorboards have shattered. It's impossible. They were specially treated. The ship is sinking. Quick, flee. Ignoring the chaotic cries from aboard, Mizi glided through the water like a nimble fish, swiftly swimming in the direction indicated by the compass. It soon became evident that Mizi and Oppos' swimming speed surpassed that of an ordinary ship. The journey that would typically take half a day was completed in a mere fraction of that time. Upon finding a suitable spot, she made landfall on the island. At last, she had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Standing on the soft earth, she surveyed her surroundings, just as she had envisioned. There were enormous bubbles floating in the air and towering trees, each marked with a number. The reality was far more vivid than what she had seen in the manga. Yet for all its outward splendor, the island's core was equally tainted. Mizi couldn't help but voice her opinion. However, these matters were of little concern to her. Although she harbored disdain for certain aspects of the island, she had yet to reach a point where she could embody the spirit of her homeland. Such trivialities could wait for another time. As for now, she needed to address the matter of Haki. Mizi silently resolved this. Yet, before she could take a step forward, she suddenly remembered something. Raising her hand to push back a few damp strands of her golden hair from her forehead, she then glanced down at her clothes, which were noticeably faded from the seawater. While pirates are generally indifferent to appearances, it felt somewhat impolite to present herself in such a disheveled state. After a moment's hesitation, Mizi opted to head towards the commercial street ahead. 1 hour later, having changed into fresh attire and enjoyed a refreshing bath in her inn room, Mizi re-emerged onto the street, holding a box of takoyaki purchased from a roadside vendor. The area was bustling with people. It must be said that the prosperity of the Sabaody archipelago far surpassed that of the smaller islands. Even the once mighty Ohara could hardly compare to the vibrancy before her. The high population density and convenient transport naturally fostered a rich commercial circle. A glance around revealed a plethora of goods for sale, though it paled in comparison to the places she had known in her past life. It was undeniably rare in this world. This one, please. Thank you for your patronage. With skewers of grilled eel in one hand and a bottle of freshly squeezed juice in the other, Mizi strolled leisurely down the street. Once she had devoured the grilled fish, her attention turned to a nearby stall selling fragrant takoyaki. Fortunately, that pirate with the peculiar name had been quite wealthy, allowing her to discover several million berries in the ship and Appo's hold. If viewed from a broader perspective, several million berries might not seem like a large sum. However, for daily expenses, it was more than ample. Yet, while indulging in her culinary delights, she could not overlook her primary objective. As she shopped, Mizi had already inquired about the direction to the tavern she intended to visit. If all went as planned, she merely needed to follow the street, traverse a few blocks, and she would arrive at the designated area marked between numbers 40 and 49. Regrettably, it is often in moments deemed least likely for surprises to occur that unforeseen events arise. As Mizi chewed her food, her mouth paused briefly, and her eyes subtly darted to the side, before she continued forward as though nothing were amiss. However, unbeknownst to her, her path had quietly shifted. Upon reaching an intersection, she casually turned, slipping into a narrow alley adjacent to her. A few seconds later, several seemingly ordinary individuals followed her in, both intentionally and unintentionally. So, you were from the slave auction house? Time elapsed in the alley. Mizi stood with her arms crossed, her expression placid as she surveyed the individuals before her. Why, yes. Yes. The slave trader knelt on the ground, his face ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Behind him, blood splattered across the ground and walls, the mangled bodies lying scattered, intermingled with severed limbs. They had initially believed it to be just another routine abduction, even taking the precaution of reviewing the bounty posters to confirm that this woman's image was absent. The outcome has unexpectedly led to a dead end. Recalling the moment when the adversary shattered a companion's skull with a single slap, the slave trader now finds himself steeped in regret, hastily prostrating on the ground. My lord, I implore you to spare my life. I am merely following orders from those individuals. I have a wife and children at home. If I disobey, I may never see them again. Please, I beg you. The slave trader repeatedly knocks his head against the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Mizi cannot help but silently lament. Truly, this is the notorious Sabaody archipelago. In this pirate world, the XX district has drawn a horde of vermin in just a mere 10 minutes of my presence. Moreover, these vermin dare to snatch people right in the bustling area. It is crucial to note that just outside the alley lies the commercial street. The commotion here cannot possibly go unheard. It is indeed more exaggerated than any script could portray. If what occurs in the narrative could be considered theft, then what transpires now is unequivocally robbery. Is this how you have always been so audacious in capturing people? Mizi cannot refrain from questioning. The slave trader hesitates for a moment, then cautiously raises his head, offering a forced smile and shaking it gently. No, we are not usually this outrageous. It is just that with the birthday of the celestial dragon approaching, the auction house needs to prepare more valuable slaves. Additionally, we heard that the naval commander stationed in Sabaody has departed for a while. Hence we have gradually loosened our grip. The birthday of the celestial dragon? Mizi furrows her brows, recalling slightly. You mean the one from the Roseward family? Yes, yes. The slave trader nods vigorously. No wonder. With this revelation, Mitzi comprehends the necessity for more slaves at the auction house. It must be due to the increased demand from the celestial dragons, which naturally requires an augmented supply. And I happen to be the one they have set their sights on. Why me, out of all the people on the street? That is simply because. The slave trader hesitates, carefully choosing his words. Individuals of your stature are far more valuable. In an instant, Mitzi grasps the implication, feeling somewhat speechless. It is indeed the first time she has encountered trouble solely due to her appearance. One must admit, her visage is rather pleasing, with balanced contours and delicate features. One cannot discern her parental lineage, nor does she retain the roundness of her childhood. Her physique is equally commendable. At this moment, her ample bosom stretches her short sleeves to their limit, having grown increasingly prominent over the past 2 years, to the point of hindering her movements. In contrast, her waist remains exquisitely slender, unaffected by her upper body's development. Coupled with her pert posterior and elongated, graceful legs, she presents an image of flawless symmetry. Large, yet not grotesquely so, slim, yet not excessively thin. The harmonious blend would undoubtedly earn her the title of wife in her previous world. You may not be aware, but many celestial dragons take pleasure in tormenting more beautiful slaves. Therefore, generally speaking, individuals as striking as you are often pursued by the celestial dragons, who are willing to pay a hefty price for them. Observing the silence from the other party, the kneeling slave trader assumes she has not grasped his meaning and cautiously elaborates. I understand. Mitzi waves her hand. Upon seeing her gesture, the trader's heart leaps with joy. So can I leave? What? Mitzi's expression grows increasingly frigid. When did I say I would let you go? What? The slave trader is taken aback, and a flicker of malice flashes in his eyes as his hands dart towards his waist. Those in this line of work must be prepared to forsake their lives. Since the other party offers no escape, he can only perish. 2 short firearms are drawn in an instant. A dull thud resonates. However, it is not the sound of gunfire, but rather the sickening crack of flesh being torn apart. Mitzi pays no heed to the grim scene in the alley, crouches down, wipes her hands on the clothing of the corpse, and then nonchalantly departs. She has encountered an assault, yet gleaned some intelligence. The celestial dragon's birthday, the absence of the naval officer, and the rampant enslavement. Alas, these matters bear no relevance to me. Shaking her head lightly, Mitzi proceeds towards the direction she had previously confirmed. Unbeknownst to her, upon her exit from the alley, several accomplices rush towards the entrance. Once they discern the situation within, their faces turn pale. Subsequently, one of them produces a transponder snail. Boss, our men have been annihilated. A moment of silence ensues on the other end of the line. What transpired? The group promptly recounts the events that unfolded. Of course, as they were merely observing from outside, they possess no knowledge of the happenings within the alley. Once all details are conveyed, a heavy response emanates from the transponder snail. Did you capture any footage of her? Yes, boss. Return at once. Do not provoke her further. It would be a waste of manpower. But she has killed so many of us. Did you not hear my command? The voice on the other end turns icy. The one on the line, drenched in cold sweat, nods vigorously. Yes, I understand. Click. The call is terminated. With no other option, the group exchanges glances before obediently departing. Chapter 29. Inquiring for information according to memory. The abode of the infamous Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, is a bar named Shaki S, located within the root area of tree number 13. This place is sparsely populated, making it one of the illicit zones on the island. Many pirates, who are bountied by the Navy and unable to venture into the central districts, often frequent this vicinity. The shops here are limited, and after a brief survey, Miko soon spotted her intended destination. Is this the place? She raised her gaze to the sign above, inhaling slightly to prepare herself before gently pushing the door open. The bell attached to the doorframe chimed melodiously with her movement. The moment she stepped inside, Miko acutely sensed a gaze directed at her. Welcome, came the voice. Turning her head, she beheld a tall woman with full lips and short hair, whose age was indiscernible, lounging lazily behind the bar, regarding her with a faint smile. Miko's mind quickly conjured the name of the woman, along with a myriad of related information. Shaki, the proprietress of the bar, an information broker from the Sabaody archipelago, the lover of Rayleigh, and the former queen of Amazon Lily. With such a background, it was evident that she, like Rayleigh, belonged to Roger's circle. If one wished to locate Rayleigh, the first contact would undoubtedly be her. Miko scanned the interior, finding it far more modest than depicted in the narrative. However, she paid little heed to this and made her way directly to the bar, taking a seat. "It has been quite some time since I've encountered such a charming young lady," Shaki remarked playfully, rising from her seat. "I must forewarn you. The juices here are quite expensive." "I am here to purchase information," Miko asserted, cutting straight to the chase as she retrieved a bounty notice that she had prepared in advance. "About this individual?" Shaki inquired, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise before reverting to her usual smile. "You're aware that I sell information. It seems you've conducted some research in Sabaody. Or perhaps one of my regular clients has referred you to me?" "Of course, I discovered it myself," Miko replied, unwilling to acknowledge the latter, as doing so might expose her. "Is that so?" Shaki mused, not pressing further. She lowered her gaze, rotating the bounty notice on the table until it faced her. The paper, now slightly yellowed, displayed the likeness of a child, not Rayleigh, whom Miko sought. After all, it was improbable for her to openly declare her intent to find Rayleigh. The whereabouts of the remnants of the Pirate King's crew were known only to a select few celebrated figures across the seas. Miko, despite her knowledge, could not articulate this truth. Moreover, there had been no recent news reported about her sister in the newspapers. Thus, she deemed it prudent to subtly convey her intent through this information while simultaneously seeking news of her sister's current situation. As anticipated, Shaki did not appear suspicious. After confirming the likeness on the bounty notice, she raised her head, intrigued by the young girl before her. "Are you affiliated with the world government?" "Certainly not." Miko shook her head. "Then why the interest in this child? She hails from the West Blue, does she not? Why inquire about news from the West Blue while being in the Grand Line?" Shaki leaned forward, resting on the bar, feigning curiosity. Miko quickly grasped the underlying intention of Shaki's words. However, it aligned perfectly with her own objective of subtly revealing her identity. After a moment's hesitation, Miko spoke gravely, "I am her sister." This revelation genuinely surprised Shaki, though she swiftly masked her astonishment. "That is rather unsettling. According to the Navy, this child purportedly killed everyone on the island, including her family. How could she possibly have a sister?" The bait had been taken. Miko sensed the inquiry into the truth of O'Hara was commencing. "Does anyone still believe the Navy's claims?" Miko and Imp, Apos, resolve strengthened, a scoff escaping her lips. "I witnessed their cannonballs sink a refugee ship filled with civilians. To evade the stigma of slaughtering innocents, they certainly needed a scapegoat." At this, Shaki narrowed her eyes, falling silent. After a few moments, she gradually straightened up, producing a cigarette and lighter from her cleavage, lighting one for herself. "So, you assert that the Navy is lying? Is that not evident?" Miko retorted coldly. "But what evidence do you possess to substantiate your identity?" Shaki scrutinized her intently. Miko met her gaze and softly replied, "Do you have water?" A faint plume of smoke escaped Shaki's lips as she bent down to retrieve a cup from beneath the counter, filling it with water from a tap on the wall before placing it gently before Miko. "Please, help yourself." Miko did not drink. Instead, she dipped her finger into the water and inscribed several characters onto the bar, one she had memorized earlier. "What is this?" The earlier surprise re-emerged in Shaki's eyes. She recognized that the characters Miko had written were ancient texts, inscribed upon stone tablets and chronicling historical truths. Although she had half believed Miko's identity prior, witnessing the ancient script firsthand left her astounded. Indeed, what explosive news! Shaki instinctively reassessed Miko. "So your current objective is to locate your sister, who is being pursued by the Navy." "If I could find her, that would be ideal," Miko responded ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying. "However, I require information about her. The more, the better." "Very well." Shaki flicked the ash from her cigarette, refraining from further inquiries as she briefly recollected. "I do not possess much intelligence regarding the West Blue, but I am aware of some details concerning this child. She is a devil fruit user, is she not? It seems she has recently emerged within a burgeoning gang, with traces of her activities reported. However, your sister does not appear to be faring well at present." Chapter 30. Interruptions and New Discoveries. "Ah? You truly possess information?" Mizi was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, the mention of hardship, she furrowed her brow. According to her understanding, Robin and Apos' safety during her exile was utterly unfathomable to be compromised. With Akiji trailing behind and influenced by Nico's fate, as long as she didn't lose her mind and take her own life, it was virtually impossible for anyone to harm her. Therefore, even without seeing any news about her in the newspapers, Mizi felt a sense of reassurance regarding her sister and Apos' situation. But now, What did this mean? Mizi inquired in a low voice. Xiachi did not respond immediately. Instead, she retrieved a newspaper from the shelf behind her and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Mizi. This is today's newspaper? Mizi recognized it with a mere glance. She had seen the information on it, nothing particularly noteworthy. Yet Xiachi pointed to the most prominent article. Have you heard about this new admiral in the Navy, the one referred to as Akainu? Akainu? Mizi's heart sank as she pulled the newspaper out again. Regardless of how she scrutinized it, the content remained unchanged from before, offering no hints of significance. Wait, the pirate he captured. Iwud and Amp. Amp, Apos, TB1 from the West Sea, would it? Precisely, Xiachi nodded, taking another drag from her cigarette. Under normal circumstances, admirals would remain stationed at headquarters to guard against threats from the New World. However, in recent years, the gang forces in the West Sea have indeed grown excessively powerful, even impacting some countries allied with the world government. Coincidentally, that admiral, who espouses and Amp, Apos, absolute justice, and Amp, Apos, ventured to the West Sea for some matters. I shouldn't need to elaborate further, should I? Given Akainu's temperament, he would undoubtedly intervene upon discovering Robin's whereabouts, and at this moment, Robin is concealed among those gangs. If that red dog were to uncover her trace, without a doubt, it would spell disaster. Mizi stared at the newspaper, her brow knitted, remaining silent. She rummaged through her memories, searching for any plot related to this in the original narrative. After a thorough contemplation, she found no clues. She was aware of the gang factions in the West Sea, a region notorious for its criminal organizations. The infamous Capone Beach, who had married Big Mom and Amp, Apos, daughter, and wreaked havoc on Whole Cake Island alongside Luffy, was one such gang member from the West Sea. However, there was no mention of Akainu confronting the gangs in the original storyline. Thus, Mizi was uncertain whether this event had transpired in the original timeline. If it had, there would be little cause for concern. After all, if Robin were captured in this affair, how could subsequent events unfold? But if it hadn't, it would signify a deviation in the narrative, leading everything toward an unknown trajectory. Should Robin indeed be apprehended, the best outcome for her captors would be her imprisonment in Impel Down. The thought of rescuing her from there, contemplating the challenges involved, made Mizi's emotions spiral into further turmoil. Initially, she had merely intended to take a chance here, yet before discussing her true purpose, she was confronted with such alarming news. It seems you understand now. Xiachi spoke again, her demeanor still languid and nonchalant. So, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Mizi set the newspaper down, closed her eyes, and rubbed her temples. After a few moments, she reopened her eyes. How long would it take to return to the West Sea from here? The matter of Haki would have to wait. Broaching it now would clash with the character she had just presented. To mention it abruptly might have an adverse effect. It might be simpler to abandon this path and explore alternative routes later. As for Robin, the distance from Sabaody to the West Sea was unfathomable. Even if she set sail immediately, it would require months of navigation. By the time she arrived, it would likely be too late. Thus, the only course of action was to leave it to fate, hoping Akiji would be somewhat reliable. Simultaneously, she had to prepare for the possibility of needing to rescue her from Impel Down or Mariewa. From here to the West Sea, even on a Navy vessel, it would take at least 2 months, wouldn't it? Xiachi pondered before providing an answer that closely aligned with Mizi and Apos' thoughts. Currently, the Navy had yet to fully implement Vegapunk and Amp, Apos' advanced technologies. Their ships could not traverse the Calm Belt, thus necessitating a lengthy detour around Reverse Mountain to reach the Four Seas. 2 months was the theoretical minimum. Even Luffy, often criticized for his instantaneous travel, had taken 4 months to reach Sabaody. Are you planning to head back from here? If so, I advise you to abandon that idea. It would be too late. By observing Xiachi's expression, she could easily discern Mizi's intentions. However, Mizi appeared to disregard her advice, rising to take her leave. Thank you very much for your information. I hope we can meet again. With that, she turned and departed. The bell on the doorframe chimed as the wooden door swung open, emitting a crisp sound. Watching Mizi's retreating figure until she vanished from sight, Xiachi extinguished her cigarette. That child seems to have neglected to pay for the information, she mused. Though she remarked as such, she had no intention of pursuing her, instead returning to her seat behind the bar. Subsequently, as if speaking to herself, she voiced, "What do you think about this child?" After a few moments of silence within the establishment, a voice emerged from a partially ajar wooden door beside the counter. "Another unfortunate soul. Though I'm unsure how she survived the Navy." Witnessing the murder of her loved ones is not something everyone can bear. Creaking, the ajar door slowly opened, revealing a white-haired elder clutching a bottle of alcohol, who staggered out and chose a random seat in the establishment, leaning heavily on the table. "Would you like a cup of sobering tea?" Xia Qi suggested. The elder waved his hand without lifting his head. "No need. I'm not that intoxicated yet." "Is that so?" Observing his state, Xia Qi grasped something unspoken. "It seems you have little interest in that child, the orphan of O'Hara. She must possess the ability to decipher ancient texts, wouldn't she? Few can be found across the vast seas." Yet the elder's snores soon filled the air. Casting a glance at the bottle still held in his hand, Xia Qi shook her head in resignation, picking up a piece of clothing to drape over him. Meanwhile, Mi Zi had already left the vicinity of the 13th tree root, as she had previously contemplated if her gamble had failed. Matters concerning Haki would have to be temporarily set aside. She needed to pursue her second objective, which was to find a way to visit Fishman Island. If she could acquire sufficient underwater capabilities, it would be crucial for both her endeavors with Haki and her concerns regarding Robin. So, what would be the next step to reach Fishman Island? Mi Zi pondered as she walked along the path. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a flowing black robe, towering over Mi Zi by 2 or 3 times, brushed past her. "Huh?" Mi Zi halted abruptly and turned her head. Just moments earlier, as a gentle breeze stirred, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of the silhouette beneath the dark fabric. This individual possesses red skin, an otherworldly being? Mi Zi furrowed her brow. In the next instant, a spark of realization ignited within her mind. A red-skinned entity of such stature could only be a merman, could it not? With this thought, a cascade of information converged in Mi Zi's consciousness. The newly appointed General Akaino had ventured to the West Sea, the stationed officer at Sabaody was absent, and the celestial dragons were celebrating. Furthermore, a red-skinned merman had appeared on the Sabaody archipelago. It was also noteworthy that the current time marked 13 years since Luffy set sail. Oh my! Mi Zi's pupils constricted. Who claims that nothing significant has transpired during this period? This individual is undoubtedly the merman hero Fisher Tiger. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, was it not the very year he ascended the Red Soil continent, liberating slaves? This revelation implied that. Mi Zi's thoughts raced as she swiftly reached a decision, discreetly regaining her composure and silently following in the direction the figure had departed. Chapter 31. The selection of the celestial dragons in the region marked by the tree root labeled 20, outside an opulent mansion, Dalor, the owner of the estate, stood with a retinue of servants, awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. Have they not arrived yet? He gazed down the still empty street, beads of sweat forming on his brow under the scorching sun. Despite the esteemed nature of the guest he was to receive, the prolonged wait stirred a sense of impatience within him, prompting him to glance at his pocket watch. After confirming the time once more, a young attendant suddenly dashed towards him from a distance. "Sir, they are here." Dalor's spirits lifted instantly, banishing his earlier discontent. He adjusted his collar and donned a smile. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a group of emaciated slaves, shackled in iron chains, entered his line of sight, followed closely by a colossal cart drawn by numerous chains. At that moment, he comprehended that the occupants of the cart were undoubtedly the esteemed guests he was to host today. Creaking sounds filled the air as the cart drew nearer, eventually coming to a halt at the mansion's entrance. "Welcome, Lady Charlia," Dalor exclaimed, displaying a sycophantic smile as he approached the cart with his servants, bowing respectfully at its side. 2 CP0 members, acting as drivers, leaped down from the vehicle. One crouched by the cart's door, while the other cautiously opened it. Soon, a girl emerged from the cart, adorned with a bubble helmet and an unusual hairstyle. Clad in a spacesuit. The moment she stepped out, she raised a hand to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight. "It and amp, Oppos, es so hot. I and amp, Oppos, am sweating profusely. I can't believe I had to spend so long coming to this place in such weather." With a frosty demeanor, she disregarded the CP0 member who promptly held an umbrella for her, lowering her head to cast a disdainful glance at the individual still kneeling before her. "This is all your fault, Dalor. If only you had been more efficient, I wouldn't have to make this trip. It was merely a matter of capturing a group of slaves, yet you took an eternity to accomplish it. Because of you, Dalor. I was embarrassed at the weekend gathering for lacking suitable slaves." Her frustration escalated, and in a fit of rage, she lifted her foot and viciously kicked Dalor in the head. "It and amp, Oppos, es all because of you. All because of you." She continued until exhaustion overtook her, allowing her to catch her breath and finally cease her assault. Throughout her tirade, Dalor remained silent, enduring her ire and submission. Once she paused, he raised his head, now marked with her footprints, and forced a contrite smile. I sincerely apologize, Lady Charlia. We have indeed considered numerous solutions for this matter, but due to various complications, coupled with the Navy's stringent oversight. The Navy? Charlia scoffed disdainfully. I have no interest in your excuses. I only desire results. Of course, that is not an issue. In fact, prior to your arrival, we had already prepared a batch of new slaves to be transported here. However, as I mentioned earlier, due to the Navy's interference, the cost for this batch may rise slightly. Dalor gestured humbly, indicating a minor increase. That is inconsequential. Charlia waved her hand dismissively, indifferent to the costs. You decide the expenses. I want them all. Bring as many as you can. Hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Dalor and Apos' lips, and he stood up with renewed vigor. Truly, Lady Charlia, your grandeur is as boundless as the sky. It is profoundly admirable. Since you have now arrived at my humble abode, why not come inside and rest? We have prepared chilled juice freshly squeezed from the finest oranges from the sea, and I hope you will indulge. Chilled juice. Charlia's eyes lit up at the mention, a stark contrast to her previous discomfort. Then lead the way. As Dalor gestured, the group quickly congregated and made their way into the mansion. Once the servants served the juice, Dalor returned with a stack of photographs. Lady Charlia, these are the special slaves I have selected for you, per your last directives. Please take a look, should any catch your eye. I will have my men retrieve them immediately. Oh. Charlia set down her cup and began perusing the photographs. However, with each glance, her brows furrowed deeper. What rubbish is this? What use are these worthless beings to me? How do they differ from ordinary slaves? Dalor faltered momentarily before forcing a smile, retrieving another set of photographs from his pocket and placing them gently on the table. No worries, there is more here. Charlia accepted the new batch, flipping through them, discarding any that did not meet her approval onto the floor. Ultimately, she was left with none. Do these worthless beings require special effort to capture? Is there nothing better? I want the finest, the rarest. Dalor found himself in a predicament. Those photographs represented 6 months of his work, including not just humans but also members of various tribes such as the Long-Legged Tribe and the Fur Tribe, and even some notorious pirate captains. Yet, Charlia remained unimpressed. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned his subordinates and whispered instructions. Their expressions shifted, and though they seemed inclined to speak, they swallowed their words upon meeting Charlia's gaze, turning away to depart. After a short while, they returned with yet another stack of photographs. Please take a look at these. This third batch consisted of his most recent acquisitions, subjects he had yet to investigate thoroughly. Under normal circumstances, his cautious nature would prevent him from acting hastily. However, faced with the celestial dragon before him, he felt he had no alternative. As Charlia continued to peruse the images, her displeasure palpable, Dalor bowed his head, praying she would select an easier target for capture. Suddenly, Charlia paused, extracting one photograph and presenting it to Dalor. This person resembles my recently deceased dog. They both have golden hair. Dalor focused intently on the image, revealing a girl with lustrous golden curls, possessing striking beauty and a slender figure, leisurely strolling down the street while clutching an assortment of snacks. Chapter 32. The Battle in the Water. Unbeknownst to Mizi, events were unfolding within the opulent mansion. At this moment, she trailed behind a figure, weaving through the streets of Chambord. Where could this individual possibly be heading? Although she possessed a general understanding of their intentions, a sense of uncertainty lingered in her mind. The meandering path they traversed appeared devoid of purpose, resembling a mere leisurely stroll. Suddenly, as she pondered these thoughts, Mizi realized that she had unwittingly arrived at the seaside. A foreboding sensation washed over her. Indeed. Just a moment later, the distant figure of Tiger surveyed the area, seemingly confirming that no one was watching before plunging into the sea. With a splash, he swiftly disappeared beneath the surface. Gone. Mizi and Apos' heart sank. Had this individual explored Chambord only to leave without any action? Or had he realized he was being followed? The thought dawned on her, prompting her to hasten towards the shore. She swiftly discarded her shoes, tugged off her socks, and tossed aside her coat before resolutely plunging into the ocean. To confront a fisherman, one must adopt the most suitable stance for an underwater environment. As she felt the chilling currents of the sea, her keen underwater vision instantly spotted the red figure darting through the water. He had indeed noticed her. Yet, rather than confronting her, he opted to flee. Was it a desire to avoid disrupting his plans, to steer clear of trouble? Narrowing her eyes, Mizi contemplated the possibility. This indicated that the event at Mary Geos was imminent. To infiltrate the home of the celestial dragons without encountering admirals, the Gorosei, or the Knights of God was an unparalleled opportunity. The fame garnered by anyone daring enough to disturb the celestial dragons was unparalleled throughout history. Although she had not faced formidable opponents, the significance of this undertaking was indisputable. Moreover, Mary Geos was teeming with CP agents. The Rokushiki techniques were indeed quite effective. If she could extract relevant abilities from those agents, it would undoubtedly elevate her combat prowess significantly. Most crucially, should an incident involving the celestial dragons arise, the Navy would inevitably retract its elite forces, including Akainu, who was currently stationed in the West Sea. After all, with Akiji and Kazara yet to become admirals, and Sengoku occupied, it was implausible to summon Garp or Zephyr to assist the celestial dragons. If Akainu were recalled, the remaining Navy forces would stand no chance of capturing Robin. Perhaps this very situation would inadvertently aid Robin in her escape. A threefold benefit. It was imperative that she partake in this unfolding drama. With that thought, she noticed the figure ahead gradually fading from view, with elongated legs propelling her like an arrow. Mizi surged forward. Since she had already been detected, she decided to pursue without pretense. However, just as she was halfway through her chase, the figure ahead dove deeper, vanishing among the towering underwater rocks. Mizi instinctively sought to follow, but suddenly sensed something amiss and halted. Indeed, almost as soon as she stopped, several water blades sliced through the currents, hurtling towards her from the depths. Had he finally lost patience? A silent thought crossed her mind as she gracefully evaded the incoming attacks. Lowering her head, she caught sight of the red figure re-emerging amidst the seabed. Now bereft of his gray cloak, he fixed her with a grave gaze. After a few seconds, he slowly ascended to match Mizi's depth. Tracking her on land was one thing, but daring to follow her into the water. Were you a member of the Navy? Or perhaps an agent of the world government? The unique underwater dialogue characteristic of the One Piece world emerged. Whether it was due to their physical structure or some deeper reason, this fishman could articulate without water flooding his throat, a feat Mizi could not accomplish. She had tried before, but even with her abilities, she found it impossible to speak underwater. Never mind. Questioning him would be futile. Tiger, clearly aware of this, did not await a response and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Having chosen to follow him, it appeared she had resigned herself to the fate that awaited her. With that declaration, his imposing figure lunged forward, accelerating like a speeding truck, generating powerful currents in his wake. Unlike combat on land, exerting force in water was challenging unless one was at the seabed. Thus, the most effective strategy was to charge directly at the target, much like Tiger was doing now. In response to his charge, Mizi tensed her body, her expression growing serious. She harbored no hostility towards him, yet the circumstances dictated that a battle was unavoidable. Moreover, she had yet to encounter a suitable opponent to gauge her strength. If she could use this opportunity to test her current capabilities, it would provide clarity for her future endeavors. The hero of the Fishman race must possess strength surpassing the early Jinbei, likely on par with the upper echelon of the warlords of the sea. If she could defeat him, Mizi silently raised her hands, suppressing distracting thoughts. Her focus razor-sharp. Tiger's speed was formidable. His massive frame combined with rapid velocity created an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Yet, she had encountered similar aquatic adversaries before. Fishman karate. Sharkskin fist. He bellowed, as his colossal fist cut through the water like a spear, delivering a devastating blow aimed at Mizi and Appo's abdomen. The resounding thud echoed through the depths as Mizi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the seabed, shattering numerous rocks and corals, quickly engulfed by the ensuing debris. Was this the end? Tiger scoffed, retracting his fist with a dismissive air. The battle had proven even simpler than he had anticipated. As a human, daring to follow a fishman into the depths, one could only blame their own foolishness. He turned to depart. Yet at that moment, a strange sound emerged from the cloud of debris below. Tiger paused, turning to look. To his astonishment, the human he had struck flew out from the shattered rocks, dusting off her clothing as if nothing had transpired. What? Tiger's expression froze, but he quickly regained composure, slowly pivoting back in the water. How had someone of her size evaded his heavy strike? Or had she employed some technique to mitigate the force? Regardless, he resolved to launch another assault. But in the next instant, the petite figure at the seabed vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. Positioning for the Fishmen. The disparity between human underwater activity and the pace of a turtle is merely a matter of one being in water and the other on land. Even certain specialized breeds of turtles can swim at speeds unattainable by humans. Thus, when Tiger witnessed Mizi vanish before his eyes, he instinctively thought he was imagining things. It took him a second to realize the truth, but by then, it was too late. With a sharp sound, slender fingers pressed against his head, and a delicate figure appeared above him, seemingly out of nowhere. Alarmed, Tiger attempted to resist, but an overwhelming force suddenly bore down from above, pushing his head towards the seabed. In the face of this imminent danger, he instinctively struggled against the hand gripping his head. However, after several futile attempts, he was astounded to discover that no matter how he resisted, that hand remained unyielding. Is she a user of abilities? No, that can end amp, Oppos, TB. How could a user operate underwater? This must purely be her sheer strength. Tiger and Oppos. S expression shifted dramatically. He had initially thought her to be a foolish, ordinary human. Yet her true nature was far more enigmatic than he had imagined. At the very least, in terms of raw power, he had been completely overpowered. This cannot continue. As the underwater scenery rapidly loomed closer, Tiger felt a tightening in his chest, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to pivot and unleash a swinging punch. Let go of me. Mizi and Oppos' eyes darted, as if she had anticipated his move, and she deftly ducked to evade the strike. Following that, Tiger launched a series of elbow strikes and swinging punches, attempting to compel Mizi to release him through sheer aggression. Simultaneously, his feet kicked against the water, trying to alter their trajectory. Yet all his efforts proved to be in vain. Ultimately, Tiger could only shield his head with his arms, helplessly watching as he hurtled toward the seabed. With a resounding crack, blood quickly dissolved into the water, the force of impact shattering the surrounding rock and stirring up a great cloud of debris. The violent blow rendered Tiger and Amp, Oppos' mind blank for several seconds. Fortunately, the hand above him loosened slightly due to the shock. Fishman Karate, ghostly hammer. A muffled sound echoed amidst the scattering dust. Moments later, Mizi emerged from the haze, floating gracefully in the water as she surveyed the scene below. A closer inspection revealed that not a single bruise marred her skin, while Tiger, gradually surfacing from the depths, bore numerous contusions on his arms and a trickle of blood from his nose. The superiority of one over the other was glaringly evident. With a huff, Tiger wiped the blood from his nose, his expression grave, veins pulsing on his forehead and muscles taut. He had to admit, in terms of brute strength, none he had faced before compared to her. Even within the Fishman clan, there might not be anyone who could rival her. However, as he spoke, his body gradually bent, resembling a taut bowstring. What we fishmen possess is not merely strength. With that declaration, he transformed into a swift arrow, launching towards her. Fishman Karate. Missed Shark. This move again? Seeing him charge at her once more, Mizi's instincts heightened, and she prepared to evade. Sure enough, just before he reached her, Fishman Karate, gun wave. Instantly, torrents of water coalesced into spear-like projections aimed at her forehead. Having anticipated this, Mizi was not caught off guard. However, water strike. Another long-range attack erupted, sending countless droplets scattering like petals in the wind. Mizi found herself unable to evade, and the barrage struck her from all angles. Success. Tiger silently thought, his muscles tensing as he concentrated all his might. Propelled by the momentum of his charge, he unleashed a powerful punch. Sharkwave Fist. This blow landed squarely on Mizi's face, sending her flying like a severed kite. The strategy of disrupting her vision with the first wave of attack, followed by a second wave to induce rigidity, and finally delivering the finishing blow, was sound. However, Tiger glanced down at his trembling fingers. Unlike the previous impacts, this last punch felt as though it had struck solid steel. His knuckles were beginning to swell. This girl, is she a robot forged from iron? He couldn't help but curse under his breath as he looked towards where she had been sent flying. Furthermore, despite several minutes of combat, she had not needed to surface for air. Is she truly human? Hiss. On the other side, Mizi remained unaware of his thoughts, merely rubbing her cheek with a nonchalant air. After several exchanges, her sentiment could be summed up in 2 words. Is this it? Initially, Mizi had approached the confrontation with seriousness, carefully observing his strikes, considering her evasions, weighing the risks of taking hits, and seeking counterattack opportunities. Yet after enduring a few blows, she realized the effects of her level 4 traits were simply too formidable. Even targeted strikes aimed at her vital points could not breach her defenses. Moreover, against the backdrop of her own capabilities, the fishmen seemed rather lackluster. Their speed was not as swift as anticipated, nor was their strength as formidable. From the beginning until now, she had barely exerted 60% of her power. And even so, it had been more than enough to leave him overwhelmed. She had initially intended to test the limits of her abilities, but the outcome was. Could it be that her underwater prowess was indeed somewhat extraordinary? Mizi pondered briefly, then shook her head. No, that was quite right. He had not utilized Haki. If one considered the scenario without Haki, perhaps the truth could indeed align with her thoughts, but once Haki was factored in, the situation would surely be different. Thus, Haki was undeniably indispensable. However, at present, as she observed the distant red figure charging back to deliver a follow-up strike, Mizi suddenly regained her focus, her expression turning icy. Now that she had nearly deciphered her positioning, there was no need to continue the fray. It was best to bring this to an end, especially since this fellow had just slapped her face. Mizi silently clenched her fingers into a fist. Chapter 34, The Purpose of Tiger. Half an hour later. By a beach in Sabaody, Tiger was meticulously wrapping bandages around his wounds, tending to his injuries. As the pain from his wounds throbbed, he could not help but voice a question directed toward a figure not far in front of him. Are you truly human? In the direction he gazed, Mizi sat nonchalantly on a stone beneath the roots of a tree, arms crossed and feet propped up. Isn't it evident? Do I not appear human? She replied with a chuckle. Tiger could not suppress a cold sneer from deep within. It was undeniable that her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary human. However, recalling his recent experience in the water made it all too clear. This individual could be aptly described as a humanoid sea king. Her strength, defense, and other attributes far surpassed those of an average human, even eclipsing his own capabilities as a fisherman. Consequently, he acknowledged his utter defeat in their previous encounter. Even in an aquatic environment, the outcome remained unchanged. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe such a monster could exist among humans. Reflecting on the countless tales he had encountered during his years of adventuring, it appeared that such legendary beings were not solely confined to one. Conversely, considering the plight of his own kind, the fishmen, sigh. A heavy lament filled Tiger's heart. The chasm between their two races was glaringly apparent. What, pray tell, is your purpose? This is our first meeting, is it not? With your capabilities, should you be a marine or a pirate, I would have certainly seen your name in the papers. If you are affiliated with the world government, there would be no reason for you to engage me. Or could it be that you are here to assist those celestial dragons in capturing slaves? This was the enigma that troubled him most. He believed his arrival on the island had not been marked by any conspicuous actions, nor had he revealed his fisherman identity. It was baffling that a stranger would seek him out without cause. Yet, Mizi and Appos' smiling response made him tense. You are a slave of the celestial dragons, Arin and Appos. To you? Did you see it? Tiger and Appos' expression turned grave as he touched his chest. Despite his efforts to conceal it during their earlier combat and while tending to his wounds, the mark remained, a testament to his past as a slave to the celestial dragons, an escaped slave returning to the very vicinity of the celestial dragons. Surely anyone could see the issue at hand. Mizi smiled softly, arms still crossed. So will you report me? With his identity now exposed, Tiger refrained from denial, casting a cold gaze at her. Helping the celestial dragons recover their lost slaves could yield a handsome reward. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would unfold predictably. The celestial dragons, despite their abhorrent nature, were indeed generous with their bounties. Few would refuse the allure of wealth. Yet, Mizi stood before him, not seeking wealth as her motive for approaching him. Not at all. You might be unaware, but my parents also fell victim to those celestial dragons. My intention in seeking you out was merely to observe your actions. If possible, perhaps I could lend you a hand, as we share a common adversary, do we not? Her words momentarily stunned Tiger. Is that truly all? Of course, Mizi replied softly. If you doubt me, you could investigate. There are detailed reports in the newspapers regarding the incident I experienced. Tiger remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Very well. You have no reason to deceive me. Given her capabilities, there was no need for her to fabricate such lies. As a former slave, he was well aware of the notorious reputation of the celestial dragons. Taking a life was as commonplace as having a meal. Therefore, her grievances against them were hardly surprising. He mused that in these vast seas, many harbored enmity toward the celestial dragons. With this thought, he could not help but sigh once more. It was not only fishmen who suffered under the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Humans endured their torment as well. Regrettably, you may have misconstrued my intentions. I did not come here seeking vengeance against the celestial dragons. Thus, I doubt I can assist you in your quest for retribution. Hatred breeds only further hatred. And relying solely on force will not lead to understanding for the fishmen among the populace. Then what is your purpose here? Mitzi inquired, though she already suspected the answer. Surely you did not return just for sightseeing? Tiger hesitated for a moment. You must promise not to disclose this matter, and only then will I tell you. What he intended to do was perilous, and ideally, it should remain a secret. Yet, given Mitzi and Apos' current demeanor, it seemed impossible to leave without revealing his plans. If he were to divulge them, he needed to ensure she would not share them with anyone else. Otherwise, should his plans go awry, the likelihood of survival would diminish drastically. Rest assured, just as you said, I have no reason to deceive you. Mitzi offered a somewhat reassuring guarantee. If their interests aligned, why would she betray him? You need only ensure that this matter remains confidential. Tiger ceased his hesitations and spoke in a low voice. My objective is actually to rescue those slaves captured by the celestial dragons on the Red Line. He gradually articulated his intentions, detailing his plans, which included aspects Mitzi was already aware of, as well as others she was not. Nevertheless, the essence of his ambitions aligned closely with her understanding. The intricacies he shared were more detailed than those portrayed in the original story. For instance, he outlined the methods of escape post-success, which involved the use of ladders to ascend and descend the Red Line, facilitating the rendezvous with ships at sea, along with strategies to evade pursuers. It was undeniable that the success of this venture in the original narrative was no mere coincidence. He had genuinely researched these matters, rather than charging forward recklessly. Upon hearing his final words, Mitzi's resolve to join him solidified even further. Chapter 35. The entanglement of the auction house in the early hours, precisely at 1 o'clock. 5 days hence, did the marked spot on the Red Earth continent truly exist? Reflecting on the recent exchanges, Mitzi found herself unintentionally murmuring aloud. This moment had arrived more swiftly than she had anticipated. She had originally believed that her counterpart would require additional time to prepare. However, as stated, everything necessary had been arranged, and now all that remained was to await a moonless, windy night. Consequently, Mitzi had no choice but to comply with the directives given. At this juncture, after a day replete with events, twilight had gradually enveloped the surroundings. With 5 more days yet to wait, she resolved to seek a place to rest and conserve her energy for the significant moment ahead. With this thought in mind, Mitzi traversed the street and entered an alley, hoping to find an inn at the other end. Yet, upon stepping into the alley, her instincts stirred, hinting at an unsettling premonition. In the next instant, as if to validate her ominous intuition, a vast net descended from above. Look out! A heavy rope net quickly engulfed Mitzi, constricting tightly and rendering her immobile. At that moment, a group of slave traders emerged from the shadows, exchanging gleeful high-fives. I knew this character would reappear on the street. Positioning ourselves near the inn was indeed the right call. There is no escape now, ha ha ha. Their triumphant laughter echoed through the alley. Mitzi silently attempted to move her limbs, discovering the net was secured tightly and crafted from remarkably high-quality material, making it impossible for an ordinary person to break free. Don and Apos, waste your efforts. This net is the finest from our auction house, adorned with sea tower stone. No matter how you struggle, escape is impossible. One of the slave traders, intrigued by her movements, eagerly explained. Excuse me, my friend. You've deployed a net with sea tower stone against me? Are there truly no limits to your audacity? In moments of utter disbelief, laughter can often escape one's lips, and Mitzi found herself in such a predicament. Now, come along quietly. I advise you to abandon any sinister thoughts. Those targeted by our auction house never managed to escape. A group of them slowly encircled her, intent on leading her away. Is that so? Mitzi replied noncommittally, summoning her inner strength. With a resounding snap, the outermost ropes of the net shattered, leaving the slave traders momentarily stunned. Following that, Mitzi began to pry apart the front of the net with her arms. Wah, how is this possible? This net is capable of ensnaring even a 2-meter-tall bear. And it contains sea tower stone. Even those with abilities can't. Not good. She is about to break free. Stop her. Some rushed to tighten the ropes, while the more astute fled in a panic. It was absurd. If a net strong enough to trap a bear could not contain her, how could a few ordinary individuals hope to restrain her? Get lost. Indeed, Mitzi kicked the nearest assailant away, then yanked on the net, tearing it apart entirely. At last, she raised her fists, advancing towards the fallen, trembling slave traders who had failed to escape. A cacophony of screams filled the air. However, what Mitzi did not foresee was that this was merely the beginning. That night, while resting in an inn, she was again ambushed by slave traders. To ensure her safety, she changed lodgings, only to confront a third wave of attackers. By the second day, the fourth group approached her on the street, while the fifth awaited her beneath a tree. Soon, the sixth and seventh followed suit. Finally, on the third day, she enjoyed a moment of tranquility during daylight. Yet, just as she settled into bed that night, a bomb was hurled through her window. The forces of the auction house seemed inexhaustible, even if Mizi eliminated every assailant. New ones would continually emerge. Their intelligence was alarmingly precise, as if invisible eyes were perpetually watching her every move, rendering escape impossible. By the fourth day, overwhelmed by the relentless harassment, Mizi resolved to depart the archipelago of Xiangbua. However, during her final meal, upon discerning the taste of poison, she could no longer restrain herself. If one could resist the urge to demolish that auction house under such circumstances, they would indeed be a deity among mortals. Thus, that night, fueled by palpable resentment, Mizi stealthily sought out the auction house. After employing a few subtle tactics to glean information, she finally uncovered the reason for her incessant torment. "You mean to say I have caught the eye of a celestial dragon?" "Why, yes." The battered individual, sporting bruises and a dislocated arm, trembled in acknowledgement. "So it was the celestial dragon who took an interest in me, leading to your unrelenting troubles?" Mizi regarded the man as one would a lifeless object. "Please, I beg you, spare me." Now, a pertinent question arises. How did the celestial dragon learn of my existence? During the initial assault, someone captured your photograph and presented it to the boss. And where does your boss reside? At the estate northwest of Tree Root number 6. With that, Mizi snapped the man's throat with a casual twist, discarding him like refuse. She wiped the blood from her hands, her expression eerily calm. The estate northwest of Tree Root number 6. How audacious. Originally, she had intended to let things lie for the sake of tomorrow's matters, yet fate had conspired to provoke her. "If I cannot kill the celestial dragon, then I shall have my vengeance on you." With a low murmur, Mizi turned and departed. Chapter 36. Revenge failed again? What a bunch of inept fools. We equipped you with the best gear, and yet you still achieved nothing. If it comes to that, we might as well hire those pirates to do the job. Our time is running out. We must capture the target within 3 days. Do you understand? Inside the opulent mansion, Dalor angrily slammed the receiver back onto the phone bug, gritting his teeth and letting out a long sigh of frustration. Alas, it has been a full 4 days since that celestial dragon's arrival. In these 4 days, he has dispatched countless individuals and employed numerous methods. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. If this continues, failing to capture that person within the stipulated time could lead to dire consequences for him. Damn it. Why did I have to fixate on this individual? Cursing under his breath, he picked up a photograph from the table, gazing at the girl within it, and rubbed his temples in exasperation. With furrowed brows, he lit a cigarette. A thin wisp of smoke escaped his lips. Had he foreseen this predicament earlier? He would never have brought that stack of photographs to light. But now it is too late for regrets. This is the demand of the celestial dragon. Moreover, even if it were not their request, the profits involved are too tempting for him to decline. Sighing again, he concluded that relying solely on that incompetent bunch would likely yield no results. He must devise another plan. With this thought, Dalor forced himself to suppress his agitation and began to ponder alternative possibilities. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow flitted past his window. The cool night breeze flowed into the room, causing the curtains to flutter slightly. Suddenly, a thud echoed through the empty chamber. Dalor looked up to find that the 2 attendants stationed at the door had collapsed on the floor, though he could not discern when it had occurred. "What happened to you two?" he exclaimed, rising to investigate their condition. Yet, just as he took his first step away from the table, a hand unexpectedly grasped his shoulder from behind. This is a flicker of confusion crossed Dalor's mind. In the next moment, the realization struck him. Oh no. But before he could utter a sound, a metal rod pierced through his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his neck as Dalor instinctively clutched at the wound, stumbling backward until he crashed against the table and fell to the ground. Only then did he notice the figure that had silently entered the room, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the photograph he had just examined. It was Mizi, the one who had been persistently troubling him for days. "Why did you have to come here? With so many people in Chambord, why did you choose me? I had no intention of involving myself with you. So why did you seek me out to deliver your own demise?" Mizi approached him, gripping the rod embedded in his throat, her face a mask of incomprehension as she expressed her inner turmoil. "For days, a full 4 days, do you have any idea how I've spent these days? Not a single good night's sleep, and whose fault is that?" Dalor remained silent, writhing in agony on the floor. No matter how he struggled, he could not stop the blood from pouring forth from his throat. Enough. You won't understand, but remember this lesson. Be a good person in your next life. His movements grew weaker, and Mi-Zi, now disinterested in his plight, returned to her cold demeanor, waiting for the flicker of life within him to extinguish. Truth be told, she had not anticipated that her first visit to Chambord would lead her to be targeted by a celestial dragon. However, since she had been marked, it was imperative to eliminate this hidden threat. Currently, she was not prepared to face the consequences of killing a celestial dragon. But eliminating a Slaver-S leader posed no issue. She genuinely believed that slaying such a minor character would bring her no trouble. The corpse could simply be left here. She needed to leave quickly, lest it interfere with her plans for tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Mi-Zi resolved to escape through the window. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrust open. Dalor, Charlia, clad in a space suit, stormed in with a CP agent, her face contorted with irritation. Why hasn't that dog I wanted been delivered yet? Dalor, what are you doing? However, no response echoed back. Scanning the room, it was entirely empty. Where did that fool run off to? Charlia's eyes darted around as she sought the figure she was after, but the room's emptiness yielded no clues. HM? The CP agent, trailing behind her, suddenly glanced up at the ceiling light and then at the scattered documents on the table. The room was devoid of inhabitants, yet the light was on. Those papers should pertain to various slaves. Dalor had no reason to carelessly leave such important materials here. After a moment's contemplation, he took a cautious step forward. Your Highness, Dalor may have stepped out for a moment. Perhaps we should return tomorrow. It's possible he left to attend to your matter. Although it appeared somewhat unusual, for the sake of prudence, it was best to avoid such an anomaly. Yet Charlia remained oblivious, raising her chin and glaring defiantly. Are you giving me orders? Of course not. The CP agent, evidently familiar with such situations, immediately knelt before her, intending to offer further counsel. But just then thud, a muffled sound suddenly reverberated through the air. Both turned instinctively to see something tumble out from behind the curtains. It was a corpse. Oh no. In the next moment, the CP agent's expression changed dramatically, but before they could react, the curtains burst open, and a spray of blood splattered across his face, blinding him with crimson. Mi-Zi, wielding the iron rod, delivered a swift blow to his head. The splatter of blood stained Charlia's bubble helmet, causing her to panic and fall to the floor during her retreat. Help! There's, Mi-Zi delivered a sharp slap, shattering the helmet and knocking her unconscious. Gazing at the unconscious celestial dragon before her, Mi-Zi glanced at the corpses scattered across the room and then listened to the distant sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. This is troublesome initially. Her intention was merely to eliminate the auction house owner who had been a nuisance, but along the way, she inadvertently encountered a celestial dragon and was discovered. It was clear that her actions amounted to an assault on a celestial dragon. Even if she tried to leave now, the world government would soon pursue her. While she was not particularly afraid of being hunted or rewarded, such actions would undoubtedly disrupt her plans for tomorrow. Furthermore, while the Navy might overlook the liberation of slaves, an attack on a celestial dragon would surely provoke an immediate response from an admiral stationed at headquarters. Just as she had previously thought, she was not yet equipped to contend with an admiral. Listening to the increasingly loud footsteps outside, Mi-Zi felt a pang of frustration as she scratched her head. After a moment of steeling herself, she resolutely decided to take action and seized the small celestial being lying on the ground. Hey, wake up! She shook the figure vigorously. Soon, the individual groggily opened their eyes, meeting Mi-Zi's gaze. A dog? Without uttering a word, Mi-Zi grasped one of their hands, gripping a finger tightly. Crack! The sharp pain jolted Charlia awake, tears and snot streaming down her face. Before she could scream, her mouth was covered. Shoo! Follow my instructions. Do you understand? Mi-Zi smiled, adopting a remarkably gentle demeanor towards the young one before her. However, Charlia, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, instinctively attempted to wriggle free from Mi-Zi's grasp. In exasperation, Mi-Zi snapped another one of her fingers. Once Charlia regained her composure from the agony, Mi-Zi spoke again. Can you hear me now? Charlia, with tear-filled eyes, nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Mi-Zi slightly released her grip on Charlia's mouth. You wretched commoner. How dare you defy a celestial being? Crack! All 5 fingers were broken. Charlia, for the first time in her 13 years of life, experienced such torment. Had her mouth not been completely covered, her screams would have echoed throughout the entire mansion. Listen closely, this is your final chance. If you fail to comply, I will snap your neck, strip you bare, and toss you into the slums. Mitzi's words were resolute. If the other party remained defiant, she would have to prepare for the worst. Fortunately, the relentless pain, coupled with Mitzi's threat, finally compelled Shalia to nod through her tears. Seeing this, Mitzi once more loosened her grip, weeping, with tears and snot staining her face. Shalia glared resentfully at Mitzi while cradling her mangled hand. Very good. Mitzi nodded with satisfaction before swiftly rising and closing the door to the room. Just then, a series of footsteps grew louder, halting just outside the recently closed door. Knock, 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 a knock echoed. Mitzi ignored it, donning a friendly smile as she returned to Shalia's side and grasped her other intact hand. The latter's eyes widened in terror. What are you waiting for? Speak. If you don't say anything, how will they leave? Though her tone was remarkably calm, it bore an undeniable threat when paired with her actions. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, accompanied by a voice calling out. Boss, are you in there? We heard some noises just now. Are you all right? Clearly, the auction house staff had arrived, unaware of Shalia's presence, believing their boss remained inside. Observing the celestial being's silence, Mitzi's smile began to fade as she feigned intention to break another finger. Shalia recoiled in fear, shouting, Shut up. What are you making noise for? Get out. Hearing her voice, the knocking paused momentarily. We're very sorry. We'll leave right away. Soon, the footsteps faded into the distance. Excellent. Listening to the commotion outside, Mitzi secretly sighed in relief, reaching out to pat Shalia and Apos' head in satisfaction. This way, the situation in the room would not be exposed immediately. The next step involved the subsequent cleanup. Mitzi raised her hand and slapped Shalia again, rendering her unconscious once more. She then proceeded to hide all the bodies in various corners of the room, using cloth to wipe away the bloodstains on the floor. Finally, she removed the celestial being's space suit, wrapping her in her own coat before escaping through the window. Under the cover of night, no one noticed her presence. Rather than heading to other parts of the island, she boarded a small boat, silently making her way toward the Red Earth continent. The following day, on the small boat, the glaring sunlight illuminated Shalia and Apos' face as she gradually opened her eyes. Where am I? She instinctively tried to rub the corners of her eyes. However, the moment she raised her hand, the pain that surged in her mind jolted her back to reality. It hurts. Tears welled up in her eyes. And only then did she realize she was not in the luxurious bed she was accustomed to. So, you finally awakened? The waves rocked the small boat as Mitzi sat at the edge, munching on a piece of bread, gazing leisurely at Shalia. You are. Upon seeing her face, a series of memories rushed through Shalia and Apos' mind. Searching for Delorii, encountering an unknown attack, being tortured by broken fingers, and finally losing consciousness, all orchestrated by the very person before her. You scoundrel! How dare you attack a celestial being? Do you not know the consequences of such actions? After a night of unconsciousness, Shalia felt emboldened, her expression fierce as she threatened Mitzi. Oh. Mitzi merely responded with a simple acknowledgement before reaching out, grabbing Shalia by her collar and lifting her up. Wait, what are you doing? Shalia panicked. In the next instant, Mitzi threw her into the sea. Chapter 37. At sea, Mitzi's movements were akin to a frame zero initiation, rendering one utterly defenseless. Before one could even react, the frigid seawater surged into Shalia's nostrils, submerging her entirely beneath the waves. Bubbles incessantly broke the surface. It was evident that this esteemed celestial dragon lacked the skill of swimming. Yet, amidst Shalia's perilous plight, Mitzi remained unfazed, leisurely savoring the last morsel of bread, chewing it with deliberate care. Only after completely swallowing the food did she clap her hands and rise to her feet. Almost time, she murmured silently before leaping into the sea. In a short while, she resurfaced with the nearly drowned Shalia in her grasp. Gagging and coughing, Shalia expelled copious amounts of seawater from her lungs, feeling a profound dizziness and discomfort. It took her nearly 10 minutes to regain some semblance of composure. With a gaze filled with loathing, she glared at the person beside her. What do you want from me? Are you still not awake? Observing her, Mitzi raised her hand, reaching for the nape of Shalia's neck. The mere action sent Shalia recoiling in terror, her face paling. Now you should understand, right? Mitzi smiled, gesturing to the deck beneath their feet. On this ship, your identity as a celestial dragon holds no sway. If I ever feel displeased, I can easily cast you into the sea. In which case, your days would be numbered. Shalia, however, maintained a facade of defiance, insisting, aren't you afraid of the marine admirals hunting you down? Well, Mitzi pondered. her finger lightly tapping her chin as she tilted her head in contemplation. Initially, she had been somewhat wary. Otherwise, she would not have refrained from acting against the auction house owner. Yet now, her options had dwindled. After all, this individual had fortuitously appeared just as she was about to eliminate a witness. This compelled her to resort to such a precarious method. Ultimately, the repercussions of kidnapping a celestial dragon were almost equivalent to assaulting one. Both would lead to death. The only distinction lay in the former's greater difficulty in execution. Holding a hostage was tantamount to possessing a valuable bargaining chip. Thus, rather than fleeing and being labeled a celestial dragon assailant, it was far more advantageous to abduct Charlia. This could potentially create a deterrent effect, granting her a reprieve. Rest assured, before I meet my end, I will ensure your demise first. Mitzi flashed a smile, mimicking a beheading gesture. As someone with no family, fame, or wealth, exchanging my life for yours is hardly a loss for me. And she scrutinized Charlia from head to toe. You appear to be merely in your teens. Being a celestial dragon at such a tender age implies you still have decades of fortune ahead of you, days filled with endless feasting and revelry. Pursuing any desires your heart yearns for. If such a life were to be cut short at 13, I would certainly weep inconsolably. As Mitzi spoke, Charlia's face grew increasingly pale, resembling the color of a liver. She had never envisioned encountering such circumstances nor contemplated the possibility of her life ending at 13. Mitzi's words acted like a spade, excavating the depths of her current predicament. She was a celestial dragon, with countless opportunities yet to explore. To perish alongside such a minor character would be an immense loss. After a prolonged silence, Charlia finally stammered, "What do you want? Money? If it's merely wealth, I can offer you as much as you desire if you return me home. And regarding the charges of assaulting a celestial dragon, I could plead with my father to prevent any repercussions. What do you say?" Quite the improvement, Mitzi remarked. From relying on your status to threaten mindlessly, to leveraging your assets for negotiation. Unfortunately, it was clear that Mitzi was not motivated by financial gain. The abduction was a matter of necessity. What she truly required was time. Enough of your fanciful notions of escape. I have no intention of killing you. As long as I remain unpursued by the Navy or the world government, I have no need to harm you. I merely require you to restrain any pursuers until I can amass sufficient power to confront an admiral. In essence, she stated, as long as you refrain from any foolish actions, I will not harm you. Do you understand? Of course not. Charlia screamed internally. This individual harbored no intention of releasing her. The mere thought of the scenario Mitzi described, a potential death before capture, made Charlia's vision fade. No. I must devise a way to escape, or seek help. She was a noble celestial dragon. If she revealed her identity, countless individuals would undoubtedly come to her aid. Yes, that was the plan. Resolutely, Charlia ceased her protests, her small face sullen as she plotted various escape methods in her mind. With a sudden kick, Mitzi struck Charlia's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. That hurts. What are you doing? Charlia cried, tears welling in her eyes as she cradled her face. Your thoughts are glaringly evident. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Mitzi cracked her knuckles ominously. Charlia's expression froze. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson, or you'll never behave. Mitzi extended her hand toward her. Wait, I understand now. I'll be obedient. Just don't, Amidst the waves, the cries of anguish echoed, gradually diminishing with the passage of time. This torment persisted until night fell. With a crash, the waves relentlessly battered the rocks. A decrepit, deserted merchant vessel gently anchored at a coastal stretch of the Red Earth continent. Standing upon the deck was Tej, cloaked in a gray robe. Chapter 38, The Meeting and Final Preparations. The Red Earth continent, a circular landmass intersecting with the Grand Line, is shrouded in an abundance of red soil, rendering it barren and devoid of vegetation, even lacking fresh water. In this vast ocean, only two groups can sustain themselves in such an inhospitable environment, the celestial dragons and their slaves. At this moment, Tej dangled precariously from a sheer rock face thousands of meters high, his arms taut with exertion, his shirt drenched in sweat. A dagger clenched between his teeth as he climbed laboriously among the clouds. With a series of sharp cracks, the weathered rock crumbled beneath his fingers, sending fragments tumbling into the abyss below. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to secure a new grip before he fell. Glancing down at the cloud-blanketed expanse below, he exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned his focus back upwards to continue his ascent. As time passed, despite a pace that was far from swift, he finally conquered the last stretch. Breathless, he collapsed onto the summit, gasping for air. Are you really this slow? A melodious voice cut through the silence before he could fully catch his breath. Startled, Tej sprang to his feet, alert, his eyes wide with surprise. From her perch on a nearby rock, Mitzi lounged with her long legs crossed, a strand of wheat casually held between her lips, idly toying with her hair. Clearly, she had been waiting for quite some time. ISNT the meeting time 10 and amp. Amp? Oppos, clock? It's already 3. If you kept me waiting any longer, I might have thought you'd fled. Tej stood there, momentarily stunned, even forgetting to wipe the sweat from his brow. Only when a gentle breeze brushed past did he regain his composure. He realized that the arduous climb to the Red Earth continent had consumed several exhausting hours of his life. The difficulty had nearly cost him dearly, yet here was Mitzi, who had not only arrived before him, but appeared utterly unfazed. It was certainly true what they said about her monstrous physique. Tej wiped his forehead. When I arrived, I didn't see a ship below. I thought you wouldn't come. You didn't swim here, did you? No, Mitzi replied, waving her hand dismissively as she nimbly leaped down from the rock face, landing barefoot on the ground. I had intended to swim, but an unexpected incident forced me to commandeer a small boat. I was afraid of being discovered, so I sought a concealed spot to hide. The incident she alluded to naturally referred to the situation concerning Charlia. It was clear that she could not bring that individual along for this operation. Therefore, prior to her departure, she had securely bound the girl, stuffing her mouth with her old clothes to muffle any sounds, and stowed her away in the boat's hull. Notably, to facilitate climbing and any potential underwater activities following the mission, she had donned a set of practical, dark attire, replacing her shoes with knee-high socks. Once the task was complete, she could plunge into the sea and escape at full speed. As Tej processed her words, he lowered his hand that had been wiping sweat from his brow. You truly plan to swim here? To traverse from Sabaody to the Red Earth continent? Does this girl not possess any fishman bloodline? Enough of that. Now that you're here, let us commence with the business at hand. Please outline your specific plan. Noticing that she did not pursue the matter further, Mitzi quickly shifted the conversation. The clock had struck 3 in the morning, with merely a few hours remaining until dawn. Post-sunrise, their endeavors would become significantly more complex. However, Tej hesitated, scrutinizing her intently for several seconds before finally speaking. Upon your arrival, did you survey the situation in Mariehua? Of course, Mitzi replied, her expression shifting to one of concern. In truth, the first thing she did upon ascending the Red Earth continent was to investigate. The site was grandiose, a formidable fortress with towering walls, each punctuated by watchtowers manned by vigilant guards. The defenses were alarmingly rigorous, leaving scant opportunity for infiltration. I know of a secret passage, Tej stated evenly. Mitzi was taken aback. You, a fishman, are aware of the celestial dragon's hidden paths? Though initially skeptical, she soon grasped the rationale. Tej had once been a slave to the celestial dragons, captured and brought to Mariehua. The very reason he managed to escape their stronghold might well be rooted in this knowledge. Follow me, Tej instructed, offering no further explanation as he turned and began to walk ahead. Mitzi, understanding, promptly fell in step behind him. Thus, they traversed the rugged terrain, where the Red Earth continent was nothing but stone. There were no flowers or trees, no birds or beasts, only an expanse of red. Yet Tej navigated with precision, soon leading Mitzi to the edge of a cliff. He pointed towards a concealed opening nestled in the rock face below. There, that's the entrance. Peering over the edge, Mitzi discovered a remarkably hidden cave. This passage led to the sewers of Mariehua, through which they could access the dungeons where slaves typically rested. Tej recounted the intelligence he had gathered and the plan he had meticulously devised. Once inside, your task is to find a place to hide in the dungeon. I am more familiar with the layout, so I will create a diversion. When the guards are distracted, you can seize the opportunity to unlock the slaves' collars using the keys hanging on the walls. However, you must be cautious not to alert anyone prematurely, otherwise, with the military strength of Mariehua, we will be swiftly apprehended. Creating a diversion first, understood? Mitzi nodded, recalling the plot from the original story. Good. I'm glad you comprehend. With her understanding evident, Tej ceased speaking further and flexed his arms slightly. Let us commence our mission. Chapter 39, Infiltration. The assault begins. The process of infiltration was not particularly challenging. Pushing aside the iron grate of the ventilation shaft, Tiger cautiously peered outside, ensuring the coast was clear. Satisfied, the two of them quietly emerged in succession. As Mitzi surveyed the surroundings, she quickly recognized that they seemed to be in a guardroom, filled with numerous communication devices, including quite a few video phones. It was evident that these were intended for monitoring the slaves. However, contrary to expectations, the guardroom was completely deserted. The chairs were empty, and all the weapons were hanging on the walls, their whereabouts unknown. Tiger appeared unfazed by this, signaling for them to proceed as planned. Mizi nodded in agreement and followed suit, stealthily exiting the guardroom. According to the intelligence from the original text, Mariewa was not merely a castle but an expansive city encompassing town markets, artificial waterways, and even man-made greenery, with several artificial mountains erected by the celestial dragons. One can only imagine the vastness of this city. It was indeed immense. After navigating through the underground prison with Tiger for a while, Mizi Kuden and Apos, T helped but mutter to herself, her brow furrowing as she waved her hand in front of her face to dispel the foul odor. The celestial dragons had constructed the slave quarters directly within the sewage system. The waste discharge channel ran alongside the corridor. One could hardly fathom how they could tolerate such an environment without suffocating the slaves below. As she contemplated this, Mizi glanced over at the adjacent cells. Perhaps due to exhaustion from the day's labor, nearly all the slaves inside were in a deep slumber, utterly motionless, as if lifeless. Just then, as they approached a corner, Tiger suddenly halted. He cautiously peeked around the corner, assessing the situation ahead before turning back and gesturing towards the direction before them. To the left down this path lies the guards and Apos, dining hall. At this hour, they should still be inside drinking. The warehouse next to the dining hall is a suitable hiding spot, allowing us to monitor the guards and Apos movements. You can conceal yourself there. So they and Apos, VE all gone to drink. No wonder the guardroom was empty, Mizi thought, nodding in understanding. And you? Tiger replied in a low voice. I will find a way to incapacitate a guard elsewhere, don their uniform, and infiltrate Mariewa. Very well. The plan seems sound. However, what if you accidentally get caught while I'm hiding inside? Mizi raised this concern. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was almost negligible, it was wise to have a contingency plan. Then you should find your own opportunity to leave through the entrance route. Every escape counts, Tiger replied resolutely. He had come here with the determination to face death, and if anything were to go awry, he would not ask her for assistance. All right, I will proceed first. Having received the answer she sought, Mizi paid him no further mind and set off alone towards the left. After she had walked a distance, Tiger vanished from sight at the intersection. The long corridor was eerily quiet. After turning the corner, the layout shifted from having cells on the left and a drainage channel on the right to both sides being lined with cells. In this silence, apart from Mizi's faint footsteps, the only sounds audible were the rhythmic snores of the slaves within their cells. As she neared the end of the corridor, a drunken guard stumbled into view, swaying unsteadily just as he crossed Mizi's path. A woman? With swift reflexes, Mizi seized his throat, twisting it forcefully until his head contorted grotesquely. Blood mixed with some unidentifiable liquid spewed from his mouth as Mizi quickly recoiled, her face contorted in disgust. Once the guard's breathing had subsided, she frowned, pinched her nose, and dragged the lifeless body back in the direction from which he had come. Unlike the preceding silence, the noise ahead became increasingly discernible. The guards were not merely drinking, they were making quite a ruckus. Were they singing? Mizi shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it. The guard's lack of discipline would only facilitate her mission. After a brief search, she soon located the warehouse Tiger had mentioned. Dragging the guard's corpse, she gently pushed open the warehouse door. Unbeknownst to her, while they acted independently, a scene unfolded within one of the cells. Sister, have some water, the green-haired girl said, holding a bowl of slightly murky water as she approached another girl. Upon hearing her voice, the latter's numb and hollow eyes flickered with a hint of life as she looked up, forcing a faint smile. Thank you, but I'm not thirsty right now. Sister. The green-haired girl appeared somewhat disheartened but still extended the bowl, softly encouraging. You should drink a little. We have much work to do tomorrow. Only by conserving our strength can we hold on to hope, right? Yes, sister, replied the youngest orange-haired girl, nodding in agreement. We will eventually escape from here. The words of the two girls caused the smile on the black-haired girl's face to fade gradually. She lowered her head, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Can we really escape? Since being captured and brought to this place, for years had passed. In that time, they had yet to find a single opportunity. The sturdy iron bars, the collars around their necks, the vigilant guards, and the height of the city, miles from the sea, loomed like insurmountable mountains upon their hearts. Staying in this lightless place, they rarely even saw sunlight. In such conditions, to be honest, she had begun to lose hope. We can do it. The green-haired girl replied quickly. Sister, didn't and Amp, Apos, do you say that the warriors of Amazon Lily never give up? As long as we maintain hope, we will someday find that opportunity. However, even as she spoke, her tone lacked conviction. The black-haired girl fell silent. Though the sentiment was true, could they truly seize any opportunity given their limited capabilities? This question was too daunting to contemplate in depth. Ultimately, unless a miracle occurred, she genuinely felt. Beep. The piercing alarm shattered her thoughts, simultaneously awakening all the slumbering slaves. Warning. Intruders detected in the southern sector of Mariehua. All guards, immediately assume level 1 alert. Repeat. Intruders detected in the southern sector of Mariehua. All guards, immediately assume level 1 alert. The heavy announcement prompted the three sisters in the cell to instinctively exchange glances before promptly rising to peer through the iron door. Many others mirrored their actions, as most of the slaves approached the door to discern the situation. Intruders? Is it outside the city? Such a rare occurrence. Could it be that the wretched celestial dragons have encountered some misfortune? Damn it, there's nothing to be seen here. The alarm and Amp, Apos, as sudden onset was matched only by its abrupt cessation. Under the gaze of all the slaves, after merely a warning, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. As time passed, the atmosphere in the dungeon returned to its former stillness. Never mind, let us sleep. Such matters do not concern us. Curse it. Why must I be awakened? I still have to dig the water pit tomorrow. Everyone, disperse, disperse. One by one, the slaves began to drift away. Sister. The green-haired girl, gazing at the figure still leaning against the iron door, felt a twinge of melancholy and softly called out. Yet, her sister remained motionless, staring intently outside. It seemed as if something was approaching. What? This question stirred confusion within the green-haired girl as she glanced at her younger sister, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Thus, she could only inquire once more. What is coming? I cannot articulate it clearly. The response from the dark-haired girl came in fragmented utterances. Having grown up in the Amazon Lily and emerged as the strongest warrior of her cohort, she now sensed an immense presence rapidly approaching from the depths of the corridor. This presence felt akin to a colossal beast? Bang. The very thought just surfaced in her mind when a contorted guard, reminiscent of a severed kite, suddenly shot forth from the depths of the corridor. Quickly, flee. That woman is a monster. The shriek reverberated through the dungeon, startling all within. That is, the dark-haired girl fixated her gaze ahead. Soon, a petite figure came into her line of sight. Chapter 40. The Slave Rebellion. Is that fellow truly so swift? Murmured Mizi under her breath as she effortlessly swatted away a bullet that was shot toward her. She had anticipated that it would take a while. However, after merely half an hour of waiting in the warehouse, the sound of alarms echoed from outside. Could it be that they had been captured early? No. If they had indeed been apprehended, why would the guards still sound the alarm? Dismissing her ominous thoughts, Mizi flicked the bullet in her hand, instantly piercing the forehead of a guard. No good. Guns are useless against her. Run. Lock the outer gate and trap her inside. Seeing the situation unfold, the remaining guards turned and fled. Yet their speed could not compare to Mizi's. With her delicate toes barely touching the ground, her nimble frame moved with the grace of a cheetah in a deadly sprint, swiftly closing the distance. Under the astonished gazes of the slaves, she executed the guards who had already lost their will to fight. How remarkable. Did I misjudge? Is she evading the bullets from the firearms? Who is she? Wait, could she be the intruder mentioned in the report? Quick, save me. I'll do anything. Just help me unlock this collar. As the first cry for help rang out, the slaves, jolted from their stupor, responded en masse. Their previously numb expressions now filled with hope as they urgently called for assistance. Who cares who she is? Intruder or not, no matter her intentions. If she can free us, we don't care. With such thoughts, the cacophony of pleas quickly engulfed the dungeon. I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm. Though she spoke these words, Mizi's movements were anything but slow. With agility, she rummaged through the corpses of several guards, retrieving a set of numbered keys. Let us see. After discerning the numbers, she did not take the time to unlock each cell herself, but instead tossed the keys into the corresponding cells with deft precision. Her decisive actions brought tears of joy to the eyes of the slaves, who eagerly gathered at the cell doors, anticipating their freedom. Meanwhile, those who had already escaped rushed towards the guardhouse. Having endured for so long in this place, they knew exactly where the keys for their collars were kept by the guards. Freedom. I'm free. Fool. First, unlock the collars. Otherwise, even if you escape, you'll be blown to bits. Get out of my way. Stop pushing. At this rate, we won't all make it out. Forget about that. There are keys in the upper control room too. Quick, this way. Ignoring the commotion of the escaped slaves, Mizi moved swiftly through the corridors, continuously tossing keys into the windows of the cells. Any guards attempting to return were swiftly dealt with upon encounter. The number of escaping slaves had swelled to nearly fill all the corridors below ground. Clink. The crisp sound of a key striking the iron bars resonated. Upon seeing the key fall to the ground, a green-haired girl initially stared blankly. Then, her body trembled with joy, and she knelt down, gently picking up the key. Sister. We have hope now. Tears of happiness welled in her eyes. Her sister, however, remained frozen, gazing in the direction Mizi had departed. It wasn't until someone nudged her shoulder that she snapped back to reality, hastily rising to her feet. Sandasonia, hurry, unlock the door. Yes. Mizi, racing along the way, paid no heed to these interludes. Only after she had unlocked every cell she could see and access did she finally let out a sigh of relief and hasten towards the exit. Her actions were remarkably swift. At this point, the chaos underground was spiraling out of control. With so many slaves escaping, numbering in the thousands, not even all the guards from Mariewa could halt their rush toward freedom. However, before they could achieve complete liberation, they still faced several formidable obstacles. Damn it! Why is everyone stuck here? Move forward, or do you want to be captured again? Angry shouts erupted from the back of the crowd. Shut up. Do you think I want to stay here? At this moment, those at the very front wore grim expressions as they gazed at the closed iron door ahead. Those damn guards. They shut the door. This won't do. The door is too sturdy. We can't break through. This is bad. It might be reinforced with sea prism stone. We can't get out from here. Don't push. You'll crush someone. Thus, the people at the front were blocked by the door, while those behind continued to surge forward. The situation took a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, the guards managing the winch behind the door breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we managed to close the door in time. This isn't the moment to relax. Report the situation back to Panga City. Rest assured, this iron door contains a small amount of sea prism stone. Not even 10 elephants could break through it, let alone those slaves. Indeed, no need to fear. As long as we keep this door shut, we have ample time to prepare for suppression. Those foolish slaves can't possibly think that escaping from the cells is enough, can they? With their intellect, they're destined to remain slaves for life. After this exchange, they all laughed heartily. However, the next moment, bang! A thunderous sound echoed, akin to a bell tolling. A noticeable din appeared in the massive iron door. Their smiles vanished instantly as the guards exchanged bewildered glances. Before they could react, bang! The loud noise resounded again, the violent tremors shaking down layers of dust from the walls. All the guards turned pale. What was that commotion? Had the slaves conjured a battering ram? No, even a battering ram wouldn't create such an impact. If this continued, bang! Before the words had fully left their mouths, a third impact resounded. The iron door was severely deformed yet still standing firm. However, the stone walls securing the door began to tremble precariously. Bang! With the final sound, the stone walls on either side crumbled. The heavy iron door crashed to the ground, revealing Mizi's lithe silhouette behind it. The door, it's open. Incredible! Brothers, charge. The slaves, their eyes ablaze with fervor, poured out through the doorway, surging up the passage toward Mariewa City. Mizi, unconcerned with the fleeing masses, calmly brushed off the dust from her shoulders before taking her first step forward. She was in no hurry. After all, liberating the slaves was merely the first step, and indeed the simplest one. The true challenge lay in guiding the slaves to the depths of the sea, thousands of meters below, and finding a means for their escape thereafter. However, these matters were originally entrusted to Tej, who was more familiar with this place. At this moment, it is uncertain what the situation outside is like. Mitzi silently ascended. Chapter 41. Hold the rear. Meanwhile, in a room within Panga City, Jagor Lucia Satan, an elderly man with white hair and a bushy beard, furrowed his brow upon hearing his subordinates report. What are the city guards doing? How could they allow outsiders to infiltrate Mariewa and incite a slave revolt? As a residence exclusive to the celestial dragons, symbolizing power, identity, and status, this supreme city of the world should deter any trespassers, even from across the vast seas. Yet today, I sincerely apologize. The wall's guards genuinely failed to detect any signs of infiltration. It seems the enemy sneaked in through a flaw in the underground waterway. We wanted to send personnel to investigate the situation in the waterway, but the enemy set numerous fires throughout the city, the flames rapidly spreading to the forested areas, leaving us short-handed and unable to divide our forces further. The phone bug was inundated with frantic reports. Considering all that was said, the slave revolt and the raging inferno painted a dire picture. But were there any casualties? Fortunately, no. Each esteemed celestial dragon is protected by personal bodyguards, allowing for a timely evacuation before the chaos unfolded. Thus, should we urgently recall all high-ranking forces of the world government? Upon hearing this, Satan's expression quickly returned to calm. There was no need for such measures. Adjust the existing forces, prioritize controlling the fire in the city, and safeguard the assets of Mariewa. As for the slaves, they are expendable. They can be executed on-site upon discovery. For the celestial dragons, transporting resources from the sea to the Red Earth is no simple task, and the construction of buildings in the city is undoubtedly far more valuable than the lives of slaves. Therefore, under the current circumstances, the priority must be to save that which holds greater cost. The captain of the guards on the other end of the line understood this well. After receiving the command, he nodded respectfully towards the phone bug. Yes, understood. So be it. Having said all that needed to be said, Satan promptly ended the call. How audacious to dare infiltrate even the holy city of the world government. After a moment and Apos, as contemplation, he raised his plump yet withered hand. A figure swiftly knelt before him. Dispatch the station CP0 to apprehend the instigator of the disturbance. Mariewa is not a place one can enter and exit at will. Understood. The individual nodded and vanished in the blink of an eye. What a magnificent sight! The blinding flames tore through the darkness of the night, dyeing the entire sky a deep crimson. Thick black smoke mingled with ash rose incessantly, rendering the surrounding air scorching and foul. All that could be seen was the raging inferno dancing wildly across the ground. To create such a massive fire in such a short time. In the art of arson, Mizi would declare him the strongest. Quick, this way, just one more step, and we'll escape this cursed place. Wait, that's the guard responsible for city defense. Be careful. As Mizi admired the efficiency of her companion, the cacophony of chaos and cries soon pulled her back to reality. Turning back, she saw countless guards armed with firearms had unexpectedly appeared before the slaves, already taking aim to fire. Fire. At the command, the guards instinctively prepared to pull the trigger. But before the gunfire could erupt, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. It was a burning cement wall. Its tremendous weight toppled the entire guard squad and caused the ground to tremble. A perfect hit. A colossal slave raised his fist triumphantly. Well done. Serves those celestial dragons right. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Immediately, some of the slaves surged forward, scrambling for the fallen weapons. Seeing this, Mizi quietly withdrew her half-taken step. She had initially intended to strike again, but it seemed these slaves were not as fragile as she had imagined. Nevertheless, it made sense. After all, the celestial dragons favored high-quality merchandise. Thus, many among this group of slaves had once roamed the seas as pirates, some even bearing high bounties. Since Mizi had previously adopted a strategy of releasing anyone she encountered, this group of combat-capable individuals was also set free. Their overall number, perhaps only 1/10 of the total, but it should suffice to deal with the guards. The only uncertainty was when the CP0 would arrive. Mizi gazed helplessly towards Panga City. The operation was progressing smoothly, yet her other objective remained entirely unfulfilled: to utilize CP0 to enhance her abilities and see if she could unlock the Navy's 6 powers. This had been her plan all along, but she had yet to encounter a single CP agent. Were they all following the celestial dragons to safety? Furrowing her brow, she stroked her smooth chin, pondering. Just as she considered whether to withdraw temporarily, a bloodied Tej burst forth from the fiery street behind her. He immediately spotted the young girl lost in thought at the center of the road. Run. Tej had no time for further explanations. He shouted the 2 words and leaped past her without pause, his expression akin to one being pursued by a ferocious beast. What? A question mark appeared on Mizi's forehead. Nevertheless, despite her confusion, she was not foolish. With her teammate issuing a warning, she could not remain stationary. As soon as she comprehended his words, she followed suit. What happened? Why are you running? They are high-ranking agents of the world government. Those foes are formidable. If they catch up, there and Apos. No escape. In a moment of urgency, the exchange of information proved crucial. Tej quickly relayed the situation in a few succinct phrases. High-ranking agents? Mizi's eyes brightened as she slowed her pace. What do you intend to do? Tej keenly noticed her change in demeanor. However, Mizi could not reveal her true intentions, so she quickly concocted a suitable excuse. Someone must hold the rear, otherwise, if we get caught, We all risk being taken back. Tae's heart sank. Are you mad? Those individuals are no mere lackeys. If you stay behind now, you may truly be trapped here for life. Yet Mi-Z remained unafraid, adopting a resolute demeanor as she pointed to the ordinary slaves by the roadside, panting and struggling to keep pace. Can't you see these people? If I don't stay behind, they will have to. This attitude momentarily deceived Tej, leaving him astonished. He had thought she came solely for revenge against her family, but it turned out. Do you have confidence? Rest assured. As the words fell, Mi-Z halted her steps, abruptly turning around. Following the momentum, she glided gracefully across the ground for a short distance, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed back. Suddenly, several figures materialized around her, encircling her completely. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were all clad in identical black suits, their faces obscured by masks. Clearly, they were all CP agents cultivated by the government. Moreover, their imposing aura suggested they were far superior to ordinary agents. Chapter 42. One against many, feeling the immense pressure emanating from all directions within the encirclement. Mi-Z and Apos, lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of her sharp canines. Unhurried, she untied the hairband from her wrist and fashioned her hair into a low ponytail for ease of movement. Her earlier words were not mere fabrications. Had she not been confident in her ability to safely escape this place, she would never have engaged in such perilous actions. Indeed, she could have fled faster than anyone else. The situation unfolding was precisely as she had anticipated. None of the Celestial Dragon's elite forces had made an appearance. Faced solely with these CP agents, frankly, they were hardly a challenge. After all, it was 13 years ago, before the CP system underwent restructuring. At this juncture, the emphasis lay more on loyalty, infiltration skills, and intelligence capabilities rather than sheer combat prowess. Thus, even the elite within the CP ranks would possess limited strength. Moreover, her previous encounter with Tiger had left her unable to fully unleash her potential, and now she could finally exert herself without restraint. As these thoughts crossed her mind, one of the agents in front of her finally took action. Clutching a photograph, he appeared to be comparing Mi-Z's features with those of the individual in the image. After a few moments of scrutiny, he nodded slightly. Target confirmed. She was indeed the perpetrator responsible for inciting the slave rebellion. According to orders, capture her at all costs, regardless of life or death. Upon hearing this, Mi-Z quickly understood. So that was indeed my photograph. Was it captured by the surveillance bugs in the underground prison during the slave release? No matter. It was inconsequential. After all, she intended to leverage this incident to gain some notoriety. In any case, let us take you down first. Murmuring to herself, Mi-Z suddenly sprang into action, her delicate toes smashing into the ground, propelling her forward like a fleeting shadow. Be careful. With the warning ringing in the air, the CP agent she had targeted scoffed, discarding the photograph and flexing his muscles. Iron block. Bang. Her nimble fist collided fiercely with his abdomen, producing a sharp, resonant sound akin to metal clashing. The struck CP agent remained upright, but his expression shifted dramatically. Likewise, Mi-Z raised an eyebrow. Armament hockey? In the next moment, without allowing her to ponder further, a dense web of attacks enveloped her. Finger guns, gale kicks, various air blades interwove, tearing through the air and slicing apart the surrounding bricks. While Mi-Z deftly evaded, she also braced herself against several residual shockwaves. Gale kick, bone cut. With the long-range probing concluded, close quarters brawling ensued. The gleaming leather shoes unleashed a flurry of afterimages, each strike aimed mercilessly at critical points. Mi-Z focused her gaze, turning her head to evade a kick aimed at her cheek, then swiftly countered with a precise strike to the agent and Apos, as Shinbone amidst the chaos of afterimages. Hiss! The tremendous force combined with the agent's own momentum caused him to gasp in shock. Yet before Mi-Z could pursue, a barrage of fists and feet surged from other angles. The overwhelming number disparity rendered the CP agent's attacks relentless, akin to a torrential downpour, not ordinary raindrops, but rather razor-sharp blades. The disparity in attack frequency soon proved unsustainable for Mi-Z. It wasn't that she couldn't withstand them. Rather, she had no opportunity to retaliate and could only endure the blows. With no other recourse, she sprang into motion, dashing swiftly down the street. Trying to escape? The CP agents hastened to follow. Thus, the scene transformed into Mi-Z weaving through the fiery streets alongside a multitude of CP agents. This was untenable. She needed to devise a way to eliminate a few of them outright. Otherwise, the system would not be able to absorb their characteristics. As her thoughts raced, Mi-Z pivoted, crashing through a window and plunging into a half-collapsed massive clock tower. Thick smoke filled the tower's interior, and the extreme heat threatened to melt the structure itself. Unfazed by the heat, Mizi skillfully danced along the slanted, glowing walls, navigating the terrain with agility. Soon, she entered a room, and by the time the CP agents caught up, they had already lost sight of her. Disappeared? The agents quickly scanned their surroundings, alert for any suspicious movements. However, the next moment, a wall beside them shattered, and from the billowing smoke emerged a pair of beast-like eyes. The targeted agent tightened. Fully aware there was no escaping, he braced himself, arms crossed. Iron. With a swift motion, her elongated arm lashed out like a whip, shattering his mask and face into fragments. Yet Mizi did not pursue the others. Instead, she seized the moment while they were still reeling and propelled herself into another room like a startled rabbit. Over there, the CP agents swiftly pursued. But, as before, Mizi vanished once more upon entering the room. This was not a favorable situation. Realizing this, one CP agent gritted their teeth. What should we do? Should we change the battlefield? No. What if she simply escapes upon our proactive relocation? Yet, the enemy's tenacity exceeded expectations if this continued. The CP agents exchanged terse, serious words, having gleaned some information about the intruder from their recent skirmishes. Despite being but a solitary individual, she unleashed power far beyond her appearance, and her remarkable speed was equally astonishing due to her immense strength, coupled with her impressive physical resilience that allowed her to withstand gale kicks without a scratch, and her agility in maneuvering between buildings. It was evident that even with their numerical superiority, capturing her would prove exceedingly challenging. The target was formidable. Do not disperse. Concentrate your efforts. Wait until she reappears. But before this particular CP agent could finish issuing commands, Mizi's voice resonated from behind them. Not good. The agent's pupils dilated as they turned, only to be struck by a searing pain in their lower back, causing their eyes to widen in horror. My spine. It's broken. Yet his fall bought precious time for others. Sheer. One agent leaped forward, quick as lightning, seizing one of Mizi's arms. The remaining agents immediately launched their assault, converging from all sides to overwhelm her. At that moment, the heavily inclined structure finally succumbed to the strain, collapsing amidst the roaring flames and deafening noise. Countless debris and walls engulfed the area where they stood in the blink of an eye. The once majestic clock tower had transformed into ruins within mere seconds. After more than a minute had passed, a slender arm suddenly propped up a massive, heavy wall, and Mizi, covered in dust and soot, emerged from the wreckage, brushing off the dirt with a hint of disdain. Damn, so combat skills aren't considered traits? What a complete waste of effort. I should have just left. At this moment, the few who had chased her into the tower had perished in the inferno. With the lives of these individuals, she had gleaned a fragment of the system and AMP, Oppos, as judgment rules. Consequently, Mizi raised her gaze to survey the newly respawned CP agents around her, her interest in them having utterly waned. Chapter 43. The final interception. Nearly half an hour had elapsed since the uprising commenced. Thick black smoke continued to billow within the city, and even from outside its walls, the flames could be seen shooting skyward. At this moment, outside the city walls. Move quickly. Just a bit further in. Dawn and Oppos. T crowd. Damn it, we can end Oppos. T get down like this. The scene of people jostling against one another reemerged. A multitude of slaves was crammed onto the lift at the edge of the cliff, their heads bobbing together in a dense throng, seemingly endless. Did that fellow release all the slaves from Mariewa? Observing this tableau, Tiger's expression darkened, nearly dripping with despair. It wasn't that releasing everyone was impossible. The primary issue lay in the limited number of lifts constructed by the world government on the Red Line. Several large machines were out of commission, rendering it impossible for such a vast number of people to evacuate simultaneously. They could only be transported in small groups, which was a race against time. Moreover, those slaves who had already descended to the sea would hardly wait for the others. They would surely take their own ships and escape. Given the current circumstances, if they continued to be trapped here, the consequences would be dire. Guards. The Mariewa guards are coming out. A cry drew everyone in AMP, Oppos' attention. This is bad. Tiger realized immediately, shoving aside the person blocking his path and hastening toward the city gate. Yet, it was too late. Open fire. The crackle of gunfire mingled with the screams of the crowd. Death and blood birthed terror, and terror dulled the rationality in their minds. Once reason was lost, the slaves enduring the gunfire could only press forward in a blind rush. Why aren't they moving? Stop. I was wrong. Don't shoot. Wait. Don't push forward anymore. I'm going to fall. Damn it. There are so few of them. Let us fight back. I can't take it anymore. Chaos rapidly spread among the crowd. Some slaves could not wait for the lift's arrival and scattered toward the ends of the red line to escape. The crush of bodies sent many tumbling over the edge, plummeting into despair. Amidst the turmoil, there were also voices of resistance. It was precisely through the timely actions of these individuals that the casualties did not escalate further. Water. Using the droplets of blood. Tiger dispatched several guards before casting another glance toward the city gate. A continuous stream of armed guards poured out, seemingly endless. At that moment, all right, finally we can use it. A group of slaves tinkering with a large lift suddenly announced good news. A row of iron chains hoisted a massive steel plate, gradually revealing itself to the crowd. Everyone, hurry up. This is for loading ships. Even naval vessels can be accommodated. Quickly, grab hold of the connecting points above. Don't fall. The slaves clamored to ascend, each clutching the surrounding steel cables, fearful of losing their grip. Seeing this, the situation improved significantly. Tiger let out a long sigh of relief. With this large lift, they could transport all remaining individuals in one go. However, Tiger turned to glance at the guards behind him. The transportation would require time, and the control panel for the lift was primarily situated above. If the guards seized control up there, those below would be unable to operate the lift. In other words, someone must remain behind. What's your situation? A familiar voice resounded in his ear. Mitzi landed beside him, her delicate brows furrowed in mild discontent. The fire in the city has been nearly contained by the world government. Why haven't you finished evacuating? You made it out. Upon seeing her, Tiger instinctively widened his eyes, but soon regained his composure. Given her strength, it was hardly surprising that she managed to escape from those individuals. Thus, he succinctly relayed the current situation. There are too many people to transport, and someone must decode the machines, which has delayed us. Right now, we need to ensure the control panel does not fall into the guards and Oppo's hands. Too many people? Listening intently, Mitzi keenly seized upon those three words, her heart momentarily stilled. It indeed seemed so. In the original narrative, setting fires to create chaos and infiltrating the dungeons to liberate slaves were tasks Tiger undertook alone. Consequently, the number of rescued slaves in the storyline was far fewer than at this very moment. With the increase in numbers, the complexity of various matters would inevitably rise, leading to a slew of potential issues. You should take them and leave quickly, Mitzi decisively declared, tilting her head slightly and spreading her hands. I can descend without relying on those lifts. Just ensure no one approaches the control panel. Tiger gazed at her, silence stretching for several seconds before he finally nodded in agreement. Once I descend, I will set sail with everyone immediately. If you can escape, we'll rendezvous at our old spot in Shambadi. He was not one to be obstinate, unwilling to squander the time his allies had procured for him. Moreover, given the current scenario, having the stronger Mitzi remain behind to hold the line was undoubtedly the best choice. At the very least, he need not worry about her faltering at a critical moment. Don't die here. Mitzi offered no reply, her gaze fixed on the city gate as she waved her hand without turning back. Seeing this, Tiger hurried away. No sooner had he departed than a figure suddenly appeared beside Mitzi. Excuse me, may I ask? HM? Mitzi turned toward the voice, her eyes narrowing in surprise. Before her stood a tall girl with long black hair, head bowed and demeanor shy. At the sight of this girl, a name immediately sprang to mind, Boa Hancock, the renowned pirate empress, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the pirate world. In her previous life, Mitzi had retained a vivid impression of this character. Yet after so many years in this world, some memories had begun to blur. Having been so engrossed, she nearly forgot this character until the girl revealed herself. May I ask for your name? As she reminisced, Hancock finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. Hearing her words and observing her bashful demeanor, Mitzi's expression became somewhat peculiar. Before she could respond, a commotion erupted again from the direction of the city gate. Quick! Those slaves are trying to escape. We cannot let them go. Move quickly. The invaders who caused the chaos are also there. We must capture her. Not only the city guards, but also some CP agents surged out from within the city. In light of this situation, Mitzi's expression turned serious. Sister, hurry. We won't make it if we don't leave now. At that very moment, the lift began to operate slowly, crowded with people, and the two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, were anxiously urging everyone on. The pressures from all sides rendered time exceedingly urgent. Despite this, Hancock stubbornly remained in place, awaiting the answer she desired. until Miko provided her response. My name is Miko Ira. Nicole Miko Ira. Hurry, I sent there's someone waiting for you? Thank you. Please take care. A distinct joy appeared in Hancock's eyes, and after offering a blessing, she finally turned to leave. A gust of wind howled above her head. Miko leaped forward, delivering a powerful knee strike that dispersed the surrounding chaos. With her cover, Hancock jumped onto the lift alongside the last remaining slaves. Ultimately, as the cables descended, the scene atop the cliff swiftly vanished from everyone's sight. Click! A flash of light emanated from the lens of a hidden camera in a corner. A brand new photograph materialized instantly. However, Miko did not take notice of this. Once the last burden had departed, she fully concentrated on the task at hand, slightly adjusting her stance. The lift, as depicted in the original narrative, would take about 10 minutes to descend. Thus, if they could endure for that duration, they would surely escape. Chapter 44 Departure 10 minutes is not an extensive period. With Mitsu's strength and speed, it would require only a minor exertion to endure such a situation for that duration. However, the presence of the control console hindered her from leveraging her remarkable velocity to its fullest potential. Moreover, the newly emerged CP agents, most of whom possessed knowledge of the use of armament hockey and observation hockey, rendered Mitsu's combat experience somewhat arduous. With a swift motion, she thrust her finger, sending a razor-sharp air blade towards the control console. Mitsu kicked it apart and, executing a nimble turn in midair, countered another CP agent and Oppo's assault with a powerful punch, landing gracefully on the ground. The relentless onslaught compelled her to remain on high alert. From the onset of her imprisonment in the underground dungeon until now, the intense physical exertion had begun to take its toll, even on her formidable physique, as she found herself slightly panting. Glancing at the surrounding throng and the lifeless bodies strewn about, Mitsu wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Is it still necessary to resist futilely? One CP agent scoffed, stepping forward. The Navy and Oppo's reinforcements are en route, and the seas will soon be blockaded. Neither you nor those slaves will escape. Or do you truly believe that you can evade the warships by hiding among merchant vessels? Awaken from your daydreams. Surrender now, and you may yet secure a chance at survival. If you continue to resist, the consequences may be dire. Is this your attempt at persuasion? Mitsu chuckled derisively within her mind. This individual likely sensed her momentary fatigue and sought to engage in psychological warfare. Yet, regrettably for him, she was merely slightly fatigued, far from depletion. After all, she was no fool. If she truly felt the situation was hopeless, she would have retreated immediately rather than remain embroiled in combat. Such tactics might prove effective against the enslaved below, but they were utterly futile against her. The lift was nearing its base. She had to circumvent this individual and sabotage the power source beneath the control console, or it would truly be too late. Perhaps sensing Mitsu's indifference, a hint of urgency began to permeate the ranks of the CP agents. Nevertheless, despite their anxiousness, they had no better strategy at their disposal. Mitsu and Oppo's attacks were unrelenting and merciless. Combined with her formidable strength, even armament hockey proved inadequate against her lethal strikes. The CP agents were undaunted by the prospect of death, but they were reluctant to engage in unnecessary sacrifices. It's futile. The slave's escape cannot be reversed. According to orders, we must at least apprehend this intruder. Thus, they resolved to avoid a direct assault, opting instead to wear down her stamina. Without the lift, she could not immediately descend from this location. As their strategy was conveyed, the CP agents swiftly adapted their approach. However, before they could implement their new tactics, the control console at the cliff's edge emitted a beeping sound. Could it be? Has it finally reached the bottom? Upon hearing the sound, Mitsu glanced back at the control panel, where a green light had illuminated, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The 10 minutes had elapsed, neither a second too soon nor a second too late. This meant it appeared the Navy you summoned would not reach the nearby waters in time to establish a blockade. Mitsu laughed mockingly, directing her gaze at the CP agent who had attempted to persuade her. So what? The agent furrowed his brows beneath his mask. They are merely commoners. If they flee, what of it? As long as we capture you, our mission will be accomplished. How unfortunate for you. Mitsu's smile widened at this declaration. You will capture nothing, neither the slaves who have already escaped nor myself who remains here. What? The CP agents exchanged bewildered glances, suddenly struck by an ominous realization. Wait, could it be? Before the thought could fully form, their foreboding intuition was swiftly confirmed. Mitsu unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating the control console, and leaped over the edge of the cliff. Amidst the swirling mists, she even waved politely at the agents below. Goodbye. Her live figure descended rapidly, vanishing from their sight. It was only when she had completely disappeared that they reacted, rushing forward to peer over the cliff's edge with widened eyes. Is she out of her mind? This place is thousands of meters above the sea. Wait, something's not right. Beneath the clouded waters, the sound of clanging metal resonated. One agent suddenly recalled something. She utilized the steel cables. Is her hand made of iron? Quick, report to the higher-ups. The intruder has escaped the Red Earth continent using the lift and amp, Oppo's, S cables. She is unlikely to perish. We must instruct the Navy to intercept her from below. The clamor above the Red Earth continent could not reach Mitzi's ears. After successfully descending via the steel cables, she promptly located her small boat and began to row into the open sea. Once she had entered a deserted expanse of water, she finally reclined at the stern, fully relaxing her body to alleviate the fatigue in her muscles. As daylight gradually broke, illuminating the ocean, she slowly sat up, scooping a ladle of fresh water from a barrel at the boat's rear and drinking deeply. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A generous drink of cool water elicited a satisfied sound from Mitzi. She tossed the ladle back into the barrel and secured the lid. Crouching down, she lifted a wooden plank from beneath her feet. Beneath it lay a tightly bound and gagged Charlia, tears streaming down her face. Mitzi silently removed the cloth obstructing her mouth. You despicable wretch! How dare you abandon me in this? Before she could finish her sentence, Mitzi shoved the cloth back into her mouth. MMPH. Charlia was infuriated, thrashing about on the boat in a desperate attempt to free herself. Observing her fervent struggle, Mitzi couldn't help but shake her head with a quiet sigh. She truly was incorrigible. Despite having become a mere pawn in someone else's game, she still dared to adopt a superior demeanor to provoke her captor. With that thought, Mitzi wasted no time and seized Charlia, tossing her back into the sea once more. Chapter 45. The tide of public opinion. As dawn gradually broke, the subsequent arrival of the Navy could not alter the outcome of this incident. Whether it was the invaders of Mariehua or the liberated slaves, aside from a few unfortunate individuals, most had successfully escaped into the vast, boundless sea. Regarding this event, within Panga City, the balance of power dictated that the chief guardian of Mariehua must bear full responsibility. Such seemingly light words carried an immensely terrifying weight, causing the kneeling guardian to tremble involuntarily. Among the 5 elders, the cold-eyed vocal, responsible for legal affairs, spoke in a subdued tone. It is essential to understand that the world government allocates substantial funds annually for defense, equipping the guardians with top-tier gear. Yet, despite these measures, the enemy managed to infiltrate with alarming ease. This situation necessitates accountability to all. The sacred city was invaded, half of its structures were razed, and all slaves were set free. While there were no casualties, the total property damage was undeniably significant. It appears that defense forces must be bolstered, the stoutest among them. Saturn gently stroked his graying beard. Relying solely on private defense forces is ultimately insufficient. We must involve the Navy and government troops as well. Otherwise, if such an incident recurs, the world government will lose all faith in these waters. Upon hearing this proposal, the others nodded in agreement, and with no objections raised, the matter was settled. Now, let us address another issue. Saturn raised a finger, and a CP agent promptly appeared behind him, respectfully stepping forward to place 2 photographs on the table before retreating to the side. The 2 invaders involved in this incident were Fisher Tiger and Nico Robin. Saturn slowly pushed the photographs to the center of the table, ensuring all could clearly see the images. Upon hearing the name Nico, Nasudra lifted his bald head, recalling a name from 13 years past. Are you suggesting the archaeologist from O'Hara, Nico Alvia, correct? Saturn voiced the thought that lingered in the minds of the others, nodding slightly in affirmation. The possibility is exceedingly high. This name was spoken by her own lips, devoid of any pretense, suggesting it is likely not an alias. Her appearance indeed bore resemblance to the long-executed Alvia, and she certainly had reasons to oppose the world government. Saturn and Oppo's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone grew gravely serious. You all understand what this signifies, do you not? As his words fell, the atmosphere thickened with silence. The remnants of O'Hara, coupled with the name Nico. What is the most probable implication of this combination? Undoubtedly, it hints at the ability to decipher ancient scripts. Moreover, she may very well have participated in the study of the blank century's history, just like those archaeologists before her. Despite deploying the power of the extermination order, such issues still arose. What on earth was the Navy doing? Pitt, who had always maintained a poor relationship with the Navy, furrowed his brow. We cannot place all the blame on the Navy. It is possible that Spandam and Oppos' subsequent investigations encountered oversights. Saturn shook his head. Indeed, Mads, who had remained silent until now, concurred. It is imperative to re-examine the list of individuals involved in the O'Hara incident. Although this has been done before, it is evident that the previous investigation was insufficient. As for this Nico Robin, how should we proceed with her? Upon broaching this topic, the five fell silent once more. After a moment of contemplation, let her surname be known. The ability to decipher ancient scripts is, in essence, a curse, coupled with a hefty bounty. The predators of the sea will not let this opportunity slip away. Subsequently, we shall dispatch high-ranking forces from the Navy to collaborate with CP agents for tracking. I wish to see where she can run under the joint scrutiny of the world government, the Navy, and the pirates. Thus, following a brief discussion, newspapers and bounty posters featuring Robin's photograph rapidly spread from the Grand Line across the ocean. The attack on the sacred land of Mariewa, inciting a slave revolt. The remnants of O'Hara. These keywords surged to the forefront of the pirate world's trending topics, igniting a new wave of public discourse. Among the long-established figures of the sea, one could not help but react. Attacking Mariewa? How audacious. Those celestial dragons certainly deserve some hardship. In a grand room on Cake Island, the recently middle-aged Charlotte Linlin erupted into hearty laughter as she perused the contents of the paper. Before her, her eldest son, Perispero, with his long tongue, offered a reminder. Moreover, mother, according to the paper, this individual was once an archaeologist from O'Hara. Oh, Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, returning her gaze to the newspaper. Given the intelligence capabilities of the Big Mom pirates, it was impossible for them to be unaware of what O'Hara represented. Realizing this, Charlotte Linlin nodded slightly, but then her eyes widened in mirthful defiance. But what of it? If it were Kaido or Whitebeard, they might have some interest in this individual. As for us, after our alliance with the Three-Eyed Tribe, we have already obtained the ability to interpret historical texts. There is no need to expend unnecessary effort on these matters. At most, we could leverage information regarding this person for some advantage or eliminate them before anyone else finds them. Beyond that, it would be wiser to keep an eye on the movements of the Navy. After all, with such an incident occurring in the world government's sacred city, they would certainly not remain idle. Compared to the giant glutton often afflicted by hunger pangs at the onset of the plot, the current Big Mom displayed a much more rational demeanor, possessing a clearer perspective on the overall situation at sea. As for the Kaido she mentioned, get lost. You come to bother me over such trivial matters, you bunch of fools. In a castle filled with the heavy scent of alcohol, Kaido sat in a corner, tipsy and languidly pounding the ground. Alcohol. Bring me more alcohol. Barrels of liquor were continuously carried into the room. Faced with this scenario, Quinn, fully aware of Kaido's temperament, slapped his face in exasperation. No, it's impossible to wake him at this time. Resigned, Jean could only shake his head. Let Jack and the others handle this matter. Ken and Oppos, do you go yourself? I have other matters to attend to. Huh, that and Oppos. That's just your excuse for slacking off. Say what you will. What? Stop, don't leave. You must clarify your words. On the other side, beyond the Grand Line, in the West Sea, a dark-haired maiden gazed vacantly at the wanted poster, her body frozen in place as if her very soul had been lost. After a few moments had elapsed, her eyes finally refocused, and a faint smile began to grace her lips. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the window. The Grand Line. Is it? Chapter 46. Joyous news and concerns. Meanwhile, on Giant Island, Elberbath. Outside a grand library, two giants pushed open the massive doors and hurried inside. Saul, where have you been hiding? The excited voices echoed through the hall. The two searched left and right, hoping to find that familiar figure. You're so noisy, Saul grumbled, emerging from behind the bookshelves, holding a cup of coffee and leaning on a cane. Every time you come, it's a ruckus. This is a place of knowledge. Could you please? We have news about Miko. What did you say? Saul's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. The coffee slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. Look, this is Today and Oppos' newspaper. The two giants, caught up in their excitement, handed the paper to each other. Let me see. Saul grabbed it eagerly, his eyes racing over the lines as if he intended to bury his enormous head within the pages. As he absorbed the contents, the grip of his fingers tightened reflexively. At last, a peculiar, high-pitched laugh erupted from him, filling the library and startling a few birds perched in the trees outside. Ha ha ha. I knew it. With this child's abilities, she could never remain ordinary upon these seas. His face beamed with joy as he pointed to the newspaper. Look, scaling the Red Earth continent, challenging the world government, liberating thousands of slaves, this is truly remarkable. Yes, yes. The two giants nodded enthusiastically. They had previously worried that she might encounter insurmountable challenges after leaving. Now, it seemed her prowess exceeded their expectations. Attacking Mary Geos. Such an act has never been undertaken by our giant race. She is indeed the pride of Elrabath. As they spoke, the giants unconsciously puffed out their chests. To them, Miko had long been considered one of their own, and when a comrade achieved such unprecedented feats, their pride naturally followed suit. However, such glory also brought forth the danger of her predicament. After the initial excitement, Saul's gaze returned to the newspaper, his smile gradually fading. The world government would not let her off easily, especially since she had revealed her surname. Thus, everyone would know she was a descendant of O'Hara, and in such circumstances, if anything went awry, his tone grew somber, causing his two giant companions to fall silent. Indeed, opposing the world government, the Navy is sure to send someone to capture her, right? Of course, those scoundrels are mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons. If she were to fall into their hands, given her background, she might not even get the chance to enter the undersea prison. Sighing, Saul contemplated the situation. Perhaps we should simply go and bring her back to Elrabath. The two giants discussed their worries, eventually turning their gaze to Saul, who remained intently focused on the newspaper. Hey Saul, what are your thoughts? Should we set sail to bring the child back? Saul did not respond immediately. After reviewing the contents a few more times, he furrowed his brow and slowly lifted his head. It's best not to take unnecessary actions. Nicole's surname was revealed by the child herself. Do you not understand her? She would never undertake something without assurance. Moreover, most importantly, recalling a few days prior, when he had seen news about the Navy and Apos, admiral heading to the West Sea, he considered the current events in conjunction with that information. Using herself to draw the attention of the world government, such a strategy is rather perilous. Murmuring softly, he flipped the newspaper to the section featuring the bounty notices. After a brief search through the stack, he quickly found his target. This amount. Saul and Apos. Eyes widened slightly. 430 million. The world government truly dares to offer such a sum. This exceeds the bounties of most pirates. As a former Navy officer, he was well aware of the caliber of individuals who commanded bounties exceeding 400 million. The fact that Miko, having just received her first bounty, reached a sum most pirates could only dream of was astonishing. Even Fisher Tiger, her co-conspirator, had only a bounty of 280 million. Is it truly due to her lineage? He pondered. If that is the case, Saul sighed softly, gazing out at the azure sky. I hope my worries are unfounded. Under the same sky, for 130 million? Is that truly more than I anticipated? A dilapidated small boat floated on the sea. Miko lay at the stern, one hand supporting her head while the other held the newspaper, casually perusing its contents. Before her, Charlia knelt with a frown, gingerly placing Miko and Apos' long, shapely legs across her lap as she cautiously massaged them. Hey, haven't you eaten? Could you apply a little more pressure? Miko glanced at her over the newspaper. I haven't eaten, Charlia muttered bitterly. What was that? Miko peeked over the top of the paper. And nothing, Charlia stammered, instinctively sitting up straighter under Miko's piercing gaze, increasing her pressure. However, Miko slowly sat up, clearly not intending to let her off easily. This stance caused Charlia and Apos' face to pale, and she hurriedly waved her hands in surrender, retreating. Wait. I really didn't say anything. Having been thrown overboard several times already, she had learned Miko's temperament. If she displeased her, she might once again experience the agony of suffocation. To her surprise, Miko did not retaliate but instead walked to the bow of the boat. Gazing out at the distant sea, Charlia breathed a sigh of relief. Her curiosity piqued as she followed Miko and Apos' gaze. Is that Sabaody? Upon recognizing the familiar landmass on the horizon, Charlia's spirits soared with joy. Chapter 47. Means of control. The number of warships had suddenly increased. On a deserted coastline, Mizi stood in a small boat, furtively gazing towards the distant port. Unlike her previous visit, the harbor was now filled with various vessels, with naval ships comprising a substantial portion. It was evident that a significant naval presence was stationed in Chambord, likely including several high-ranking officers. Was it merely a response to the incident at Mary Geos? No, that couldn't be the sole reason. Mizi silently redirected her gaze to Shalia beside her. At that moment, Shalaya sat nonchalantly at the edge of the boat, whistling and admiring the scenery, as if everything were of no concern to her. However, the cold sweat on her forehead betrayed her inner turmoil. It was obvious that if Mi Zi let her guard down for even a moment, Shalaya would seize the opportunity to flee. A sigh escaped Mi Zi's lips. Considering all factors, Chambord had become exceedingly perilous for her. She had no obligation to return. Yet their meeting point with Tiger was predetermined here, and aside from that, the matter of the Celestial Dragon's abduction required resolution. He had been missing for 3 days, and it was implausible that the world government had not noticed. If this issue remained unaddressed, they would likely face the full wrath of the world government. Should matters escalate to that extent, Mi Zi's choices would be severely limited. But for now, Mi Zi stared impassively at the girl before her, contemplating silently. If she were to release Shalaya, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate without end. Keeping her close would invite trouble, yet sending her back would equally provoke complications. Moreover, despite the inherent risks, Mi Zi was reluctant to relinquish this tantalizing opportunity. The primary challenge was to navigate the scrutiny of the world government. As these thoughts coalesced in her mind, a resolution began to form. She quietly inched closer to Shalaya. Shalaya immediately sensed Mi Zi's movement, instinctively leaping back with a wary expression. "What are you doing?" Without responding, Mi Zi grasped Shalaya's arm with one hand and pressed down on her shoulder with the other. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Let go of me." Shalaya protested vehemently, struggling like a startled cat. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was akin to that between a building block and a skyscraper. Her efforts were utterly futile. Mi Zi's grip, as unyielding as forged steel, held her in place as she tore open Shalaya's collar and sank her teeth into the smooth skin of her shoulder. The delicate flesh was instantly pierced. Ouch! Shalaya shuddered, tears welling in her eyes, utterly bewildered by the situation. Was this an act of torment to prevent her escape, or merely an attempt at humiliation? Before she could comprehend, Mi Zi released her, causing Shalaya to plop down onto the deck. "Why? What do you want from me?" Shalaya whimpered, tears streaming down her face. Clutching her chest and curling up in the corner, feigning resilience. She resembled a protagonist who had just endured a beating in a story. Mi Zi couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark. Shalaya's beauty was indeed exceptional among the celestial dragons, and with proper grooming, she could even outshine the red-haired pirates. Yet, beauty aside, Mi Zi and Apos' recent actions bore no relation to that. Suddenly, Shalaya and Apos' breath hitched, her sobbing ceased, and she became utterly still. She could distinctly feel the loss of sensation in her shoulder, neck, and beneath her collarbone, as if those areas had been severed from her body. She couldn't even raise her arms. How does it feel? Does it seem as though the right side of your body has become paralyzed, utterly immobilized? Mi Zi lightly patted the bite mark on Shalaya's right shoulder, kindly adjusting her collar. In contrast, Shalaya was rendered speechless. The numbness in her throat made even breathing a challenge, let alone producing sound. The cause of her plight was evident. It was poison. "You should understand now." Mi Zi spoke calmly, as if divining Shalaya's thoughts. "What I have is a toxin innate to me, similar in effect to certain ancient poison frogs. Its immediate impact disrupts the transmission of signals in your nerve cells, gradually paralyzing your entire body. Over time, it may even induce cellular necrosis, compromising your immune system. Essentially, within a minute of its onset, it can bring your heart to a complete stop." This was no mere exaggeration. Venom Sac 1100, Mi Zi had studied this trait extensively upon acquiring it, conducting experiments with various creatures. While the results were not unprecedented, it was certainly effective against beings far larger than humans. Essentially, this was a type of neurotoxin, unique to her as it originated within her very being. The only way to neutralize this toxin was Mi Zi sliced her fingertip with her nail, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto Shalaya and Apos' wound. Although the underlying mechanism remained a mystery, it was clear that her blood would alter the nature of the toxin. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Shalaya gasped as if resurrected from the brink of death, abruptly sitting up and breathing heavily. "Currently, this dosage should sustain you for approximately 3 hours. After that, your body will once again succumb to the effects of the toxin, and it will be far more than mere loss of sensation." As she spoke, a faint smile crept across Mi Zi's face at the sight of Shalaya's terrified expression. "Now you comprehend, don't you? To survive, you must heed my commands. Do not entertain the notion of seeking assistance from the world government for an antidote, for the source of this poison is me. They could research for centuries without discovering an effective serum. Alternatively, you could attempt to have them forcibly extract my blood. but as long as I resist, no amount will suffice. Chapter 48. The most dangerous place is the safest place. What did you say? The missing celestial dragon has returned on their own. Within the archipelago of Sabaody, the disheveled Charlia appeared before the gathered naval forces. This momentous news swiftly spread throughout the island. In truth, on the very next day following the raid on the mansion, the world government had been informed of the celestial dragon's disappearance. That evening, they mobilized all surrounding naval forces, conducting an extensive search throughout Sabaody, thoroughly scouring every inch of the island. Unfortunately, before leaving, Mitzi had destroyed all evidence related to herself, leaving the Navy with no leads to pursue despite their exhaustive efforts. Now, as they prepared to expand their search, the very individual they were seeking, Charlia, returned unannounced. So, you are suggesting that you were abducted by a group of unidentified pirates, and you managed to secretly row back on a small boat while they were intoxicated? The Navy officer, holding a notepad, inquired cautiously. Do you recall any distinguishing features of those individuals or the flag of their pirate crew? If possible, could you sketch them here for us? Listening to these inquiries, Charlia's agitation grew. Recalling the ordeal she had endured since her abduction and considering her current state, a surge of resentment welled up within her. In this turbulent mental state, her gaze towards the Navy officer turned dark and foreboding. If it weren't and Apos, for your incompetence, I would not have been captured by that scoundrel. Had I not been taken, none of this would have transpired. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, just as the Navy officer cautiously attempted to speak again. Charlia, are you listening? Smack. The stormy expression on her face erupted as she slammed her hand down. I have already stated that I saw nothing. ISN and AMP, Apos, it your responsibility to investigate leads? Instead of hastily apprehending those pirates, you come here to interrogate me like a criminal. Do you not feel the slightest bit of your own ineptitude? I am truly sorry. Please, rest assured, we will find a solution for the investigation. The Navy officer, visibly shaken, bowed deeply several times before hastily fleeing the room. Once the door closed, Charlia sank into a chair, exhaling heavily. You all may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Yes. Upon receiving her command, the various CP agents positioned in the corners exited the room. Soon, the chamber was left with just one solitary figure. Sigh. In the tranquil atmosphere, Charlia could not suppress a heavy sigh, imagining the potential outcomes that lay ahead. She muttered under her breath, damn it, I hope I don't get caught. Otherwise what? A soft voice echoed in her ear. Charlia's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang up, turning around, inadvertently knocking over the chair behind her. Before her stood a familiar face. The individual had stealthily entered, likely from the balcony as evidenced by the still open door. It seems you have not been honest. Mitzi smiled, slowly traversing the soft carpet of the room. I. Charlia and AMP, Apos, forehead glistened with cold sweat, her expression betraying her discomfort. Just as she was covertly venting her frustrations, the other had overheard. Why did you have to come at this moment? She silently cursed, gritting her teeth. Yet, confronted with Mitzi and AMP, Apos' gaze, she had no choice but to lower her head. Stiffly moving towards her, the two stood in silence for a moment. What's the matter? Mitzi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What are you doing? Huh? Upon hearing Mitzi's bewilderment, Charlia also looked up, confused. Based on her understanding of Mitzi over the past few days, she expected a swift reprimand. But now, they exchanged glances for several seconds, both realizing the absurdity of the situation. You truly are hopeless. Mitzi chuckled, playfully pinching Charlia's round cheeks. MMPH. The sudden grip on her cheeks rendered Charlia's response incoherent. She dared not resist, raising her hands in a pitiful gesture. Fortunately, Mitzi released her grip shortly after. What about the Navy? Do they suspect you? Charlia turned away, rubbing her slightly reddened cheeks, pouting in secret. Of course they do. But even if they have suspicions, those incompetent fools wouldn't dare to inquire. Smack. Mitzi lightly struck Charlia's forehead. Speak properly. Ugh. Charlia cradled her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she let out a whimper, her already protruding lips pouting even more. They have their doubts, but I sent them away. So there are indeed suspicions. Mitzi furrowed her brow. It was crucial that she took such risks to eliminate any threats posed by the Navy and the world government in this regard. Now, how did you explain yourself to them? Upon Mitzi's inquiry, Charlia candidly recounted the fabricated story she had devised upon her return. In summary, it was quite simple. Mitzi grasped the gist quickly. She had concocted a flimsy tale filled with holes but difficult to verify, presenting an uncooperative demeanor to render the Navy powerless. As for the world government, As long as she remained inconspicuous, they would likely leave the Navy to handle the investigation, perhaps only dispatching CP for assistance. Not an ideal solution, but not entirely unsatisfactory either. The greatest advantage was the avoidance of weaving a web of deceit to uphold this grand falsehood. As long as you manage it well. Mitzi circled around, settling onto the spacious sofa in the room, picking up the untouched juice on the table, crossing her long legs, and taking a delicate sip. I must remain here for a while, just ensure that no one discovers my identity. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. During their absence, she had checked the rendezvous point, which was deserted. Tiger, she suspected, was preoccupied with resolving issues regarding the slaves and Appos, passage or entangled in other troubles. Thus, he had yet to arrive. Consequently, she had to remain in sobriety for some time. Given the recent fervent campaigns by the world government and the Navy, the hunt for her was now extensive, with potential pursuers queuing from the West Sea to the East Sea. What is that saying? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Coupled with the fact that she had a celestial dragon hostage aiding her covertly, those seeking her would never suspect she was hiding here. Chapter 49, disguised the next day, arrived swiftly. In the opulent chamber. So, you intend to make me your slave? With the collar in hand, Miko tilted her head, offering a half-smile at her counterpart. It's merely a means to conceal one's identity. Charlia forced a smile, her tone and gaze wavering, betraying a hint of guilt. If I don and Appos, to do this, I cannot have those CP agents and the bodyguards from home by my side. If this continues, someone is bound to become suspicious, and you wouldn't want your true identity to be discovered, would you? This statement rendered Miko silent. She had never anticipated that such threats, typically found in various fictional narratives, would one day be applicable to her own life. What was most absurd was that she truly felt unable to refuse. As her companion had pointed out, since her arrival here yesterday, the other party had deliberately kept her away from the CP0 agents to prevent her identity from being exposed. Such behavior was unreasonable for a celestial dragon and even more so for one who had recently been kidnapped. Thus, the other had devised a method to legitimize her identity. Indeed, with this tactic, unless an unforeseen incident occurred, it would certainly avert any suspicion from others. However, where's the key? Miko smiled as she extended her hand. Charlia silently produced a silver key. Is this the key? Miko fixed her gaze on her, her smile unwavering. Charlia and Appos' expression subtly stiffened before quickly returning to a semblance of composure, her smile appearing somewhat strained. Of course it is. You can try it yourself to see, she replied. This individual truly cannot be trusted. Miko quietly inserted the key into the collar, twisting it gently, and effortlessly unlocked it. Yet, she did not put the collar on. Instead, she reattached it, inserted the key again, and twisted once more. Click, click, it simply would not turn. It was evident that this key could only unlock the collar once. Had she donned it earlier, it would have likely been impossible to remove. Miko remained silent, her eyes narrowing to a smile as she looked back at her. Strange, is it broken? Charlia inquired, her face etched with curiosity as she approached to inspect the ancient collar. From her demeanor, one might think she was genuinely unaware of the situation. However, the beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead betrayed her true feelings. Come here. Miko uttered those two words softly. Those seemingly light words felt like a heavy weight pressing down on Charlia and Appos' heart, causing her to tremble and freeze in place. In the next moment, Charlia turned and fled. Yet, Miko was faster. Before she could take her first step, she had already pinned her down. 10 minutes later. Excuse me, is there anything uncomfortable about your body? Observing Charlia and Appos' slightly purplish complexion, one of the CP agents could no longer contain himself and approached respectfully to inquire. No, go away. Her voice sounded weak. But her response was curt, not even sparing him a glance. Powerless, despite harboring lingering doubts, the CP agent could only bow his head and retreat quietly. Beside Charlia, Miko, now adorned with a new collar and a canine mask, followed closely alongside her. As anticipated, with this new identity, both the CP agents and bodyguards barely paid her any heed. The key to the collar was cleverly concealed within a private area of her chest. In the event of any complications, she could retrieve it at a moment and Appos' notice. Of course, even if an unexpected situation arose where she could not retrieve it. Given her physical capabilities, she could endure a minor explosion with only slight injuries. And with her 4th-level regenerative abilities and vitality exceeding 400, she could likely recover within mere minutes. Father, lost in thought, Charlia suddenly quickened her pace, dashing towards an elderly man leaning on a cane, clad in a high-end space suit. Charlia, the elder, filled with emotion, wept as he embraced her. My poor daughter, you have suffered so much during this time. The two wept in the hallway, sharing their innermost feelings, particularly Charlia, who had endured torment since Miko and Apos, as abductions. Even having been punished just before leaving the room, her grievances were overwhelming. Upon witnessing his daughter's tearful and pitiful countenance, her father, Lord Rosward, was filled with rage. Turning to the CP agents and bodyguards, shouting furiously, "It is your fault. Why did you fail to fulfill your responsibilities and ensure my daughter's safety?" Thankfully, my daughter of the Rosward family is clever enough to escape the clutches of those pirates on her own. Otherwise, you all would have to commit seppuku in apology for your failures. The intensity of his fury compelled all the CP agents and bodyguards to kneel. We sincerely apologize. Such an incident will never occur again. They dared not retort, each bowing their heads in a solemn apology. At least I didn't choose the identity of a bodyguard. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, the status of such individuals is hardly distinguishable from that of slaves. Miko mused silently, standing quietly in the corner, unnoticed. Once Lord Rosward's anger had subsided, he took his daughter's hand and proceeded towards the dining hall. Rest assured, Father will ensure justice is served. Those who kidnapped you will soon be apprehended by the Navy and the world government, even if they yield no results. I will hire the most formidable individuals to address this matter. When we capture those criminals, should you wish, you may execute them yourself. Charlia paused momentarily in her action of wiping away tears, her tone turning somewhat unnatural. Actually, there is no need to hire anyone, as long as the individuals return. That would suffice, wouldn't it? That is out of the question. Lord Rosward responded firmly. No one can tarnish the honor of the Rosward family. Do not worry. I will exact revenge for you. This declaration sent chills down Charlia's spine. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, she stealthily glanced back over her shoulder. Miko, trailing behind, keenly noticed her gaze and returned a meaningful smile. Charlia's complexion paled, and she hastily forced a smile, addressing her father. Let us allow the Navy to investigate for now. With their capabilities, they surely won't struggle to capture a few petty pirates, will they? Humph. Lord Rosward scoffed. If those imbeciles were truly useful, this incident would never have occurred. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself, regardless. I will ensure that those responsible will pay the price they deserve. Stop talking, stop talking. If this continues, your daughter might be the one to pay the price first. Charlia was left in shock. And at that moment, wait. Roswald suddenly found himself lost in thought once more. Despite the unfortunate events that had transpired, there was still time to celebrate your birthday. Preparations for the banquet were nearly complete, and most of the guests who had been previously invited had already arrived from Marigoya. Perhaps it would be best to seize this opportunity and, amidst the revelry of the feast, cast aside the memories of past misfortunes. Chapter 50. Beast Fight in Truth. After enduring so many events, the notion of her own birthday banquet had long been relegated to the back of Charlia's mind. It was only when her father mentioned it that she remembered there was such a matter. Yet, given her current circumstances, was it truly feasible for her to attend? Why not go? Isn't it your birthday? The reply from Mitzi was exceedingly straightforward. As the guest of honor, to abstain from the banquet would arouse undue suspicion. Would it not? As long as she refrained from revealing anything untoward during the proceedings, she could indeed continue her usual way of life. Thus, with her consent granted, the day of the banquet arrived. The grand hall of the mansion had been adorned in opulence, with musicians playing elegant and soothing melodies, and platters of exquisite delicacies arranged neatly upon the long table. It appeared no different from an ordinary noble feast. Mitzi held a tray of beverages, quietly trailing behind Charlia. At this moment, she still donned her mask and collar, though her attire had transformed into a somewhat substantial and solemn maid and Apos' outfit, primarily in black and white. To be honest, Mitzi did not favor this ensemble. Rather, she enjoyed seeing others wear it but not wearing it herself. The weighty fabric limited her movements, and she felt that with the slightest exertion, a piece of the garment might tear. Originally, she had no intention of wearing such attire. But since all the other attendants at the banquet were similarly elegantly dressed, in order to avoid drawing attention and to conceal her figure, she had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, those attending the Celestial Dragon-S banquet were not only distinguished from various circles but surely included celestial dragons hailing from Mariewa. As is well known, celestial dragons are always accompanied by CP agents, especially following the incidents involving their abduction. Therefore, Mitzi could not be certain whether any CP agents she had previously battled would be present at this gathering. While in the world of pirates, a mere mask or hairstyle could often lead to cognitive dissonance. Should someone capable of recognizing her solely by physical characteristics appear, matters could become quite complicated. Now that this layer of risk had been mitigated, she could only hope that no unforeseen events would transpire. Lost in thought, Mitzi suddenly felt a stirring in her heart, sharply sensing something amiss. She reached out and placed her hand on Charlia's shoulder, gently tugging. Charlia had been smiling and conversing with other celestial dragons, seemingly in good spirits. However, Mitzi and Appos' sudden action interrupted her words, leaving her momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, a ragged figure nearly collided with her face, tumbling past her. Clearly, had she remained stationary, she would have been knocked to the ground. Scoundrel! Before Charlia could react, a furious shout shattered the atmosphere of the banquet. All eyes immediately turned toward the commotion. A celestial dragon with a mushroom-shaped head, appearing quite inebriated, stood there with a face full of rage, glaring at the slave he had just hurled aside. How dare a mere slave spill drink upon the esteemed celestial dragon? Ah, this is, well, it seems that fear begets fear. Witnessing this scene, Mitzi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Upon reflection, it was reasonable, after all. Expecting celestial dragons to refrain from causing disturbances was akin to hoping a monkey would abstain from eating peaches. At this moment, those surrounding the irate celestial dragon dared not voice their thoughts. However, as the hostess of the banquet and a near victim of the incident, Charlia promptly furrowed her brows and strode forward, heels clicking with purpose. What are you doing, Perming? This is my Rosward family's banquet. One should at least be mindful of the occasion, she exclaimed. Humph, a dog that offends the host deserves to be kicked. Perming, however, tossed his head back with arrogance, showing not a shred of remorse. Charlia's expression darkened. You insufferable fool. His behavior was one thing, but his attitude was a blatant dismissal of her significance. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining her composure, she would have relished the opportunity to land a punch squarely on his face. Nevertheless, it seemed the main course was drawing to a close. Charlia wondered when the entertainment segment would commence. Perming grinned widely, utterly unfazed by her ire. Oh, don't worry. It's all prepared. Follow me, she declared, leading the way toward the back of the hall. Mitzi paused, slightly perplexed. She had not been informed of any entertainment segment. However, she decided to follow nonetheless. A few minutes later, get up, take him down, put your back into it, you worthless fool. In the cacophony, Mitzi observed two slaves grappling with one another below, her expression one of disbelief. She had not realized that beneath the mansion lay a hidden arena. The so-called entertainment of the banquet consisted of watching slaves battle within this arena. Fools! Strike his head, Charlia shouted, her face alight with excitement, as if she were the one fighting below. Likewise, the other spectators shared her enthusiasm, each one visibly exhilarated. When one of the slaves finally collapsed, the arena erupted in cheers. Damn it, so close, Charlia exclaimed, angrily pounding the air. The fallen slave was one she had previously purchased from Dalor. She had hoped to exact revenge on this occasion, but after several rounds, not only had she failed to achieve vengeance, but she had also suffered a dismal streak of losses, much to the delight of the other celestial dragons, led by Perming. Ha ha ha, completely inept, Charlia. You claimed you would avenge yourself, and yet this is the result? Ha ha, such pitiful creatures you present. They continued to mock her with derision. Charlia's forehead throbbed. Her face flushed with anger. Silence. I can acquire as many slaves as I wish. If you dare, let's have another round. Better not. After all, it is your birthday. It would be unfortunate if you were to suffer a mishap, wouldn't it? Perming laughed, his grin stretching wide, nearly reaching his ears. Moreover, even if you wanted another round, you have no viable slaves left, do you? The one that just fell is your best specimen, after all. Charlia gritted her teeth, unable to counter his words. Such beast-fighting events were indeed quite commonplace among the younger generation of celestial dragons. However, due to her father, Lord Rodward's long-standing philosophy regarding the acquisition of slaves, valuing their collectability and training potential over their combat capabilities, the household possessed very few capable fighters. The slaves she personally purchased were similarly ineffectual, leading her to consistently suffer humiliating defeats whenever she participated in such events. Consequently, prior to her birthday, she had ventured to the Shambadi archipelago in search of Dolores. She had anticipated that with this advanced preparation, she would undoubtedly reclaim her lost dignity at the birthday banquet. Yet, the demise of Dolores, along with the unforeseen events that transpired, shattered her envisioned scenario into mere fragments. Ultimately, the only slaves at her disposal remained the same as before. How infuriating! In her frustration, Charlia clenched her fist and covertly turned her head to glare at Miko, who was quietly stationed behind her chair. It was all this wretched individual and Apos' fault. Had she not slain Dolores, had she not abducted her, Charlia would not have faced such disgrace before these people once more. Indeed, it was all her fault. And those Navy officers, and the world government, and CP0. As her thoughts spiraled into chaos, Charlia found herself grinding her teeth, mentally blaming everyone she could think of. Unfortunately, no matter how furious she felt, these thoughts remained confined to her mind. Were she to voice them, she would likely find herself silenced by the very ruffian masquerading as her slave. Silenced. Wait a moment, she too seems to be my slave now? A bold idea suddenly blossomed in Charlia and Apos' mind. Chapter 51. Capable of anything do you wish to perish? Mizi gazed expressionlessly at the individual before her. At this moment, she found herself in a secluded backstage area, devoid of any onlookers. Before her, Shalia was fervently pleading with desperation. Please, just allow me to triumph over those scoundrels once, just once. As a celestial dragon who had enjoyed a position of superiority since birth, this was her first experience in humbling herself to such a degree. Yet, there was no alternative. The only person capable of assisting her was this very individual. Her status as a celestial dragon was of no consequence to him. She was oblivious to his desires and possessed no leverage against him, leaving her with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Do you think I am masquerading as a slave for no reason? Is it your intention for me to expose myself even faster? Mizi and Apos' expression remained unchanged, unyielding. And she felt a twinge of exasperation within. Logically, after enduring such torment, any normal person would harbor an everlasting fear, loathing, and animosity towards her, Wood and Apos, Tive? Yet, this individual seemed to epitomize the phrase once the scars heal, the pain is forgotten. How audacious to seek assistance from her kidnapper for such an absurd endeavor. It was as if he had entirely forgotten his current predicament. If one were to encapsulate his demeanor in a word, it might be oblivious. Indeed, that seemed to align perfectly with the celestial dragon's character. I beg you. Mizi's refusal did not deter Shalia from her objective. Instead, she clutched Mizi's arm, tears brimming in her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. I can do anything. Just help me win this time. Confronted with Shalia's earnest gaze, which sparkled with sincerity, Mizi could not help but feel more incredulous. You, my dear, are utterly self-absorbed. However, an idea struck her, and she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. You just claimed that you can do anything, correct? Shalia and Apos' expression faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, as long as I am capable. Given her current inability to resist him, there was little distinction between uttering these words or remaining silent. Then, it shall be limited to this occasion. Mizi delivered her response and turned to push open the door. There was indeed a risk involved, though it was not substantial. From her earlier observations, the presence of CP agents surrounding the arena had diminished significantly due to the absence of several celestial dragons, provided she executed her disguise adeptly. The likelihood of revealing any flaws was minimal. Moreover, once this was accomplished, it should render this individual compliant for a time. Coupled with her own desire for him to undertake a particular task, her thoughts coalesced as she approached the iron gate at the outer layer of the arena. Count on you. You must give it your all and show them what you're made of. Before she could even step into the arena, Shalia and Apos' exuberant shouts resonated among the audience in the VIP section. That fool, Mizi mused. Her character should be much more aloof in this narrative. Instead, she resembles her foolish brother all too closely. Creak, enter. The iron gate swung open. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Mizi lifted her skirt and gracefully stepped inside. Her entrance left the surrounding celestial dragons momentarily stunned, followed by peals of laughter. Shalia, isn't that the dog you've been toting around recently? What difference does it make to let her participate? It and Apos, akin to sending her to her demise. They must be utterly dazed from losing. Their basic reasoning ability has clearly evaporated. Don't you feel embarrassed? Haha, enough prattle. Shalia interrupted, gritting her teeth against the mockery. Yet, the thought of what was to transpire soon caused her to stifle a chuckle. Just wait and see, you scoundrels. Thus, under the scrutiny of all, Mizi and Apos' first opponent emerged. A brawny man with a thick beard stood before her, towering at least 3 meters tall, more than twice Mi Zi's height, with muscles bulging so prominently that even his forearms were thicker than her head. This one appears to be of the same ilk as myself. No, perhaps it's more about combat style, Mi Zi assessed, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Merely from his appearance, it was evident that he too relied on sheer physicality for combat. However, his expression was numb, devoid of spirit. He resembled a marionette, lacking any will to fight. After all, he was a slave, thrust into such a bizarre scenario against his will. Hey! As neither made a move, discontented shouts erupted from the crowd outside the arena. What are you dawdling for? Attack! Break her bones! Idiot! If you don't kill her soon, we'll turn our blades on you. Amidst a barrage of urgings, the burly man finally stirred. He let out a barely perceptible sigh before raising his fists and advancing toward Mi Zi. Yes, just like that. Go for it. Eliminate her. As the atmosphere intensified with noise, suddenly BM. A tremendous sound shattered the clamor, and the burly man collapsed to the ground. What? The spectators in the stands were evidently taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. However, within moments, cheers erupted throughout the arena. What transpired? How did he lose? Perming raised his hand in astonishment. Who knows? Shalia stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she turned her head away. Perming snorted, disregarding her. That fool must have underestimated her, leading to his downfall. With that, he cast a glare at the nearby bodyguards. Have them switch opponents? Yes. Chapter 52. Ancient Species. The subsequent battles unfolded much like anticipated. Each slave that entered the arena fell under Mi Zi and Apos' prowess in less than a minute. This was a result of Mi Zi deliberately holding back to disguise her true strength, thus prolonging the fights. In simple terms, there was not a competent fighter among them. The quality of these celestial dragon slaves was far inferior to expectations. Had all the higher quality slaves escaped during the previous incident with her and Tej? Mi Zi was uncertain and indifferent to these thoughts. Inferior quality meant less effort expended, and the lesser the effort, the lower the risk of exposure. She secretly hoped that every upcoming opponent would be a weakling. However, the celestial dragons observing from above did not share her sentiments. Are you even capable, Perming? You were boasting before us yesterday, weren't you? Indeed, if this continues, it will lose all intrigue. Hurry up and bring forth something worthwhile. Doubts echoed one after another. These celestial dragons were never true allies. They merely supported whoever could provide them with more entertainment. Previously, Charlia faced ridicule for this very reason. And now it was Perming and Apos' turn to be in a precarious situation, shifting their allegiances. As another protagonist in this struggle, Perming and Apos' expression soured as he watched the arena below, gnawing at his fingers. A significant portion of his assets had already fallen to that individual. He had never heard of Charlia possessing a slave with such high collectible value and combat capability. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Charlia approached with curiosity. Mimicking a previous expression, can you perform that? The one where you said, such trash can be put on display. Your taste is indeed exquisite. And that line about it must be that scoundrel not taking it seriously, leading to a momentary lapse. Don't you think those two statements are particularly accurate? Her tone appeared casual, but the sarcasm was nearly palpable. Shut your mouth. Perming could no longer contain his frustration. Gritting his teeth, he stood and strode toward the door. What is just a slave? Don't think you can keep laughing till the end. With a loud slam, he shut the door behind him. In the next moment, Charlia and Apos' laughter erupted, audible even from the corridor. Damn it. That wretched Charlia dared to humiliate me so. Perming and Apos' expression darkened further as he turned to his bodyguard, shouting, Go. Fetch that devil fruit I obtained a few days ago, and use those drugs developed by the world government. I intend to liven up the show. After waiting a brief moment in the arena, Mi Zi found herself puzzled upon seeing her next opponent. Wasn't he that the burly man from the first round? Why was he back? Wait. With her keen eyesight, Mi Zi caught a glimpse through the iron bars, noticing a CP agent injecting something into the burly man. Then the iron gate creaked open. The slave before her was transformed entirely. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles rippling with tension, face a deep purple, skin flushed red, indicating a dangerously high temperature. This was a stimulant? The thought flashed through Mi Zi and Apos' mind. But before she could ponder it further, the gong signaling the start of battle resonated. Under Mi Zi and Apos' gaze, the burly man roared, and his body contorted grotesquely, morphing within seconds into a massive creature with thick skin, horns sprouting from its head, and 4 legs planted firmly on the ground. Was that a rhinoceros? No. It resembled a rhinoceros but was distinctly peculiar. So he was a devil fruit user? But if so, why hadn't he used his abilities from the outset? Or perhaps Mi-Z quickly deduced, letting out a cold chuckle. Truly, the celestial dragons were extravagantly wealthy. With both a devil fruit and stimulants, it seemed those watching from above had grown impatient with her performance. Haha, did you see that? With such a significant size disparity, combined with the power of the devil fruit, do you believe your slave, as thin as a toothpick, stands a chance? The reality unfolded much as Mi-Z had anticipated. Upon returning to the stands, Perming erupted with excitement. That devil fruit had cost him hundreds of millions of berries. A rare treasure. With the power of this fruit backing him, he truly believed he would not lose. Hey, isn't that cheating? Charlia glared at him. If that's the case, I want to use a devil fruit too. Otherwise, this is utterly unfair. Do as you wish. Perming waved dismissively, unperturbed. The fruit I'm using is the rarest of ancient species from the sea, unlike your inferior fruits. If you want to use one, feel free. It doesn't bother me at all. As fellow celestial dragons, who doesn't have a few devil fruits in their possession? However, devil fruits do vary in quality. Ordinary devil fruits cannot compare to those of ancient or mythical types. Even if you had one, it would only waste more resources. In conclusion, accept your defeat, Charlia. A special devil fruit user like this would have a bounty exceeding 200 million belly on the open sea. With your meager offerings, it's impossible suddenly. Someone tapped his shoulder. Huh? What is it? I haven't finished speaking. Perming scowled at the celestial dragon who had interrupted him. Yet the latter remained expressionless. Pointing toward the arena below. Growing impatient, Perming followed the direction indicated. Soon, his eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. His face reflecting the shock peculiar to the pirate world. Well, how is this possible? At that moment, the individual he claimed had a bounty exceeding 200 million had already collapsed to the ground, and only about a minute had elapsed since the battle commenced. Chapter 53, The Six Styles and Haki, Aftermath. In the vast bathing pool, laughter echoed. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 smack. Mi-Z playfully slapped Charlia on the back of her head, her expression one of exasperation. How long is this going to continue? You and Apos, been laughing for hours. What can I do? Charlia retorted, one hand cradling her head and the other clutching her bath towel, visibly agitated. Whenever I think of Perming's final expression, I can't help but laugh. As she spoke, a smile crept across her lips once more. After enduring prolonged ridicule, she had finally reclaimed some semblance of dignity, effectively silencing her mockers. It took remarkable restraint to suppress laughter in such circumstances, yet Charlia found herself unable to contain it. All right then. Mi-Z. Her hair hastily tied up and wrapped in a towel, rose and approached the pool. Without testing the water's temperature, she stepped in with her delicate feet, gradually immersing herself. Speaking of which, how are those things I asked you to prepare coming along? I've already sent someone to fetch them, Charlia replied thoughtfully, tapping her chin as she recalled. They should arrive by tomorrow, I suppose. That's good to hear. With that assurance, Mi-Z settled into the warm water, leaning against the edge of the pool, feeling her muscles relax as her breathing slowed. Do you truly need such things, given your abilities? Charlia pondered, a hint of confusion entering her mind. Until now, she had known little about Mi-Z, only that she was a bold, temperamental individual with a peculiar style and a modicum of skill. She had refrained from inquiring about Mi-Z and Apos' name, age, or background, until this evening. After witnessing Mi-Z and Apos' decisive defeat of the ancient power user, her curiosity eclipsed her trepidation. Seizing the opportunity to assist Mi-Z, she had discreetly conducted some investigation. The revelations were startling. The orphan of O'Hara, impervious even to the demon-slaying order, a key player in the attack on Mariewa, who liberated thousands of slaves and dispatched numerous CP agents and guards before vanishing. These discoveries extinguished the last flicker of defiance within her. Turns out, after leaving me on that ship, you went off to accomplish something monumental. Charlie amused, realizing Mi-Z was no mere thug with a few tricks up her sleeve, but rather a ruthless terrorist. CP0 of our world government hardly stands a chance against you, do they? Do you truly feel the need to learn their 6 styles? Indeed. Mi-Z confirmed, referring to the training methods for the 6 styles. Initially, she had planned to acquire this knowledge during the assault on Mariewa. But as the system could not procure skill-based traits, she sought alternative means. There's not just the Apos, 6 styles and Apos, but also Haki. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Mi-Z shot a sidelong glance at Charlia. Of course not, Charlia quickly clarified, then turned her head, a hint of curiosity surfacing. I just find it odd. Are these skills genuinely useful to you? Why would you think they aren't? Mitzi interlaced her fingers behind her head. Her legs crossed in the water. It's clear that your strength far exceeds that of those useless. I mean, those CP0 agents. At this, Charlia recalled the moment Mitzi had effortlessly dispatched a CP agent during her abduction. You still perceive the vastness of the C2 naively, Mitzi remarked. Opting not to elaborate, such misunderstandings were to be expected. For someone like her, who had traversed worlds, the significance of Haki was apparent to anyone familiar with pirate lore. Yet, for the locals, knowledge was often limited by geographical boundaries. Even celestial dragons might remain oblivious to the true combat prowess of T0 pirates. But that's of little consequence. In due time, as you spend more time at sea, you will come to understand. Charlia and Apos' expression soured at the implication that she would soon be venturing out to sea again. Well, I suppose it makes sense. You wouldn't just return to Mariewa with me, would you? A sigh escaped her lips, her thoughts swirling in complexity as she fell silent. As her silence lingered, Mitzi too refrained from speaking. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words until several minutes passed. What are you doing just sitting there? Aren't you going to join me? Mitzi finally asked. You haven't styled my hair yet. I usually had the maids do it, but you told me to send them all away. So, come here. Oh, time swiftly passed to the following day. As promised, CP0 delivered the materials Mitzi required early in the morning. It was impossible for the celestial dragons to lack relevant documentation on the 6 styles and Haki. Upon receiving the materials, Mitzi immediately plunged into her studies. Returning to her area of expertise, intense, dedicated practice. To avoid suspicion, she secluded herself in an empty underground arena during the day. Returning to Charlia's room under the cover of night, her interactions with the outside world had effectively ceased. However, mastering the 6 styles and Haki was no simple endeavor, particularly as Mitzi was self-studying from books. Many concepts required either conjecture or trial and error for validation, resulting in a moderate learning pace. Among the 6 styles, she had begun to grasp the basics of Soru and Tekai, which were significantly influenced by physical condition. The remaining techniques, Jeppo, Shirgan, Rokugan, and Kamii, demanded a greater investment of time for mastery. Then there was Haki. If her progress with the 6 styles was moderate, Haki was proving to be far more challenging. This mental power was inherently difficult to comprehend through mere textual descriptions. After approximately a month, I can't continue like this. My father is starting to grow suspicious. If I don't return to Mariewa soon, he may come to fetch me himself. Listening to Charlia and Apos' words, Mitzi pondered for a few moments before softly responding. Then let us make preparations. We'll leave tonight. Charlia hesitated, cautiously suggesting, What if I give you everything you need, and you go on your own? That thought had crossed her mind before. She would have readily voiced it in the past. Yet now, gazing into Mitzi's composed eyes, she opted to remain silent. Evidently, after the events of the birthday banquet and the passage of a month together, she has become significantly more earnest than she was initially. I shall step out for a moment and will return before nightfall. Mitzi donned her mask and approached the windowsill. Before departing, it was only natural for her to take one last glance at the designated meeting place. Although she had already left the telephone bug she procured from Charlia there, it was prudent to verify once more. Chapter 54. Ambush. Navigating through the myriad of streets, Miko swiftly arrived at a coastal area. Observing her surroundings, she noted that little had changed since her last visit. Even the phone bug she had left nearby remained untouched. Clearly, Tiger had yet to arrive. A slight frown creased Miko's brow. Logically, he should have only needed to deal with the freed slaves. Why was he taking so long? If something had indeed gone awry, the newspapers would surely have reported it. What could be the matter? As her mind pondered all conceivable scenarios, she ultimately failed to derive any useful conclusions. With a resigned shake of her head and a soft sigh, she turned to leave. Since he hadn't arrived yet, she would have to move on for now. She could no longer afford to wait. At this moment, both her 6 forms and Haki had reached the limits of her self-study to advance further. She needed to depart from this place. Her next objective, should she head to Fishman Island to enhance her abilities? However, would it be inappropriate to slaughter the fishmen? Wait, enhancements are not solely derived from killing fishmen. That area must also be abundant with sea kings. Once she arrived, leveraging Tiger and Apos' connection should allow her to gain assistance from Fishman Island. Thus, as long as, While analyzing her upcoming itinerary, Miko suddenly sensed something amiss. Instinctively halting her steps, almost simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind roared past her ears. Miko and Appo's pupils constricted. She had no time to evade and raised her arms defensively. Bang! A sharp pain shot through her, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Without pausing to assess her assailant, she retaliated with a punch, unreservedly striking back. Regardless of the identity of her attacker, anyone who dared to assault her must be prepared for a counterattack. Her fist, imbued with the power of her inherent abilities, held an irresistible allure. Even the well-trained CP0 agents could not withstand the force born of her dedication and toil. Or so it should have been. Yet the result was bang! A slender wooden stick, akin to an unyielding shield, intercepted her punch imbued with tremendous force. What? Miko's heart raced in shock. The individual was wielding a stick to attack her? Before she could process this, a sharp pain coursed through her abdomen as she was kicked away, crashing into a dilapidated building and breaking through its wall, landing inside. Coughing amidst the clouds of dust, Miko gritted her teeth, clutching her abdomen as she slowly emerged from the wreckage. At that moment, her mind was overwhelmed with astonishment. Although it had merely been a brief skirmish, the disparity in strength was abundantly clear. Since departing from Giant Beast Island, she had never found herself in such a vulnerable predicament. Who possessed such formidable power? With her heart brimming with questions, Miko waved her arm to disperse the lingering dust. Her eyes quickly fixed upon the solitary figure not far away. The figure was an elderly man with white hair, glasses perched on his nose, tall and slender, his face adorned with an air of calm amusement as he held a slender wooden stick in hand. This person was Rayleigh, the Dark King? Miko stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Why was Rayleigh suddenly confronting her, and without warning, attacking? Questions flooded her mind, one after another, leaving her utterly perplexed. In the next instant, the figure before her vanished. Not good. Just as Miko prepared to evade, a fierce pressure bore down on her shoulder. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand to withstand the blow. Bang! Ouch! The pain was excruciating. Miko gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of fury. The intensity of the attack was extraordinarily fierce, rivaling the combined might of multiple CP0 agents. Oh! In contrast, Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his face. How interesting. She managed to withstand my strikes head-on twice in succession without even bending her knees. How about this? With that, he swung the wooden stick horizontally. Miko's expression shifted, her body stiffening as she instinctively crouched to evade. In doing so, the abandoned house behind her bore the brunt of the attack, collapsing like a giant cake split in two. Had she taken that blow, her waist would surely be bruised for a long time. Rayleigh did not rush to pursue, merely smiling as he appraised her from head to toe. Observation hockey? No, it seemed she simply relied on her instincts to evade. It became clear. Not only was her physical prowess impressive, but her reflexes and combat intuition also surpassed that of ordinary individuals. No wonder she managed to escape unscathed after attacking Mariehua. This faint murmuring should have merely been Rayleigh's musings. Yet, Miko's acute hearing caught snippets of his words, and she quickly grasped their implications. The attack on Mariehua and the liberation of slaves included Hancock and her sisters from Amazon Lily, and his lover, Shaki, was the former queen of Amazon Lily. In the original narrative, after fleeing, the Hancock sisters had gained strength with Shaki's assistance, ultimately mastering their devil fruit abilities, allowing them to return to Amazon Lily a year later and ascend as the new rulers. Thus, Rayleigh and Appo's interest in her stemmed from her indirect role in saving Hancock. As for why he had inexplicably attacked her, judging by his expression, it was likely a test from a seasoned mentor. Your name is Nico Makoira, is it not? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Rayleigh and Appo's voice rang out. How did you recognize me? Miko cautiously touched the mask on her face, refraining from immediate acknowledgement. She had nearly pieced together Rayleigh's motive for approaching her. However, his true intentions remained unclear, and she felt it prudent to remain vigilant. A mask may obscure one's face, but it cannot shield the essence of one's soul. Do you recall the tavern where you procured information a month ago? To be frank, I did not expect you to possess such capability and audacity at that time. Yet now, it appears. Rayleigh chuckled softly, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Even I can misjudge at times. The future of this vast ocean truly belongs to you young ones. Listening to his words, Miko fell into a contemplative silence, her thoughts swirling in uncertainty. So, what does this mean? Is he acknowledging me? Rayleigh, indifferent to her internal musings. Simply turn slightly. Come, I shall take you to a certain place. There are those who have been clamoring for news of you, nearly wearing my old ears down with their incessant chatter. Chapter 55. The Doldrums. Upon hearing Rayleigh and Amp, Apos' words, Miko had already surmised the destination he intended to take her to. Therefore, before departing, she made sure to pack her belongings. Once fully prepared, she arrived at the seaside to reunite with Rayleigh. This individual was, well, perhaps a half-hearted companion. A companion? Rayleigh cast a meaningful glance her way, but said nothing further, instead gesturing towards a small boat bobbing on the water with his thumb. Once we are ready, we shall set sail. With that, he stepped onto the vessel first. Who is he, and where are we headed? Faced with this unfamiliar elder, Charlia felt an inexplicable weight in her heart, lingering hesitantly behind and whispering her unease. Miko offered no reply, merely stating, "Do not ask too many questions, just follow." Before striding ahead, hearing such an ambiguous response, Charlia clenched her teeth and stamped her foot in frustration, yet she found herself with no choice but to follow along. Unlike Miko, who was transient and rootless, Rayleigh, as a local undercurrent of Shambadi, had procured a considerably larger vessel, complete with a sail. Far superior to the one Miko had pilfered, the small boat swiftly glided into the ocean, propelled by the gentle sea breeze. As dawn broke the next day, the journey across the sea felt interminable. Throughout the voyage, Rayleigh was mostly silent, either checking the navigational compass or lying back in slumber, speaking little. He was not one to engage in excessive conversation. He preferred to listen to others' stories. Unfortunately, Miko was similarly reticent. The primary reason for their silence lay in the myriad of unspoken thoughts swirling in their minds. In such circumstances, speaking recklessly would only lead to complications. So silence was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As both remained quiet, Charlia, who had already found it difficult to voice her thoughts, became even more withdrawn, merely observing the clouds drifting overhead. Eventually, time passed unmeasured. The sea began to calm, and the winds subsided. With their progress, the once tumultuous waters transformed into a serene lake-like expanse. This must be the Doldrums, Miko speculated aloud, feigning confusion despite her suspicions being confirmed. Are we truly on the correct course? Of course we are, Rayleigh replied with a faint smile, glancing at the compass on his wrist. He then retrieved 2 oars from the boat's hold, handing one to each of his companions. Let us strive to reach our destination before nightfall. In the Doldrums, where the winds were absent, the sails could not be employed. The 3 could only rely on their oars to gradually navigate the tranquil waters. For Rayleigh and Miko, this physical exertion was not particularly taxing. However, for Charlia, it proved to be quite exhausting. After hours of rowing, she was drenched in sweat, her arms numb. Yet she did not dare to slack off, occasionally whispering, "Are we there yet?" Finally, Rayleigh provided the answer she had been longing for. "We have arrived, look over there." Following his gesture, a small dark spot emerged on the horizon of the vast ocean. Upon completing the final stretch of their journey, the 3 beheld a magnificent island. From their vantage point on the water, the island appeared lush and untamed, stretching endlessly before them. Yet, there were no ports along the coastline, nor any signs of human habitation within the forest. This place, is it not Amazon Lily? Miko squinted her eyes. Soon, she noticed the massive beast-shaped stone sculptures dotting the distant shore. Wait, could it be? Miko suddenly grasped the situation. It was evident that Rayleigh sought her out due to her involvement in the chaos at Mariewa. The individual he mentioned, who wished to learn of her whereabouts, could likely be Hancock, who had coincidentally been liberated alongside her. Initially, Miko had assumed they were headed to the Amazon Islands within the Doldrums. However, reflecting on it now, she recalled that Hancock's escape occurred 13 years prior to the current narrative, while the return to Amazon Lily was 11 years before the story commenced. This left a 2-year gap, during which the original text provided little detail regarding Hancock and Apos' experiences. Yet, one could easily surmise the transformation of a powerless slave girl, rescued by Shaki and Rayleigh, into the formidable pirate empress within that time frame. Furthermore, Hancock's demeanor towards Rayleigh in later events, treating him with an affection akin to that of a father, suggested that something beyond mere happenstance had transpired. And now, let us proceed. Tying the boat loosely to a tree trunk on the shore, Rayleigh paid no heed to the surrounding sculptures and turned towards the interior of the island. In the forest, beside a tranquil lake. Focus. With a sharp command, a massive stone shattered, scattering debris across the ground. Before this stone, Hancock exhaled gently, retracting her long, graceful leg. That will be enough for today. Observing her actions, Shaki released a faint plume of smoke, stating, "Your control over your devil fruit abilities remains rather rudimentary. I have already told you, to progress further, you must first calm your heart. Otherwise, no matter how hard you strive, you will find it impossible to convert effort into results." Though her tone seemed neutral, these words bore a weighty significance to Hancock. Bowing her head, she offered no response. Merely raising her hand to inspect the scars left by the shackles she had worn for so long, memories of her harrowing days in Mariehua flooding her mind. Her slender fingers clenched into a fist, and her eyes grew cold. "This is precisely why you struggle to grow, despite being accustomed to the trials of life." Shaki could not help but shake her head in dismay. "I understand your pain and the hatred that resides within you. Yet you must recognize that while hatred can sometimes fuel your drive, more often than not, it will only cloud your judgment and blind your vision. Do you comprehend?" Hancock remained silent, her head bowed for an extended period. After several minutes, she finally relaxed her fist, appearing visibly fatigued. "I am sorry." She had indeed tried to suppress the painful memories. Yet the more she consciously attempted to control her thoughts, the more vivid those images from her imprisonment became. Evading her grasp, understanding her turmoil, Shaki reassured her, "As long as you grasp this truth, the rest can be entrusted to time. After all, you have only just emerged from your predicament a month ago. As the days turn into 2 months, 3 months, or even a year, the anguish within the other party should diminish significantly. For tonight, let us rest. In a few days, your 2 younger sisters should also recover, and at that time, you can train together. The company of loved ones should provide a measure of solace for your soul." Mid-sentence, Xiachi and Amp, Apos, ears twitched slightly, instinctively turning towards the forest. Shortly thereafter, a subtle smile graced her lips. "What has transpired?" Noticing the change in her expression, Hancock inquired softly. "It is nothing, just that fellow Rayleigh has arrived." Xiachi and Amp, Apos, smile broadened, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. "Moreover, it seems he has brought you a special remedy this time." "A special remedy?" Hancock was initially perplexed. Yet, the figure that emerged from the woods caused her eyes to widen in astonishment.